Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome to the last chance qualifiers numero dos here at ALGS. For the next 2 days, we are covering over 30 plus matches here that will decide the last two available spots for the EMEA region towards those ALGS championships in July. I, of course, am Zephyr, and that is DM. Do not interrupt me!
It's 3 in the morning. It's 4 in the morning. We're gonna make it, Zephyr. How many teams do we got? What are we doing?
All right. Let's keep this one rolling forward. Let's take a look. I know things are confusing, and trust me, we're a little sleep deprived. We come from the NA region, but we're gonna try to help make sense of what y'all are seeing here. So let's take a look at today specifically regarding the overview here. We're starting with winners round 1. Now, what does that mean? 40 teams have been pulled here, notably from the Split 2 playoffs, Pro League positions 11 through 21st, as well as those who have just qualified from last chance qualifier number 1. And where are those teams playing, Dia?
Well, we're going to be starting off on World's Edge, at least for the initial 6 games, and then we'll be transitioning over to Storm Point, right? The future is chaos, but I'm really glad that we're starting on World's Edge because every once in a while we'll start on Storm Point. It's very exciting, but throwing that chaos in at the end, right? We get our calculated games in pretty early on, and with all the teams, especially coming from Pro League that will be really experienced on this map, we'll get the chance to see what I'm hoping is some dialed-in play, because despite the fact that it's early for us, it's not for them.
No, it is not. It's probably, I think, noon, if I'm completely correct in terms of BST. Anyways, I do want to pull this back to the overview very quickly to make sure that it is completely clear. Obviously, those 4 teams are split into 2 groups of 20 here for our first round today. All right, we are only going to be covering one of them. We will be tackling Group B here, and we'll show you those teams in just a minute. But those 20 teams compete through a standard ALGS 6-game series, and of course, the top 10 from both of those groups will be moving forward later today to compete in winners round 2, where the top 10 from that will then qualify for finals with some advanced placement points. The bottom 10 from these 2 groups will proceed on to losers round 1, where we will see the first teams face elimination.
It's a really scary prospect, and that is the thing that gets me about LCQ 2, because LCQ 1 literally just finished like 24 hours ago. That's what we were thinking about. It was just everybody piling into today, and we only really lost, I think it was 4 teams that ended their seasons here, but now they're going to start dropping like flies, Zephyr.
Yeah, it feels dangerous. It feels scary, but for now, everyone is safe. We still have plenty of match ahead here. Let's take a look, of course, at the teams that we will be seeing here on the broadcast. As I stated before, Group A will, in fact, be taking place off-screen. Group B is the one that will be for the next 6 games. Some big names here, notably the 2 major teams that pulled recently from the LAN in Sweden, both Reply Totem and Scars in this lobby, leading the pack.
Yeah, I honestly excited about seeing Reply Totem and Scars show up, but I'm more excited, Zephyr, to see how the folks that have come up from the Challenger circuit now compete with these Pro League teams that were at the top of their game going into the big LAN. Now that we've got the chance for these guys to strut their stuff, I've been seeing some great stuff throughout the Challenger circuits in Split 1 and even in Split 2, where we had a vastly reduced amount of time.
Right. And to clarify here, 1 and 2, that's going to be pulling from the LAN. 3rd position there, starting with Nemesis, all the way to Rebel is pulling through from Pro League Split 2, that 11th through kind of 21st, 22nd place. And then, of course, 13th down, those are half of the teams that have qualified here from Last Chance Qualifier, with, of course, bots, some familiar names on that roster leading the pack. So that's just for clarity's sake to kind of give you an idea of where these teams pull from, and more specifically, some of the experience that they put behind themselves. I mean, you made great reference there just a moment ago regarding the Split 2 performance of a lot of these teams here, and obviously more than half of this lobby has, yes, an accelerated split of Pro League behind them, but a split of Pro League nonetheless.
Exactly, and that is really terrifying, especially when we consider how in such a short amount of time a lot of people were forced to adapt very quickly, and in LCQ that's what really matters the most. When we've got 40 teams jumping into today. You're going to be facing off against a variety of different people throughout the weekend, and being able to make adaptations on the fly, being a team that is used to switching up your tactics, not just your drop spots, is going to be super useful for these guys. And that's where I look to solo queue goats specifically. I'm going to start drawing out specific rosters right now, because solo queue goats, remember last split, in split 1, were plagued by not quite being able to adapt in time using that Bangalore. Since she has become more of a, well, we're actually going to pick this now, solo queue goats should have an edge. They should have almost this entire split, it seems, but they're still lagging a little bit behind. If they can get on top of the ball today, they're my pick.
And some would argue that some of the kind of lag that you do see out of that roster kind of comes from the fact that notably, solo queue goats aren't a team that typically tends to come out and perform regarding some of those EMEA scrims and other opportunities across the board. It's something that's well versed regarding this team. But either way, it's still surprising how, even with that in mind, they still managed to perform. Plenty of other rosters, of course. I'm interested in Mutarium. If you know me, if you know Zephyr, if you've been paying attention to it, you'll know that I'm a little bit more biased towards them. But as you can already tell, we're into character select here for Game 1. World's Edge Map 1 coming at you.
Excited to see it already. People considering some off-meta picks. We're already seeing more crypto than we saw in NA as well. No surprise here, but something to keep our eyes on. I'm hoping that we get a Watson in Game 1. Are we going to get it? I don't see it, Zephyr. Nobody quite picking that up from Lamb.
Yes.
Where?
Brain Gang. I was about to say, the only team that played Watson was Wicked Sick from Drain Gang here just yesterday in the last chance qualifier. And hey, you even get to see them there in those final moments right there. Not quite the winning of teams, but hey, I still have plenty of faith. They had a lovely hold over what was one of the chokes just north of the no-name village of Lava Siphon, and it was the utilization of that Watson that allowed them to stay alive for quite some time here. So hopefully that wets your taste buds, provides you with what you need there.
It certainly does. We got the little Nessie flex at the start of the game. We're dropping into map 1. These players, I am ready to go. We're all warmed up. The only people that are not ready for this are my upstairs neighbor, Zephyr.
Yeah, I'm lucky that in my current location, we've had plenty of apt time to remove those around me so that I can scream as loud as possible here. But for most of these teams, they could give two flying whatevers if they had the opportunity to scream to at least compete for some of those spots here, because that's what really matters at the end of the day. Of course, we never really talked about it, but this tournament will be providing what is that movement towards North Carolina, the final land here for the ALGS season.
Going to be really the goal for everyone here, and it's really tough because it isn't so much like the Pro League split, even where you get to try a few things out, maybe end middle of the pack. At this point, it's do or die for a lot of folks, and making top 10 does seem like it gives you a little bit of wiggle room in lobbies like this. It's a lot harder than it would initially seem, and looks like it's only getting harder as we are moving ourselves over towards Landslide. A lot of open area, very difficult for a lot of these teams to cover. This is not the World's Edge gameplay that you're used to, being able to sit inside buildings and triple stack our cakes. Instead, we are heading into the wide open, and it'll be tough.
Yeah, I was about to say, my knowledge of zones definitely provides here. We could see that circle continue to pull more directly into that POI, and like you said, it is incredibly difficult due to the lack of cover and the open spacing that exists pretty much just here on World's Edge. And honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better test for some of these rosters coming out hot right in the gates here in round 1 to really throw it at one another.
Now, since we're going to be having this wide open zone, it does mean that early rotations from teams that require them need to be on point, because there are only so many POIs that you can pick up. Things like Landslide, things like the tunnel underneath Landslide, and the sniper tower off in the distance are going to be really highly prioritized areas, especially for squads that are hoping to play a little bit more Warlord of a style, hoping get inside of this zone 2 and then pick fights from there. For the moment, though, people seem to be taking their time, in large part just now starting to rotate into zone and pick apart some of the other squads that are lying there. There's a small engagement down in the landslide tunnels, but to see folks take risks now would be very uncharacteristic of a lot of squads.
All right. And there's plenty of opportunities. I know you bring up some of the short POIs that are available, but even playing down a little bit more towards staging or in countdown itself, or just the current time period does allow for the potential transition, even if you're not more directly a specifically zone playing roster. We check in here, though, towards that choke you just discussed, kind of feeding into landslide here. And yes, Wilhelm was dropped. I believe it was from TTD as, hey, there you go. On your cameras, you get the opportunity to see them. They're already taking full opportunity to loot that crate and pull back towards one of the more chosen positions.
Respawn likely going to be utilized as well. I believe you should have the opportunity to forgive those mistakes and hopefully grab a little bit of loot to soften the blow. But it will attract attention, and already with the res ship coming in, we'll see who starts to move over here. We had some squads rotating up through Countdown that could start to pay attention. As we all know, Harvester becomes a very frequent rotation point for a lot of squads. But hey, we talked about Mutarium at the start of the day, and they're going for a relatively late rotation, just now starting to move their way over into Epicenter and encountering a little bit of heat on their way.
Yeah, they have plenty of opportunity, though, to find perfect rotation through this area to make it past Survey Camp where they're taking some of their shots. And I didn't get to talk about it earlier, but the fact is that, yeah, I have high expectations for this roster, right? Obviously, they just made the announcement that Blast was joining them as their official third, but if you've been paying attention to the EMEA region in terms of VNM as well as scrims versus etc., Blast has been alongside Tyler and Lucky for quite some time, and they've had some massive performance, at least consistently finding top 5 performances in what is a lot of those practice opportunities here. So as they start to line themselves up, what might be potentially their first fight here against Lost Baguettes, I'm on the edge of my seat.
This would secure them some really much needed points, since your goal is top 10, right? Things like top 5 that they've been able to achieve so far should be enough. I am, however, noticing that the composition they're running a little bit different from some of the other squads that prefer the caustic in place of things like this Wraith. So valuing mobility may just be the thing that changes the game for Mutarium, being able to make these last-minute calls inside of Ring and get the safe transportation with the Wraith. Super, super valuable for a lot of these squads. Checking back in with the landslide tunnel. I'm surprised to see Scars sitting down here and with white shields nonetheless. A lot of times when your economy is running low, we see teams try and opt into a more sort of wide rotation, not opting into playing zone very quickly, but instead they've chosen to sit right dead in the center of where a lot of folks should be focusing. ANC outplayed one of them since they've gotten their third back in the lobby.
I was about to say, the pinch potential is absolutely detrimental to both of those squads that put themselves in there at any given point. That could definitely come through in full force. Obviously, zone's a little bit too early to make its impact here, but once it does tend to choke, and obviously as that POI becomes more apparent there, you could definitely see sparks fly. Tuning in, of course, with Cool Gaming, you might also know them as Adept Club due to recent changes here. It looks like they were successfully able to find what was a little bit of a knock here onto Fury from Lost Baguettes. Obviously, they themselves had made quite the rotation. We last checked in with them at Survey Camp and now have hoisted themselves into Skyhook to at least give them some time here. It's unlikely that they give themselves the banner back, but hey, there you go, Dia. That's what I know you've been waiting for.
Yeah, I wonder who's here. I wonder who could possibly be sitting over by a landslide. It is not every day that you get to look over at this POI and see that Watson is set up, but nobody's actually here. Just the one team in the RV, no one else even close, nobody holding the height, nobody in the other RV. There's a third RV down to the left, and nobody is in there either. It's 3 people occupying a space that 5 squads could be cohabitating
in fairness, if you're an early rotating squad, even playing directly into, say, something like Landslide is incredibly risky at this point in the game. I mean, it's no surefire place to be. There's plenty of teams that can come through in the 50-50 kind of Valk redeploys that we've seen so often in and amongst the pros are that much more dangerous, right? So I guess I'm not particularly surprised to see as little as I do, but I guess I would like maybe a little bit more investment. As it stands right now, it's only Drain Gang and Horizon. You got ZBW on the cusp of countdown there, but mostly squads. Definitely more kind of geared towards the southern area, that tunnel, as well as the train line. As hey, the POY not quite into landslide, a little bit more towards that open area, the no-name landscape out here towards the west.
And Rascals are the ones that have rolled really well on this zone since
Hmm.
they have access to the RV out in this sort of train track intersection, shall we say, that the zone is starting to pull to. I also really like Guild's positioning right now, being able to play with a lot of the open space, but not having a whole lot of teams at their back. They're the ones that are sitting over by Lava Fisher and have a lot of opportunity to fire through at a lot of other squads rotating from Landslide without really having anybody risking moving through Lava Siphon. As I say that though, there is one squad that could do it.
There could potentially be one
Solo
there.
Q Goats.
Yes, solo Q goats. Granted, I'm very interested to see what edge play looks like for the majority of these teams, especially on World's Edge here. Coming into specifically this kind of POI could be very dangerous in comparison to what we are typically used to. So I wait with bated breath there. This zone, I will set this up now, could potentially pull a little bit more past this wall that we currently see Rascals set up for. Kind of that mm, open-esque area where it pulls a little bit more into the low ground before it actually hits the valley. It's definitely tough to play specifically from this POI or current zone iteration, as right now everything has height against it, but it's definitely the place you want to be towards that end game if it tends to drag that way.
Noticing that solo Q Goats have, well, definitely picked up some attention. They're going to be playing slightly more defensively. Caustic, another great legend when you're trying to keep Valkyrie squads and 50-50s away from you, making it that much harder to actually land and succeed in the fight, should you be one of those offending Valks. Totem, currently sitting inside of a village all alone, are likely surprised by the fact that we've got so much space in between teams right now, and so much of that has had to do with late rotations. Normally, we wouldn't be saying that at this point in the game. We've still got all 20 squads left, only one death so far, two if we count the res that ended up forgiving that, and a relatively low action game to start us off. I think everybody here knows that, though not in this game, in this tournament, their season is on the line, and it's even giving high society a little bit of the heebie-jeebies as they're sitting alone as well. Not something that I expect from them because they like to go hard.
Yeah, I was about to say, one of the more aggressive rosters that's kind of seen tenure in both the Challenger circuit as well as this recent Pro League split. And while it hadn't been the most successful of them, they still have the inkling of that kind of source of game style that we've seen many times over. We check in with bots.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy. Nozedia here. I appreciate the compliment. That's very nice, to say the least.
having a little bit of fun, knowing that we'll know it's him. Bots are, I want to say, another squad that is pretty aggressive, although I don't think they're expecting this. There's a squad lurking on them right now, and EMP is going to wreak havoc, and now, even though the shields are dropped, a very nice bubble may allow bots to recover. Caustic Gas out in front of them. Piggy is low, but on the Valkyrie has a lot of safety on top of this rock. I think bots are going to be able to clutch this out.
Able to pull back, find the nice reset, of course, with the utilization of that defensive bombardment.
Oh.
But in the meanwhile, it's Robin from afar, this nemesis roster that snipes Piggy out of the air here. From what direction? They're actually coming back through from Fragment there. You see them finding their way in, and as just quickly as they arrive, they are taken down. Jack finding that initial knock with the wingman.
Playing for content, still wanting to finish off the play that they started up, but having turned around onto Robin, now it's playing for content that would be the third party. Everybody else running forward, Otter lagging a little bit behind, pops that med kit, but it is time to go. Bots end up going down. Our second squad to leave today, to not one, but two teams collaborating on their demise.
It's a bit of a shame. We know that bots love to play the edge. This is the identity of this team that has kind of evolved here in at least the recent rounds of play, especially through last chance qualifiers and challenger circuit as a whole. To see them kind of maybe a little bit too forward before they had the opportunity to shine is a bit depressing. And I promise you, I'm not just biased due to the name here. For now, Nibble, they are on the defense, this major train line tunnel. It looks like playing for content, of course, took to the skies for the redeploy here. Going to be playing more directly into Landslide itself. I wonder if this area is as open as it was when we checked in initially.
Already caustic barrels here do make them wary, but they're not going to pull an ESA this time. I believe going to be able to get inside, but oh my lord, the gas starts ticking away, and they lose one. Playing for content take a lot of damage, and even to their long-term game plan is picking up their remaining Valkyrie is going to be difficult. They have a bubble to do it. Nobody else going to seemingly push up into this, and somehow they manage to survive from what seemed like a frying pan into fire situation.
I mean, it just goes to show here how the lack of teams that kind of set themselves up within this region. It was something we talked about at the very beginning of this game, and it has continued to carry through here as we see playing for content kind of liberally take over this cart here and actually go for the full heal. Granted, it's not a provided rotation for what is this next zone, but it's much better than finding your way out in comparison to some of these other teams here. Scars, it looks like they've made their way just barely out of that tunnel. We still have to be a little bit warranted regarding the pressure from TTD. Looks like we see also the rotation from Drain Gang that pull away from Landslide and more towards that kind of no-name area within the cart to set up their next fence line.
I barely ever talk about this when we're on screen, but one of the things that I have to point out about what we just saw is that playing for content for all of the chaos of the last couple of minutes are also running low on ammunition. They're about to run into squads trying to get inside of this ring. They do not have the resources for an extended fight, and if anyone turns around on them, things are going to get chaotic, and they already are. Look at your screens. Valkyrie squads are ulting in left and right, and Cool Gaming are taking a fight up on the top of Landslide. Taken out Nemesis.
Just cut the back end of that one there, and even still, Cool Gaming, they have to pay some respect to plenty of these squads that definitely have put themselves now into Landslide itself with that zone closing in there. Thankfully, this high ground does allow for a nice angle to kind of protect yourself having a it looks like defensive bombardment quite a ways away here. We tune in with Gil, who's already found the knock onto Blast there, as well as the full thirst.
Well, are not starting things off the way that they would have liked to, as I'm sure anyone could tell you, but it's partially and actually largely to do with the chaos of this game. There's been a lot of close range combat, and with Guild sitting inside this building, only taking the fights when they absolutely have to, starting to even explore the outside, recognizing that the squads are starting to get whittled down pretty significantly, down to 16 already. A lot of neutered squads out there, sitting with just 1 or 2 members even, making this even more difficult. Again, though, I direct my vision over towards the right side of the screen and wonder who could possibly be sitting in that RV.
For Mutarium, it's a bit of a shame. As pretty as this one looks, their journey might just be over here. Dia Tyler, the last standing member in High Society who landed here early. Now you can see them. Denze, we know he's one to warrant aggression, already extending himself to potentially look for that last kill. Just a quick update, though. Outplayed, who was within that kind of vault-esque my apologies, tunnel, came through and were able to pinch and take out TTD, meanwhile, in all of that action.
A nice move from them. ZBW trying to cut off the escape. The squad in front of them, making sure that Countdown is not going to be easy to exit. Do still have the Valkyrie and will likely make use of it to get inside of zone. Something that we're seeing, I think, increasing in frequency over during our first game of the day. Caustic Gas starting to do work, and ZBW playing really conservatively. The 100 crack comes out of nowhere, but it's not going to be a push. ZBW aren't getting aggressive on this just yet, however. If this nade lands, things could get really risky. T-Rex are playing with that, I want to say, control that we definitely recognized them for last split. This is where it's going to get even riskier, starting to push down right now. They encounter one lone Valk. ZBW end up going out in the meantime, but T-Rex lose one. Will they lose everything?
In pairing there, you got Solo Q Goats who find the successful drop. Kill is going to be completely wiped clean there by Horizon, as now they are forced to make the rotation through this valley hold here. Don't potentially down just a moment, but there's no team to follow through, and now they're running directly into what is potentially the back end of that MP. They just barely miss it there.
Kearney's movement right now, we'll see if it's enough to keep them alive. Playing for content, however, find themselves in another really tight spot. Scar's RPR is taking shots at them from above, but they managed to wipe out Rascals before anything bad happens to them. Now Scar's trying to round the corner here. May manage to clean this squad up, but they've survived so much already. Maybe they even survive this. Lepe takes to the skies, gets taken out. Scars find themselves yet another squad wipe as they take out playing for content, and we're down to our top 9 squads.
Yeah, T-Rex here, Horizon, Rascals playing for content, all to fall there on that major collapse of zone. And like I said earlier on, this is the one that pulls over the wall where we saw very early High Society land towards. And as it stands, currently no one is there, and I can understand it. It's one of the lowest ground places to be in terms of the end of this zone, as there's usually that more northern area that provides a little bit more high ground in terms of response. But as we tune in with Scars, I gotta give them high praise. I know they've had a shaky performance, especially when we talk about land, but with kills like that and already the start of what looks to be the fight against Cool Gaming here, I can't say nothing.
Keeping their fingers in every pie, it seems, participating in every fight that they possibly can. As Rebel finish their fight, Solo Q Goats are going to be the team that ends up leaving us, moving us into the top 7. Tyler still very much alive, might be able to clinch out yet another couple placement points, pulling a Timmy from yesterday. Scars, however, continuing the aggression, take out Cool Gaming, and like you talked about, they seem to be at the top of their game right now.
So now bringing us down to 6 squads remaining. There are 2 rats on the board, so only 4 major 3-man rosters still left to play here. Notice Outplayed Shex also down there on the low ground of where this zone tends to close. I don't know if he has complete control over that bottom end area anymore, or if this zone pulls him kind of up into that fight. Drain Gang here forced to make their way out from their walls. You have to worry. Scars right alongside them. They're now running directly into Tire. Yeah, they'll find the breaks and potentially that next knock, but this is what's going to put Drain Gang out of the game.
That was 2 knocks for Tyler as well. 2 more kills for them. Do finally go out as Scars sort of usher them out of this game. But what a big come up for Tyler. And now Scars largely having been able to avoid everyone in the lobby. Look at this corner that they've got. Look at the safety that Scars are working with in this end game. They may be able to just wait everything out and then walk in to take the win.
Yeah, mind you, if High Society find the rotation kind of up here, start this fight against Rebel, putting down a majority of that damage without doing it healthily, right? It's just one quick rotation for Scars to kind of find that victory. Ordnance is down, the rotation from Denze around the back here to line it up with the Spitty.
It takes just a little bit too much damage to feel comfortable, and I am loving how much they're pushing themselves right now. High Society even continuing on that, noticing the bubble was misaligned. Denze pops out with the phase breach, and everyone covers him on the way out. Even Scars starting to pitch in from the distance now. They are swooping and they smell that blood. They want to clean up these kills, but an early bubble may end up doing them more harm than good. Scars are unable to complete that push cleanly, and now are out in the open. The focus of everyone with no way out. Will they be eaten up?
This is tough. I'd love to see where Rebel are. It looks like they've pulled more directly towards the right. And yes, Scars continue to find the knocks here, but can they finish the job before High Society gets a complete reset here? Looks like they've got a problem of their own as they take out Outplayed as the fight takes through. Rebel eliminated now. The top 2, the final take here.
Scars versus High Society. Already Scars starting to get aggressive as High Society took their time to reset. Thermite not going to find enough purchase, especially as Kim ends up going down. Denze full sends it into the bubble. It's 2 versus 1, and Scars are winning it out. Still 2 versus 1, but Denze's clutching it. Peacekeeper in the hands of RPR is going to be just enough to clutch it for Scars as they kick off game 1 with a bang.
Woo! Scars here, proving that yes, while performance may be shaky regarding land, there's still the highest competitor in this lobby overall. They make short work of the rotation, find the success not just against Rebel, but also High Society as well in those final moments. It's very rare that the initial fighter is the one to come out on top in final endgame fights there.
Things got real shaky at the end as well. I wasn't sure Scars were going to make it out as High Society seemed to have the command of everything, but the
Mhm.
fence line proved so ridiculously valuable for both Rebel and Scars because Rebel lasted a really, really long time for a position that was not good.
No, absolutely. And they were peppered not just from scars from behind, but constantly on their own end from high society. And they never really got the opportunity to heal up and fight back in any regard. It was like the fight that actually finally took place against them only took a few seconds, given especially the health that we saw from scars as they made their next rotation into high society. I will say, though, the kind of wrench that we didn't really talk about, it was outplayed Shex there in those final moments. Had he
Mhm.
not put the damage down onto Kim regarding his kind of return towards that high ground, potentially this fight might have looked a little bit different there.
I'm much like Tyler, right? Think about
Yes,
that sort of
same
X factor
concept.
that we saw. Mutarian picking up an extra 2 kills there, ended up also ushering yet another squad out early. Drain Gang, who had set up inside of zone really, really well up until that point, all of a sudden just got caught off guard by one single thing. And that's the game of inches that Apex Legends is played on. Reminder, we are looking for top 10 in all of these games today, trying to make our way into the next winners finals because we got winners, winners, losers, losers. It goes
Yes, yes,
crazy
yes,
this weekend,
yes.
and it'll continue after we take a very short break.
No, no, no. We've got
Ooh.
points, baby. This isn't Nerd Street. This isn't those other
Oh, we do.
lame streams who don't have it automatic. Tails, put it on the screen, baby. We got the points ready right now. We're not going to take it to a break. Scars, they lead the pack 26 points, 14 kills to go alongside what was their win, easily providing a large gap here from World's Edge Game 1.
Well, that's pretty darn cool. Look at that. We get everything all ready. ZBW and Los Baguettes having an unfortunate game. I was surprised to see ZBW actually going out so quickly, because you'll remember they were the ones that were holding inside of Countdown,
It's
actually
true.
looking pretty good. And as T-Rex made their exit, ZBW just sort of disappeared.
Yeah, a little bit surprising in that regard. Plenty of names that also hold some tempo. Bots with their big success from what was the last chance qualifiers. Guild, though, and Totem, of course, coming from that land, also not really in the best of positions here. But on the down for the top 5, High Society, Rebel, Cool Gaming, and Outplayed. Surprisingly, a majority of those rosters all kind of being on the lower half of what is Pro League last chance qualifiers, with the exception of Scars here.
Yeah, as things are starting to sort of be shown, as people are starting to give us a bit of their hands, I do get worried for our squads that are coming up from the Challenger Circuit. But
Mhm.
it is just game one, right? And if Challenger Circuit has taught anything, it is adaptability with different squads playing week in and week out. It is the time for them to shine. Perhaps not in game one, but as we take our second game on World's Edge in just a few minutes and the Storm Point coming up. Is it time to take a break now, Zephyr?
Yes, absolutely. So as we come back to the desk in just a moment, maybe provide yourself with some nourishment or some refreshments to make sure the experience is as enjoyable as you want it to be. Stick around.
All right, folks, welcome back. I remembered to unmute this time, and did you remember to unmute, or were you telling me to
I
remember to
hate you.
unmute?
I hate you. I
No,
hate you.
what? What?
Usually it's him. Usually it's him, ladies and
No, no,
gentlemen.
no, no,
All
no,
right, go
guys.
ahead. Take it.
A
Take it.
hundred, 100% of today, it's been Zephyr. I don't control the facts, Zephyr. However, as crazy as today has already been, we're going to get even more crazy in just a few minutes, dropping into World's Edge for the second time. It's going to be coming up shortly. I'm going to take a look at those points again, just to remind myself a little bit of a refresher as we're going into the next game. Scars still finding themselves with a really nice lead and a whole lot of kills to boot, because remember, you only get 12 points for the win.
Hey, I'll take that there. 14 kills, a high dominance over teams like High Society and Rebel, but plenty more when we talk about Cool Gaming, who they were also able to sustain. So that marks up 9 just in the final moments of the game. Some of the most accelerated play you could potentially see, especially in zones 5 and 6, where even just one fight could potentially be the bane of your existence. So high praise to them there regarding the skill set.
Big props, of course, to the other squads in our top 10. ANC outplayed, actually making it through what was a very difficult early game, getting that res in and still being able to place in top 5. And Mutarium, crucially, with one member being able to pick up 2 additional points on top of the 5 that they already had for their placement, keep them inside of the top 10 as well.
Well, for most of these rosters, I won't start to kind of hash out the top 10 just yet. It's still far too early. Obviously, something say like 26 points for Scars is going to last obviously for the next 5 matches and should keep them competitive here, but even the kind of general smattering that we have from second all the way down to 10 is nowhere close to safe. There's still plenty of time for Reply Totem down to Lost Baguettes to easily find themselves within the same range here. Obviously, it feels good to be in a place like this, but there's no slouching just yet.
No, one good game, one win, and your spot could be taken away from you. It is very scary, and it's something that I dare say we're almost relying on, Zephyr. You and I were looking at 11th through 20th off after game 1 and going, well, it's a bit surprising, isn't it? We're not really getting a whole lot of the teams that we'd expected to pop off, actually starting it off that way early on. So redemption arc still coming in. I think that is one of the sort of results of World's Edge, though, because we talked a lot about how Pro League squads were having a pretty good game 1. I think a lot of that is really reliant on the fact that they're so used to this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those who have found success over a long period of time, especially in these last 2-3 years, have gotten the most supreme experience possible, right? I mean, that's something that you'll always have to compete against. I do want to give praise to Cool Gaming. They do pull from the last chance qualifier. They placed first overall in Challenger Circuit, right? And then had a bit of a washed performance there going into what was the last chance qualifier finals, finishing 16th, the last possible position. And now they show up today, already putting some major points on the board here.
It's a good start for them. Let's take a look at how they perform in this second game. Now, you and I noted inside of the first game that it was a little bit unusual, right? To be pulling out towards Landslide is not the way that we typically see things like World's Edge play out. We normally see a lot more building control, even things like Thermal Station being able to play a lot of the scaffolding that is scattered around the area. So now that we're getting into the second game, I think a lot of teams are hoping that they get something that's a little bit more reliable for them, especially for all these caustic teams to be able to set up inside, and that it isn't just Drain Gang setting up fences across the acres that they have with an early rotation.
And something I find kind of unique about that zone is the fact that typically when we do see the zone finish in that specific area where it did in game 1, typically it's a staging start, right? You have a lot of teams that are able to put themselves within that kind of no-name geyser village right there, and that allows for at least a better rotation in terms of the long-term. Landslide here may have not warranted the best perception of these teams, given how chaotic and sporadic it is regarding the setup of that landscape here. So now, as we look into this game, I'm very interested to see where this zone pulls. Of course, probably potentially towards the south, but I may be completely wrong. But it's hopefully an opportunity, like you said many times over, the potential redemption arc for a lot of these rosters.
Great start for Reply Totem, by the way. Anybody see that double gold helm drop? That is something that, again, we wouldn't normally talk about. Picking up early armors is something that is more useful in the grand scope of things, and helmets tend to go pretty darn undervalued, but gold helmets on your Gibraltar and your Caustic, even your Valkyrie, can quite literally change the game with access to more damage, more resets, and more everything. This could be Reply Totem's game if they play their cards just right.
Mm.
Over with Mutarium, taking their time looting up. I do remember them taking a very late rotation into the zone last time. We've got about a minute until most teams will have started on theirs, and whether Mutarium actually
Oh,
do or
wow.
not is going to say a lot about, well, how this zone's going to play out, because they can sit tight.
Yeah, we're getting a deep north zone here. We're going to definitely pull into more directly towards that survey camp climatizer area. If we want to talk about some power positions to already set this one up, yes, these POIs are good, but I'm a little bit more preferable towards that no-name train line kind of out there towards the west, sorry. If that still is within play, especially talking about zones kind of 4 and further, it can be one of the more crucial places to work with, as it does provide a sort of sense of cover towards the POIs we just discussed. For now, though, holding yourself in the major, named areas is still just as good, at least for rounds 1 and 2.
Maybe we get the returns of our kings in the north. I remember when high society
Oh my gosh.
dominated up
Wow.
by the tram
That's
line,
old.
right? You're remembering the Loba days with Dense.
Yeah.
Things were going crazy up there, and well, we may see something like that happen one more time. Not a whole lot of teams have prioritized that rotation just yet. Mostly the squads coming in from Skyhook will have the best shot at being able to take away that sort of train line should they believe the zone is going a little bit further up north. With Totem making their way towards this zone as well, they're going a little bit more central, and a reminder, of course, that they do have slightly faster access to a lot of mobility, despite the fact that EMEA did take a chunk out early. They are notably avoiding fights, even with high society running them down.
I was about to say, we bring them up, and it's no surprise to see them already on the hunt here. And Amaze more than likely safe and secure. It doesn't look like High Society is going to pressure that one out any further, but it goes to show how much is in terms of the expectation there. They're actually going to start pulling more back and out over here towards the Vault-esque area, maybe the Lava City, if they want to go for maybe a more extended rotation regarding the loot, if they don't feel comfortable. As we take a look, though, back towards this Climatizer region, ZBW, Drain Gang, Nibble, and of course, Scars, our winner from last game, have all made the very, very early rotations forward here. Notably, Mutarium, though, that was in Climatizer, they've pulled out. They're playing the Ridge line now.
A fascinating change up, as we do get a lot of power positions in that little macaroni building that sits up there, but in this particular case, being able to rotate out towards the side would be really important for a lot of squads. I like the position that Drain Gang are currently shooting at, though I'm not sure who currently holds it.
Yeah, that's the one we talked about very early on in the game, that far north end, but hey, I just as much prefer Drain Gang's position here. We haven't quite seen it set up yet, but the fence to provide for the inside this building can be just as good. Looks like that EMP coming through there. Wonder if that was provided by Limek or someone else in turn. It doesn't look like anyone is going to capitalize on that anytime soon here. Lost Baguettes, they in survey camp once again, already losing Fury early. It's deja vu, the first team member to fall 2 games in a row.
It's unfortunate to have it happen twice, and it speaks to something that is perhaps a little bit less of a coincidence than we would have liked to imagine watching game 1. Makes game 2 all the more difficult, makes their entire day all the more difficult. Although, as we noted, just one good game right now would basically secure your spot in top 10. We'll see how many squads are able to secure that, who ends up coming out with the win this time around. Cool Gaming will have plenty of space, knowing they're only going up against a 2-man, and T-Rex is trying to take space away in Climatizer, but have already lost Kearney, losing your Gibraltar, and now being exposed to those deadly 30-30 shots from Drain Gang. T-Rex are not having a good time.
Well, thankfully for them, Lara seems to have made the return in terms of the shielding. A full battery found Oxbow as well to get the Phoenix kit off, but now sent into the valley here. That's no place to play. Already just as quick as he is healthy, he's back down in the dumps here behind that rock. Most of these teams obviously taking advantage of that high ground position. I mean, look at the angles provided, not just from, say, ZBW, who put down most of the damage, but also, of course, Drain Gang, what is outplayed, and even Nibble across.
And think about the escape, right? If Oxbow wants to try and leave, he's got to go up and up, leads straight into
Jeez.
Mutarium. Now Totem. This is the World's Edge play that I'm a little bit more comfortable with, that we all have come to know and love. Multiple teams sitting right on top of each other, making it very difficult to, in a lot of cases, push or be pushed.
Yeah, Totem now kind of defending what is that entrance point here for the side of Climatizer. Might be taking it toe-to-toe against ZBW sometime soon here, but looks like might be seeing a little bit of an extended rotation there from what could be Drain Gang out from their building they've held on too long to check in. It does look like Scars is holding that northern area. Not quite the train line, but definitely one of the more provided positions that allows for rotation just alongside Horizon. But it's TTD who currently have that major kind of valley-esque position that we talked about so early on here. Zone 1 closing in. It looks like the only squads that have yet to make their way in being that of Guild, Solo Q, Goats, Rebel, and there's a few others that are just taking their time. It looks like there is one squad all the way out there by Lava Siphon. I wonder if that's still High Society.
Very well could be. I was noticing that Nemesis are taking their rotation a little bit later this time as well, but fortunately finding themselves inside of Zone 1, unlike last game where they were forced to Valgold in over the top. This time, not as many choke points in their way. And Epicenter, by the way, completely open. Given that it's inside of Zone 2, and Zone 1 is just now finished closing, it could be that Nemesis actually find themselves with the easiest access to the information on where the next ring is going. We get it now, but the teams that actually have access to that info early are going to be in a massive advantage.
Right, because we see this zone
where the next ring is going. We get it now, but the teams that actually have access to that info early are going to be in a massive advantage.
Right, because we see this zone close, and you already get the opportunity to see what is going to be, I believe, that Zone 5 there for Nemesis if they continue to play us. And the craziest thing is you've got so many squads that have put themselves in Climatizer to try to capitalize on that far, far northern position here that little recognize that that ridge line that you currently see Mutarium is technically still up for grabs, especially if you play maybe out a little bit more towards the bridge there or try to contest Mutarium themselves to take that one away. And trust me, that allows for the potential rotation into these final moments, and you avoid a lot of the central play that we're seeing from most of these rosters here. So for those that are late rotating, still plenty of opportunities, and some that can even last into Zone 6 and further. For now, though, Rascals, it looks like a fight of their own. Knocks Gas Grenade down. The massive shots found. Sivin, unable to find the last tap necessary, but TTD will also fall as well as Scars comes through to wrap that one up.
Mutually assured destruction with the gas at the end. Really nice caustic play, the kind of thing that you really only get to see in EMEA, the squad that has favored this legend for days on days. But it opens up this entire northern section. Remember, these two squads offed each other. So Scars literally
yeah, I was about to say, Scars didn't participate. My apologies. They got to see that from afar.
That must be wild to look over and go, well, I guess we play this area now, lads.
This is looking pretty good, and this is the spot that I had more high expectations for. It doesn't look like the train line is going to be as impressive in terms of this specific end zone. It looks like we are getting a more direct pull still kind of towards that Climatizer POI, but even this kind of third cart that does present itself, as well as the area that Mande is currently holding with that Gibraltar, is definitely one of the best positions you can be in. I am interested to see where Horizon currently kind of hoist themselves. We know for a fact when we last checked in with them that they were also only a click away. Looking here, we got a little bit of a take regarding the drop. Bit of a
Observer
volt
wants
in there.
to know there's a volt, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a volt in there. I don't think there's a squad nearby, though.
No, Volt Gaming. There we go. Thank you. Just keeping our eyes out, hoping that someone shows up to loot this lonely care package. Turns out it was High Society, by the way. Remember a long time ago we were wondering who was still over there, and you were like, hey, maybe it's High Society. Yep, it was High Society. They're the ones taking their sweet, sweet time making it into ring, and no rush, right? This is a very wide open zone so far. Epicenter is still hugely available. If High Society can just play things slow, they should be able to third-party fights. They should be able to really play in their comfort zone. is a little bit more action-centric.
Right, I was about to say, if you give High Society the opportunity to take maybe kind of those edge 3v3s before they're actually pressured into zone, they can net themselves the competitive KP that keeps them relevant, even without maybe finding the positioning, because that's something that this team kind of recognized as their identity when we talked about Challenger Circuit for them in Split 1, as well as what was a little bit of Pro League Split 2 as they played through it. LCQ Goats pulling all the way over from the west, making one heck of a rotation there. They're about to learn that there's not much space left to play here in Climatizer.
It is not a friendly zone right now, and the late rotate really is punishing. Chaotic Mensch ends up getting taken out. Now no rotations for you later on. Reply Totem helping out with the collection of that kill. As an EMP goes off, the dome is denied, and Zippeth may very well go down trying to play in just a little bits of lava. Things get very, very scary quickly for the squad of Solo Q Goats that chose to land there. And I think we all understand the risk that comes with it. They most of all, if not before, especially now that they've been whittled down to just a single member.
Well, it looks like Diff will have to wrap this one out. It's very unlikely that they're going to be able to sustain those banners, then turn around, find the revives necessary to put them in a more competitive realm here. And like we talked about before, when it wasn't Solo Q Goats, a different squad that was kind of currently positioned in that bottom, there's too many angles on that high ground. It's just not a place that you'll be able to play. I would have even liked to see them try to maybe even go for a bit slower of a rotation. Maybe play out here. We know the fact that some of these major POIs are completely open. We've said it many times over, and they just were trying to stem for the late game, but that was what came back to bite them here. Mutarium, they themselves finding a care package of Volt now in what is their tool belt. Curious to see who it ends up on. It seems like no one's utilizing it just yet, maybe saving it for a rainy day.
Denying it from other squads for now, perhaps.
Yep,
not a lot of Loba pickups in this lobby, so the risk relatively low as DiffQ crouches behind his cross, saying his prayers for the very last time, potentially, is just a minute left until zone closes. I actually wanted to talk a little bit about Mutarium, because we were focused on the Volt, we were focused on where that was going to go, but their position has been what we've mostly talked about today, and while it is a really flexible one, this zone's still good for them. Next zone, not nearly so much. That's where the positioning of Mutarium is going to really get tested, where their ability to make split-second decisions, make great use of portals, is going to determine how much longer they can survive in the game, because Mutarium will need to transition into playing the outside of the fence line near Climatizer or die trying.
Definitely could potentially. I know there's a lot of that kind of lower ground area, though, still available out there to the west. Honestly, it's only going to be Lost Baguettes and currently Cool Gaming. You might see some rotations in from Guild and bots towards that survey camp and further in terms of the fight potential, but that's one of the better areas to play. I mean, if you're looking to avoid the heat of the action that kind of presents itself within Climatizer, you still have that opportunity for rotation. I do want to point out, though, that Scars, who has held on to this kind of god spot all game long, is continued in their action. They are rectified. They are allowed to persist. I mean, they have no movement necessary whatsoever, and props to them for clearing out what was, or not even, I guess. They didn't even clear out their backside. That was mutual assured destruction. What am I talking about?
It's kind of, yeah, it was a little odd, but hey, they ended up making sure that it happened, right? They were watching, and they were like, you know what? I'll participate if you make me. With Guild able to set up here, they're the ones that will benefit from this now empty area. Good late rotate for them. I was noting that High Society had made their rotation into Climatizer as well, but it seems like Guild are encountering a little bit more trouble. Potentially Scars trying to sneak up on them. Maybe even another squad playing for content in the meantime. The team that ended up playing a big part in taking out our very first two teams is now a lot of damage, but might just be able to get this res off. It's a risky one. You've not got a lot of effective HP to work with, and being bubbled up on, playing for content, or surely going out.
Leme takes to the sky here. Is going to be able to find the high ground necessary to present some safety, but Nemesis are quick on the draw to follow through there. Put shots from what is that epicenter area will prevent the complete end of that one there. It looks like they are able finally to source that one out. Playing for content eliminated here as Nemesis now gets the opportunity to take advantage of both of these teams.
Top 15, top 14, excuse me. We are now into placement point territory as well. Squads are going to start collecting that in ANC, exposing themselves to a little bit of risk to add an additional one to that, picking up the last remaining member of Solo Q Goes. They've now got to make their way not just back up into Climatizer, but even further in the next 45 seconds as we are going north, and so many squads are piled up in that area. Mutarium got themselves a Kraber, not just the bolt that we were talking about earlier. They've got access to so much, but just one shot from this, they can find yet another squad wipe. Nice crack on the 123 there. But for right now, everything is calm for Mutarium. It's just poke, it's just damage, it's just scare tactics.
Tyler, I was about to say, but Tyler with the portal rotation there to play the fence line that we talked about earlier here for Climatizer, already making the apparent moves necessary and hopefully going to be able to defend, as this becomes a hot place to be here for most of these squads that have to make the gap, bridge that from the other side of Climatizer and play more directly into these buildings here. You can see bots, they found themselves on the outside as well. They've got a little bit of a draw in terms of sorting out where Mutarium is. You can see Nizetia, or Howdy fan number 1 apparently, on the draw, already dropping down the utilization of that defensive bombardment right onto Mutarium.
Makes sense if they want to try and push up on this, but we'll see how well it ends up playing out for them, as Cool Gaming are on a push of their own. This is where action's going to explode. We already knew that so many teams were going to have to exit. We've already lost one, but it's just the first. Mutarium barely been chunked out in the meantime by their second now defensive bombardment that is raining in on top of them. So much cover from above here, but they're continuing to hold on to this fence line, and the nice position from Tyler FPS is making that even easier. Eats a frag in the back though, and things are starting to look rough. The health bars are going low, and Mutarium haven't dropped the Gibby bubble just yet. They don't have a Shored safety. It is all angles for this squad, and there's another squad walking up on them. Rebel end up going out, and we've got yet another team that's about to eat it.
I was going to say, we've got a bit of a mix Mutarium here. They know that Outplayed's been here for quite some time and now pulling more directly towards defense to defend against Strain. They're going to look for these kills and finish the job. Tyler with the wingman right into the fray there, but the teammate shield's too difficult to play into regarding the knockdown. Right back into the gas there. Unlucky will be dropped as well. Tyler with the syringe looking to put himself back into presentable place of health here, but we've seen this one time and time again. It doesn't work out in terms of trying to play into those teammate shields. Already Blast now officially down, potentially unlucky as well. He still looks for the kill though.
Mutarium have had such a calm game, such a great position for so long, and it finally gets the better of them. They finally get a little bit too antsy, pushing up into Caustic. They've now lost 2, a necessary death. Lends a shield swap to Tyler as they desperately try and collect these last KP that they earned, but just went a little bit too hard for. Caustic Gas continues ticking, and like you said, it feels like just ages that took, and it cost Mutarium big.
Well, successfully, once again, Tyler is able to sustain potentially for a little bit longer. It was in game 1 that we saw Tyler hide underneath the bridge and was actually able to pick up 2 kills in the trade against Drain Gang from their rotation. So the potential rat opportunity is still more than available for him, as we'll have to check in where he puts himself. For now, Horizon still holding on to this position, and now most of these squads, though, forced to make their way out of Climatizer, the chaos to ensue.
Horizon are just going to start shooting and really never stop. If you had a Rampart ult, you'd use it here. Just mow people down as they exit Climatizer. We're dropping squads constantly as we've gone from 8 to 5 in the course of 10 mere seconds. Likely 4 soon, as even Los Baguettes are starting to take pot shots. Haven't gotten the res earlier on. Los Baguettes now finally get the chance to participate in the end game that they missed in game 1, as Horizon have been pushed back into just a corner of the fence line that they previously held and are fighting up against Scars.
Scars here wanting to take this one for themselves. They know it's got a great potential for the endgame, but they have to be careful doing it. So you know for a fact Lost Baguettes, as well as one other squad out there on the edge, are just waiting for their opportunity to play into this one. You can see Totem, though, taking a fight of their own against Fury, the Lost Baguettes roster. This might be the perfect opportunity for Scars to finish the job.
Horizon are so ridiculously low, but they are also playing carefully, recognizing a third party could come in as they find 1 knock and make it 2, though. Horizon have lost everything, it seems. after having given up, well, essentially nothing to
Nothing.
Scars. Everybody is totally safe. We're entering into a 3v3v3 completely cleanly. No third parties in this endgame.
At this point here, I mean, Scars has made it clear that they have plenty to prove after what was the performance of LAN, and they're making short work of every team in this lobby, just decimating the competition. Lost Baguettes, they pulled up from their line all the way on towards the edge and continue to pump the damage necessary to potentially start finding those knocks against Scars, but just as quickly, Monday from behind, the drop onto Katie.
There's just no defensive abilities available outside of this dome. It turns out that it's not even enough as Lost Baguettes don't complete that res. Instead, getting another knock. Scars should be able to clean them up. Now Fury tries to escape, but Totem are coming in for the third party, having picked up one, picked up two, and completed the wipe. Totem take away game 2, and our teams from LAN who were sent home are now performing angry at what went down internationally.
And you know what? This is a lot more accurate in terms of what was to expect regarding these teams. Totem comes out of that first game sitting on what was 3 points. I mean, that's nothing in comparison to what we saw out of them when we talk about even as far back as Pro League Split 2. I have to give respect to them. We didn't quite catch their rotation or exactly where they had pulled from, at least regarding what was zones 4 and further, but they were able to kind of dissuade and pull that game out as long as possible and at least force the trades that we saw there between Lost Baguettes and Scars. Now, I am very interested. There was quite the chaotic flurry in terms of rotation regarding kind of the exit towards Climatizer. I wonder how many kills, especially Totem, was able to pick up if they had sightline on something like that.
Yeah, a squad like Horizon that ended up going out still inside of top 4 as well likely benefited from a lot of this, although they were distracted by Scars. And Lost Baguettes, who had a really rough game 1, also got to collect a fair amount of it. Kills are going to be the thing that we keep our eyes on, and as I've been informed, Zephyr,
Let's go.
The scoreboard, it happens quickly, so we're going to get the chance to take a look at exactly how much it netted them. Scars with the 44 points now. Reply Totem shot themselves up to second place.
Woo! Yeah, Totem now sitting at 28, the same position that we saw Scars in pretty much in game 1. Scars continuing to extend their gap, make it clear that they're already on their way to winners round 2, netting themselves, I believe, 18 points alone in that game. Even if they weren't able to net themselves the win, the 9 points alongside another 9 from 3 eliminated squads keeps them high among the rest. A team I am surprised to see here, though, High Society, now sitting in 3rd overall. Some marginal performance in both games has allowed them to consistently accrue the points necessary to put them in that top position.
They had a sneaky rotation in as well. We saw them last passing through Overlook, but they got right into the center of Climatizer and were unfortunately in the sort of meat grinder as it turned out. But we're clearly able to pick up enough kills here, enough placement points that they recover really, really nicely and end up keeping the ball rolling from what was an excellent game 1 from them. Seems like Solo 2 Goats Guild and playing for content, though, just on the verge of pushing themselves into top 10. Playing for
Opportunity, especially for some of those rosters who hold lots of tenure in terms of Apex competitive as a whole, to prove themselves and put some more regulated points on the board with some consistency before we approach the chaos that is Stormpoint. You won't want to miss it. Howdy,
Welcome
howdy,
back.
legends. Welcome. No, screwed. I miss it once. You
You do
don't get to
howdy
do
howdy
that.
every time?
I do howdy, howdy every single time.
Okay, okay. I thought we were doing.
Howdy, legends.
Hey.
Welcome back to Last Chance Qualifier number 2. As you can tell, we're already ready to go as we make our way onto World's Edge one final time. But before we do that, let's, of course, take a look at those points, reiterate what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Scars have had an incredible day. Reply Totem are joining them now. I think that much is very, very clear. The rest of the scores, though, are what need a little bit more breaking down. You can tell who's won what, but with Los Baguettes having a really nice turnaround inside of the second game, and Mutarium being really consistent right now, that's what's starting to get me. These small storylines that are being told, even Rebel with a really nice recovery inside of this game.
Yeah, plenty of teams here that have had what was a poor position coming out of game 1. We talk about 11th, kind of 15th place, have quickly assured us that they still hold the present, at least opportunity to continue to put kind of points on the board here. And the craziest thing is putting yourself in 11th, 13th last time around, obviously was only sitting around what was that kind of 3, 5 to 6 point range. Even though we see these teams kind of assume better positioning, their points accumulation hasn't really changed from game to game. It's just the fact that in comparison to some of these other teams who maybe don't have as much experience, they're consistently able to do so. And of course, I mean, you don't need to be a mathematician. That adds up after 6 games.
It really does. Being able to constantly just get a few points on the board, it'll keep you completely in contention. Last character select, no last minute changes, it seems. I believe Mutarium were the ones that ended up swapping things up going into game 2, switching off Tyler from the Valkyrie into the Wraith, but we've still only got our one solo Watson who's actually been performing relatively well so far. Drain Gang have had a good go of it.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to see them try to hold out what was the final moments there of the western end of Climatizer Play the Roof, and when that finally was out of zone, they were dropped and eliminated, much like the rest of those teams that kind of put themselves in that POI there. I gotta say, in terms of the character select, something that I do find interesting, obviously, this might be apparent to you if you watch competitive Apex, but of course, we've got Caustic, holding much more prevalence here than especially in what was Last Chance Qualifier yesterday. I mean, I want to make this clear. We had what was maybe 6 to 8 Caustics in the lobby for World's Edge coming out of Last Chance Qualifier 1, finals, winners, whatever, right? Going into today, you can already see the comparison and strength of that pick of the Legend, as you have easily more than half, almost 75% of the lobby utilizing that one.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me sweat just to imagine playing in this lobby with so much gas everywhere, but it is an extremely powerful pick, and it gives you a lot of staying power, a lot like that Watson. So I'm glad to see teams utilizing that, and it defines a play style for a lot of these squads as well. I got to be honest, Zephyr, I'm considering traveling.
I just love the hidden gems that exist here on World's Edge. It's those little details that you have the opportunity to find every so often that our observer has opted to point out here. And there's plenty more. If you were watching yesterday, there was actually... What? Did
you say they were fish last time?
Yeah. Let's not get into it. Don't bring it up. I'm sure you'll see it later. Anyways, zone out and play here. You can already see the map, those drops, nothing too crazy. No one's changed up anything in terms of early contest here. Once again, we are making our way towards the north, which is fairly unique, at least if y'all know the general proximity of World's Edge as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, all these southern teams are kind of feeling robbed, right? A squad like Rebel, High Society, Totem, bots, Howdy fan number 1. They're all hoping, right, that we get something like a thermal zone, a lava siphon zone. Guild are feeling pretty bad about this. Having to make the rotation up does cost a lot of teams in the south who are more used to being able to play closer to home. On the other hand, of course, it equally throws wrenches into the plans of those in the north who may not be nearly as used to having to set up inside of zone a little bit earlier on. Scars, in this particular case, having landed over at Overlook, have had great rotations into zone time and time again. Now, while they don't need to make them, they also can't play more proactively like they have been.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see here, but granted, early rotation, we got the opportunity to see it from Scars in game 2. It didn't look any different from what was their kind of more edge-oriented play in 1, which something is very interesting to say about this roster is the fact that they have that flexibility to kind of adapt to the zones, which I can confidently say when I look at a team like Bots that they are an edge-playing team, and that's really all they do when they approach particularly World's Edge or even Stormpoint, right? Whereas obviously with this team, as we've seen thus far, they have plenty of opportunities, and it just goes to show the level and difference that comes out of it.
ZBW making an early rotate out. Nibble are on their tails. This is not something that we've seen in the past couple games, this sort of contest over by Epicenter, but it may very well put ZBW into the crosshairs of Scars, with actually two teams starting to battle gold in towards Overlook. Monday sitting up on Sniper Tower does not get collapsed on, and as a result, Scars get to push everybody right into this building. It is a great day for them and a terrible day for Horizon as they lose 0-0.
Already right off the bat there, Horizon going to lose out on the one-member Scars, now looking potentially for that reposition. They have to be fairly careful. There are still 5 enemies in play here in response, and they want to take hold on, more appropriately, a building that will last for the late game. Not going to give that one up too early. RPR got to be very careful, kind of trying to extend the pressure out there, utilizing that Valkyrie, and they have to extend a far dome to make sure that he can safely get out of there.
Optics here.
Playing with the toe shots as well. ZBW end up being the ones that sit a little bit quieter. We're hoping that this game sort of quietly passes them by. Horizon also sitting on blues is a little bit of an odd sight to see. Most of the early game rotating teams do try and at least get their armors up pretty significantly, but just a little bit too early for a lot of these squads. They were forced to rotate rather than choosing to do it on their own. Horizon now trying to rotate out and find themselves a slightly better position. Do fortunately retain the Valkyrie and Gibraltar combination that is a lot better than any other combination of 2 remaining players on the squad.
Something interesting to take place. Mutarium, they found the drop onto RPR there. We know they start off at Climatizer, and it looks like they've already made the appropriate rotation to come out from the north into play here. Now, granted, I doubt that's going to be the end of Scars. Likely they probably pick up their own revive. As you can already see just on the corner there of the minimap that RPR is back and in full force, but it goes to show that pressure continuing to evolve in this area. As we also take a look, of course, at Drain Gang already lining themselves with defenses.
Yeah, I wonder who's here has been sort of the echo in my mind. Mutarium, though, are continuing this fight. That's where things get really risky. We've already been dropped relatively low, and Tyler doesn't connect with any shots on his way out. Scars, forced to reset for right now, are going to be able to do so evidently comfortably with a portal to make that even easier. Mutarium are kept at bay for right now, and that's all that you wanted to do as Scars, was make sure that you were relatively safe, because the game will come to you, and Mutarium are the ones out in the open. They're the ones in the risky spot.
I am very interested to see whether this zone pulls more directly into the village itself or out towards where you currently see kind of Mutarium put themselves. It's very unlikely that it does pull up there even further towards the north, but it does have the opportunity to do so. That can make for some pretty intense finishers, because in comparison to a zone like this that's in the middle of this village, where you get a ton of teams stacked building to building, kind of a tier cake system, the open-esque area of the rock exposures forces, of course, more trades to occur here.
With Drain Gang sitting up top right now, I have been really impressed, I will say, by Wicked Slick's shots, be it on the 30-30, on now the Wingman. This guy, he's got aim, and for a player that I hadn't talked about too much before, I'm going to be keeping my eye on him from here on out, because it's definitely been a big part of why Drain Gang are able to succeed in the late game, why they're able to farm up so many shields. I will say this is the one place that Drain Gang aren't currently keeping their eyes on, and for good reason. Taking this zipline is very risky, but it allows Nemesis to play spoiler should they hear a fight going on above.
But I don't think that's ever potentially going to come through. We've seen a lot of teams pay respect to Drain Gang with the fence line. I have yet to see a team kind of rush upon them. It's usually been the end of Drain Gang due to the fact that they themselves are forced to rotate there. So it's very unlikely that we'll potentially see the third party that you've brought up ever kind of transpire, but it still does present itself the potential option. I will say that I am worried for the squads underneath there. There is the opportunity for a lot of entities to definitely put themselves there. right? I mean, that is a place to play regarding the zone for the late game.
Am I dying? I feel like I'm dying.
Oh.
Just moving up through towards the light of the tunnel. You can tell you
I
can
was
tell
getting
her.
James Bond feels.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, I see it. I see
was
it.
like,
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I was gonna try and do the James Bond theme, but instead I have to talk about the Scars rotation because it's kind of crazy. Look at where they've ended up going. They were the ones sitting in Overlook, right? They were the ones that pushed Mutarium off their power position.
yeah.
They're just vibing in Climatizer. What is going on?
Curious what this means in terms of the interpretation of the zone, because obviously they know something we don't. They might be feeling. I mean, there's a plethora of options here. They might
They're
be feeling
crafting.
a little bit loose regarding what is the setup in terms of resources, hence the crafting. Could be potentially looking to provide a better source of weaponry here for themselves. Could be looking to take maybe a more extended approach in terms of edge play. They know this zone will be pulling directly kind of into this northeastern area. That's a lot more open than the village itself, and that could be more of the approach they want to tackle. Whatever it may be, they're just extending the time that they exist here. For other teams like this, though, might be ending fairly shortly.
No way. Well, I want to talk about it more, but Mutarium are gonna make us hold our breath. Tyler barely getting back in time will at least be able to survive for now. A very short-range loadout for Unlucky as well, with the car and the PK, making it difficult to engage in longer-range battles that you do typically see from down here on the low ground, at least eventually having to poke people out with things like the wingman at long range. For the moment, everybody still chilling though, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the Scars rotation, because they were a team that we were actually focused on at the beginning of the game when we realized this was pulling over their POI in Overlook. In a way, Scars have manufactured themselves a way to get more resources, a way to maybe even get a beacon scan, and most importantly, to be able to play edge like they have been for the majority of today. In a really sort of creative angle here and a risky play, I like how they've gone because they're moving this game into their comfort zone.
It's interesting too because we know for a fact that some of the more weaker oriented teams do kind of pull out through the north here, which could give the opportunity for more successful 3v3s that you're kind of looking for in terms of Scars and what they might pull off here. I mean, no harm against Lost Baguettes. They've qualified just as much as any other squad here, but in terms of the quality of the team, last chance qualifier finals versus land tested Scars, I could definitely see it going one way.
This is a Scars team that's definitely ready to tango with basically anything that this lobby can throw at them. Since they've had a little bit of time to recover, though, it is time for them to start making their rotation back in and likely on up to the high ground that they forced Mutarium out of earlier. It's a really good spot. It's one that's prioritized for a reason. And speaking of priorities, we got a fight in Fragment that is taking a little bit of time out of Rascal's day.
Doesn't look like they're sustaining too much damage, though. Should be fine here. Fragment, definitely a place to hoist yourself for now, especially with round 2 still closing in here. Could be the source of playing edge from a different angle. Obviously, we talk a lot about Scars and their kind of take towards the north as they already are finding drops onto Otter.
I mean, you talked about how they wanted to take 3v3s against other, perhaps untested squads. Playing for content definitely falls into that category, and they've already lost 2 right now, putting Scars in a very, very comfortable position. Currently retaking the building they left so long ago. Being able to do that doesn't happen to just any squad. Lepe currently trying to pull off the res, bait in some attacks, ends up instead just eating a lot of caustic gas, and the push from Scars is honestly unnecessary. They had the gas, they don't need to go for it, but they want the extra style points, and nothing says Scars like that play.
So I guess, is this really considered edge now, Dia? I mean, they've made it clear that they got the job done, they got the resources necessary. Now they're feeling fired up and ready to take any fight, and even the house that they had once held onto here. They made short work of that one. I want to tell people this. I mean, playing for content was our major kill leaders throughout the entirety of yesterday's Last Chance Qualifier 1. That just goes to show the comparison in terms of skill level. But for now, we take a look at this zone. Oh my gosh.
It's a rough one for a lot of teams, Scars included, who will have to manufacture a way to play height without exposing themselves to a lot of the teams that would like to come at them from Overlook. The nice thing is that a lot of these squads will have access to this information at the same time, because take a look at what's inside of the zone. It is not a lot of beacons, and Zone 3 will not give you access to a lot of that information. Teams that are running things like the Crypto will maybe have an advantage if they're sitting over by Overlook, but for the most part, everybody's going to get access to where this next zone is pulling at exactly the same time, leaving Scars in the mad rush just like everyone else.
I don't know, though, but I like Scars' position. I swear, we talk about this team so much, but it's just true. The fact of the matter is they pull directly out from the east, and you have to remember where solo queue goats kind of presents themselves. There's that major high ground kind of cliffside before teams are kind of forced to drop into the area that we see Mutarium and Drain Gang at currently, right? And being able to have that high ground advantage, if Scars are able to defend against teams like ZBW, Nemesis, Rebel, what is High Society, and now Outplayed moving in, then they take a massive control over the late game here. Still, though, that's a major fight that has yet to take place here, and it could truly be any of these rosters to come out on top, not just the Scars kind of juice we've been peddling all day.
I want to clarify my point. Their position isn't actually poor. What's difficult about it is timing, because they're going to have to find a way to move into zone that isn't getting cut off by Valkyrie rotates and that also isn't exposing their back without a building. That's the challenge that Scars currently face, and it's one that a team like Reply Totem, in this case, is not facing. They, I will say, aren't in a building, but do have a lot of caustic gas to make this bridge a lot safer. This is not the bridge of death that we've seen earlier. They're the ones that are trying to make it that way, finding a lot of shots, but not quite any knocks just yet. We're still at 19 squads. There's a lot of people that are going to be contesting for this area.
I think for now, I'm a fantastic fan of that bridge for Totem, right? It definitely depends on how my teams kind of try to hoist themselves into Epicenter as this zone closes in, and where they put themselves in terms of the next position regarding rotation. That kind of area you see Nibble at right now, where you have a little bit of the cliffside to play in, is still going to be available going into the next zone. So Totem isn't completely safe, and of course you have the opposite ridges right here that we get to take a look at as now Guild, and they're actually finding the drop on the Nibble. Gutbuster the first to fall.
A nice move from them, rounding the corner in a bit of an unexpected way, or rather the ridge of Epicenter have now got unfettered access to the high ground, but not a whole lot of access to cover inside of the coming ring. So as this one closes in, Guild are going to have revealed to them, just like everyone else, that they've got a long distance to cover, maybe forcing out that Valcult in the longer term, because they don't have a whole lot of buildings to duck behind. Even the rock cover relatively sparse right now. They're still eating shots from two sides. Scars currently engaged in a fight over the high ground that we talked about, have managed to push others off the high ground, and Bardo now whittled down. This is the Scars' promise as they send yet another team to their graves.
And we saw them take the initial fight there fairly early on, getting that first drop, and when you take a look at them as we tune in with the cam, they're looking incredibly healthy there. So the first of many potentially here for Scars is many teams are forced to rotate out from that build. I will extend head towards T-Rex though. They were on the opposite end to find those kills. For now though, Guild looks like they trying to play up that same line where we just saw them against Nibble. Now the rest of these teams arriving. Horizon, the ones to find the initial two drops here.
With an incredibly placed frag grenade as well, displacing the Gibraltar, putting themselves in a position to win the fight. They get the 2-0. However, as 0-0 ends up falling, perhaps that's all being taken away from them. Bubble down, this is going to be a fast res coming out, and a little bit of extra HP as well, but still dealing with some forces at their back. Horizon have managed to stabilize for the moment, and Caustic Gas is going to give them a little bit of extra insurance against Rascals.
Rascals here forced to climb up. They have to be fairly careful that charge rifle might provide the damage, but Alpha Draft here just trying to make short work, but a great battery in time there saves the Valkyrie from utter demise. I believe that might be Horizon there as, yep, that confirms it.
Guild are now gone. Confusing as well, since Horizon were pushing up on Horizon. It was exactly the situation that I feared. Scars, however, involved in yet another engagement, cannot escape the view of our observers. We are constantly pulled towards the action. Bones starting to pick up some knocks as well. Since with Rascals having this high ground, they are collecting basically all of the KP that is free for them coming out of frag.
Problem in that one, though, is the fact that they do lose out on one member there now. So for Rascals, it's very unlikely that they'll be the full force that we just saw. High Society, we saw them drop early against Enze, but now they pull back to fight for the cart themselves here. The Ordnance is coming through, and they're trying to break their way in.
Couldn't be High Society taking a fight with two squads at the same time. One of them Scars, one of them ZBW, eliminating one only at the cost of one of their members. But as Scars start to turn around, they're pretty low themselves. Could very well be taken out by High Society if they're not careful. They lose another, and Taishin is the last one left up. High Society managed to win the fight, but are absorbing yet another push and still are alive.
Somehow against it all, now with the defensive bombardment raining down, High Society coming up big here, but just out of the corner of their eye. Bots hearing the action, potentially looking to clean this one up. They have to be careful themselves. T-Rex not too far away as well. High Society, though, they know they're in danger. Dome down.
As he doesn't have any safety anymore with the caustic gas inside. Bots just have too many angles, and it'll be finally High Society taken out. Bots have claimed an incredible spot with that as well. All this high ground that was previously promised to a team like Scars now falls into an Edge team that we've been waiting to show up, and nobody is angrier than an Edge team that's had a bad day.
Ooh, and for now, if Bots extend themselves just a little bit further, they might be able to start wiping Rebel. Not the first to fall as we tune in. I'll just confirm it. Yeah, Rebel's eliminated. Bots made that rotation, finished the job there. It only took him a second flat. The LCQ Goats now, they're just below where we saw the fight there on the kill feed take place. In the East with little to no members to play with.
A one-man army, by the way, picking up a kill while all this was going down. The last remaining member of Scars is still terrifying, and with this little kingdom that he set up in the corner, it's even more so. Taishin should actually be able to play pretty darn well, especially if he's able to juggle the aggro from Solo Q Goats down beneath. Zone starting to close in, though, and that's where things can get really dangerous. Mutarium on the low ground, having survived the entirety of this game, now find themselves in an incredible position.
And now for Bots, they're in the opposite end of a trade like this, forced to dome down from the rotation out from the north. Yes, it might be high ground, but T-Rex have such a beam to provide here. Piggy, the first to fall. The gas is a ticking, but that zone is going to prevent any further aggression. Meanwhile, Nemesis eliminated. Mutarium from their train line.
Scars also gone, but Bots are still in this. Howdy fan number one and Schrodinger's Jack have still made it in, and there's a lot of cover here, but as I say it, not nearly enough, it seems. With a Thermite, making sure that there is no safe place to be. Bots are out, we're into the top four, and T-Rex have the high ground. Are they the apex predators of this lobby? We're gonna find out in just a few moments.
Meanwhile, Totem, Mutarium, they hold the train line. Drain Gang constantly pressured here from all the squads available. T-Rex with their impressive high ground, constantly pumping damage. I love the move here from Amaze and Totem as a whole to potentially look for a source of those kills coming out from their train themselves. But, of course, T-Rex, just as quickly as they see them there, begins to take advantage with damage of their own. Nice for all of these squads, though, with the zone closing in just a moment. Of course, that high ground will no longer be available. This train will be absolutely crucial in these moments as Limek trying to stay alive. Oh, there you go.
Gets taken out. A nice cutaway as well, just to keep us from watching the humanity that was going on up top. A really nicely placed EMP as well. Kept that kill from going over to Reply Totem. Forced them to use their bubble and then back off. But now it's really Reply Totem versus Mutarium on this low ground. And with T-Rex up on the height, it's up to them which fight they end up taking. I hear that Ash Portal going off. Reply Totem seem like they're in a lot of trouble right now because they have got company in a big way. T-Rex have chosen them to be full sent on. One gets taken down, but remember that Mutarium are going for the third party.
Mutarium here, all they have to do is extend this one out. Just let the fight play here. Totem, they're still looking fairly healthy, not in any apt movement to trade as Mutarium now take the top of this cart and look for the back end of this rotation and pump the damage necessary to drop Gwerney.
This is that low range that we were talking about. They may not have a lot of access to fighting on the high ground, but when it comes to the low ground, Mutarium are the kings. They turn it around, they put themselves into top 2. They find an incredible pump, but are leveled down to just one. Blast, the last one left alive, and he's being picked through by Caustic Gas. 1 versus 1 at the very end, but no shields. He wants to swap. He can't finish off the kill, and he gets taken out by Reply Totem for the win. They're second in a row.
Reply Totem against it all, able to defend against the onslaught of 2 here in Game 3. An impeccable trade from amongst themselves. It really looked like it was going to be that Mutarium win there, but in those final moments, a great rotation out from the cart in a split in terms of what was the attention, that focus there for Mutarium. That's what came back to bite them. We saw the immediate aggression from the bout drop down shark to take that fight, but it was Gibby rotating around the back to take the other 2 members of Mutarium to finalize and kind of put that fight in its place.
I really like the way that they sort of baited that out as well. Reply Totem had to know that engaging fully in the 3v3 wasn't the move. They stalled things out just as much as Mutarium, and it became a very confusing situation. I think that given the little information that they had, the amount of gas, the amount of visual obscurity that there was with things like the Gibraltar reigning in, Mutarium did make a really good call. It ended up securing them, still second place with a lot of kills in that end game fight, but Reply Totem styled right there at the end, being able to turn it around. Really nicely played from them.
Yeah, I would have loved to potentially catch what was that rotation, especially into the carts there. We know for a fact that it was not particularly held into some of the final moments of that game. Noticeably, it was Drain Gang, right, who were trying to kind of jump into there in those final moments, but the minute that they tried to come through, obviously it was taken by Totem as they kind of sourced that one out for their end game as a whole here. Curious if they netted themselves any more KP there. It does look like it was Mutarium, though, that kind of picked up the majority in the trades there against T-Rex, so it was just that kind of final fight that embellished themselves there for Totem.
Now let's take a look, of course, at the points that ended up following from that game, as Reply Totem got closer to Scars, but have yet to actually touch the sun at the top of this lobby. Scars had a great game for how quickly they went out.
Yeah, Scars there, successful, continuing to extend what was their lead that they found after the first 2 games. Can confirm, though, that the gap has now, of course, shored up with Totem on the double victory themselves. But apart from the 2 coming off of land, everyone else is still a 20-point deficit away here. Mutarium, the next closest off of what was their second place finish. T-Rex, not too far away from their third.
It's looking good for them. High Society being pretty darn consistent as well. Solo queue goats right now, the cutoff. And that is the thing that is drawing my eyes, is they had a really difficult start to the day, but have managed to try and shore it up pretty well. Baguette's a very similar story, and Drain Gang continuing with that consistency just above them. It's looking like a really nice top 10 right now, but with 13 points being the cutoff, it is still anyone's game. One good showing, and you are in there. Anybody from 11th to 20th can still absolutely make it into tomorrow's games.
Absolutely here. And remember, even if you're knocked out now in terms of the bottom 10, all you're going to be doing is fighting through what will be that loser's round 1. But that's a ways away. There's still 3 maps to play, and of course, Storm Point to introduce. When we come back, we'll be running the iteration of that one. Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers, day one here in our winners round one. We, of course, are got a ways to go, but Storm Point has finally been introduced. We're almost ready to bring you the games, but before we do that, let's, of course, check out those points here.
Yeah, I mean, if you are a team that is in the bottom 10 right now, Storm Point is exactly what you need. A little bit of chaos thrown in here, especially if you're a squad that's been trying to play around the edge. This is what you're looking for. A team like Horizon, who's actually been having a pretty good go of it, ended up going out just in the nick of time to put them in 11th last game. But they and Cool Gaming are right next to the cutoff, threatening solo queue goats. Let's see how this plays out as the map that everyone is still figuring out finally hits the table.
Well, definitely very interested to see what the drafts have in store here. Something that you'll definitely be happy to note is the fact that, yes, we are seeing a little bit more presence, of course, of that Watson start to come out here. I can already point out, of course, Drain Gang, but also Guild putting that one on their belt onto Silta.
It's catching my eye right now as well as the Bloodhound pickup by Nemesis. We've got some teams that have innovated running Gibbyless on Stormpoint. We've actually seen it popping up on World's Edge every once in a while, but a very aggressive composition to be sure, running Bloodhound and Bangalore alongside this Valkyrie. You want to take fights, you want to rotate into them, and you want to make them as oppressive as possible. Fortunately, this is something I rarely talk about. Take a look at the top right. Digi-Threat isn't in Crafter, so even stronger of a combination with that in consideration.
So there's the presence of having the Bloodhound. I can also admit that we did see a little bit, one presence of the Horizon there found from Mutarium. A little bit of the Death Ball composition in terms of the Wombo combo still available for some of these squads here, but we'll have to see how it turns out, right? With Storm Point, as you kind of said, it's about figuring things out. Obviously, we've played through what was a very accelerated season, especially here in the EMEA region. So for a lot of these teams, it's still kind of extending a hand towards what this map really means. And as a result, we might see those who've kind of currently sat in the bottom of our 10, 20th through 11th, maybe find a way back into this.
I'm expecting things to be a little bit scuffed. I'm not going to lie to you, Zephyr.
Okay.
I am ready for these rotations to be legendary and perhaps a little bit questionable. We'll see how Reply Totem ends up managing them, is landing over by Launchpad. They've actually got one of the more central locations. Unfortunately, not a place where Zone is going to be pulling relatively early on, though they are right next door. Instead, Barometer already contested. If Scars are here, people are dying.
Ooh, Scars to fall this early would be a something nasty here, and to be at the hands of someone like Lost Baguettes, well, that would be huge. I mean, I made comments about this matchup just last game over by Climatizer, and they're already proving wrong. I am but a fool, Dia.
RPR already having gone down. Banner recovery will be nearly impossible as it's so far out in the open, and Scars are gonna end up trying to play this one out as a two-man, ditching it. Los Bagats are having none of that, though, following them down on this zip line. It is a war that they are fighting with gusto, but pushing up onto Monday will leave their backs exposed to Taishin. Scars could turn this around should you get too aggressive on this. Already bubble forced. The Scars are playing this slow.
Scars with the respect here, but Taishin does give himself away. That was possibly the perfect moment to pick up the drop, and it's going to be the missiles that does so. Now rolling forward onto the Gibby with the utilization of that. PK finds the drop onto Danny. Only one last standing member left alive here for Lost Baguettes. The turnaround immediate here for this roster.
Taishin's too good. Taishin is illegally good after that play. I mean, you are terrified of going up against this squad in a 2 versus 3, being able to pull that off. It's going to be 2 KP picked up for them. Hopefully the recovery of the banners, we've got 15 seconds left on that. Enough time for Monday to full send it onto the Ash, finally pick up RPR, and make Scars whole again.
Jeez! For Scars here, they made short work of that one. I have to give them high praise there, and now they'll be able to extend this back towards the top of Barometer, get their third member up, even if Katie's still sitting around here. I don't think he's going to be taking any kind of shots. Just wait for them to make the rotation, potentially go get the rest of Lost Baguettes up. But Taishin, just waiting. Just waiting.
Smart move, right? You don't need two people to res. Instead, wait it out. Taishin's already taken down two people. Why not make it a third? And you'll be able to camp these banners for as long as you like, making, I want to say, the contest even less likely from Los Baguettes in the future, should you manage to win it out. Even more fortunately for Scars, they've got the zone pulling relatively close to them in a very similar way to last game that still allows them a lot of wiggle room around the edge of zone. They've got all of Cenote that they could rotate through and around, especially if they want to make their way into where this zone is likely to end. Because there are two different places, right? We could go up to the village north of Cenote. We could also still be ending in sort of the southern end of where the zone is currently, over by Barometer, and perhaps even Dog Island.
Yeah, but maybe. I will say here, Guild now in that southern end you just talked about. Scars has to be a little bit more wary, can't extend that much of a trade, or at least have to pace themselves here. I believe Guild kind of putting themselves towards that pineapple building that's just off the cusp of what is that bridge there. So a rotation that is to be respected. I would not be surprised, though, if we maybe potentially saw Scars look for rotations towards the edge, even pull away from Barometer, pull away from zone, to maybe look for more and potentially gatekeep, because the area into Barometer is actually one that can be capitalized on quite efficiently.
Yeah, really well. I was taking a look at other teams that were rotating, and Horizon caught my eye moving their way over by North Pad. Maybe a fight going on in Mill, as teams do need to keep pressing down towards the south as the zone continues to pull. Totem, however, our two-time winners are now starting to slide in, and while Scars weren't able to effectively keep anybody out or even spot this rotation just yet, Totem have definitely spotted where Scars were and maybe able to take some of this high ground for themselves, since they do have that caustic, making it all the easier to hold.
You know what I find incredible too? It's the fact that obviously we're starting to get a perspective regarding what teams are most likely going to come out on top when we talk about those finals tomorrow, right? And for Totem and Scars, they've clearly set them among the rest. And granted, we'll be checking out the results regarding Group A eventually here, but I'd be surprised if it was really anybody else at this point
It's looking really good for them. For bots, however, things are looking
here, but I'd be surprised if it was really anybody else at this point.
It's looking really good for them. For bots, however, things are looking rough, having already lost Nizetia. Piggy's gonna have to ditch for the moment, unfortunately, leaving the teammate now known as my teammate Piggy is a weeb out in the dust. Name changes, they go hard. They go really hard, but Nizetia wasn't playing games, and unfortunately for him, neither was Nemesis.
I was about to say, they may not be picking up the wins across the board, but they'll always be the winner of the fans. All right. Specifically Nemesis, but we'll see how long that lasts now, as Nemesis are quickly on the chase. Potentially they get the information warranted where they are potentially there, but they actually pull out towards fish farms.
I suppose making the call that they're not quite able to access the high ground, not wanting to run into a sort of pseudo-Scars situation that we saw play out just earlier. A reminder that this is a tournament, your season lives on the line, so playing carefully. High Society playing with a little bit more gusto, I will say, as they pick up 2 in trade for 1, but Denze needs that shield swap, doesn't quite get it in time. TDD end up going out as Solo Q Goats enter for the third party and make things a lot more difficult, even giving chase right now and maybe knocking out High Society early.
Right there, they've got a clear shot available. All Diff has to do is shoot it, but he may be getting a little thirsty. Comes around the corner, eliminates Ezzy, and brings us down. High Society eliminated here alongside TTD, as now Solo Q Goats take complete control of the mill area.
That's a different look for them, that's for sure. Remember, this team is sitting right on the border of what it means to be top 10 at 11th right now, but with 2 extra KP and a nice position in mill, a free red shield for DiffQ, their chances of making it into winners too just got a whole lot better.
We'll have to see how they extend themselves into this zone. It's definitely very, very open here. And for a composition like this, you'd want to see them typically playing for those kind of god spots or positions as early as possible. So already, I like the pacing. I like the speed. So Loki Goats, they're already making their way into that second round to see if they can put themselves into one of these major buildings.
and get themselves inside of one of the little bubbles, perhaps, things could be pretty darn good. A reminder that they do have that Valkyrie as well to be able to cover vast distances. Just playing for content, set up their own trap again. I'm sort of thrown back to the way that they ended up playing out the very first game of the day, playing a crucial part in taking out bots with the help of Nemesis. Bots still making their way into the ring as well. Not, I believe, able to pick up their teammate's banner, but still starting just now to pass through the swamps and over towards where this ring is going to be pulling.
Right, and there's still plenty of teams that actually have yet to make their way in past what is that round one. As you clearly can see, Nemesis here, T-Rex, all the way towards the top, still sitting at wall. Mutarium, some of the best performance we saw out of them in Game 3, also taking their time. Horizon, Adept here, as well as LCQ Goats, still just footing their exposure. Notably, I want to bring up Soul Goats because they made what was a hefty rotation. It seems they got some information regarding the kind of rotation at its own, decided to pull back towards Mill.
In a I suppose play that should keep them relatively safe, especially if they're comfortable playing around with that POI. I like the move for them. Scars sitting relatively low for right now are making me a little bit nervous, but one of the things that stood out to me when we got to take our look at the map was Drain Gang, as they are just now making their way, not even into the zone, but just around the corner. This was a squad that was playing heavily towards being able to make it into zone early, set up the Watson fences, and just chill out until the late game. But this time around, things are looking a little bit different. Already, they are nowhere close to making it into the buildings that they would want to be in, and we're gonna have to see a different look from them because they've clearly opted into it. This is intentionally a late rotation because you can be doing this a lot earlier if you would have liked to. ANC going in for a few pickups of their own, have crafter and plenty of crafting materials lying around in the forms of prowlers should they choose to pick them up. The Scars continue to be pretty darn safe over here.
I believe the reason we saw Scars low there at the kind of extent that we saw them when we tuned in was the fact that they took this building away. They dropped us down to 17 squads remaining, eliminating one of the entities that was here just a moment ago. I'd love to catch one of those death boxes if we ever get the opportunity to see exactly who it was, as the kill feed didn't really give us that information. For now, though, we tune back in towards the north. Two of our latest rotating squads, bots, of course, sitting on their two members. Mutarium finally out of the wall there. They will spot each other, but just as quick as the damage is shared, the two literally run away. They're done.
The information is very obscured, right? Mutarium do not know that they're walking into a two-man. What they do is they turn the corner, they go, we're going to get this beacon, and they get shot and go, absolutely not. Beacon, not that important. Tournament lives, way more important. And I like the call from both teams. Obviously, bots don't want to stick around for that fight either.
Bots go, yeah, we've got the high ground here, but we're a two-man. There's no way. And at the end of the day, they both, in a weird gentleman's agreement, shake hands and run for the hills. For Mutarium, though, I like it because they actually do carry themselves, of course, into the zone successfully and probably towards what is a more appropriate beacon. I'm still interested regarding the bots rotation. Could be maybe out more towards the Jurassic Park area where we currently see Adept Gaming or Cool Gaming here currently set up for themselves. But I don't know. I mean, the slow rotation is going to be the name of the game for a two-man this entire one.
Yeah, they just want to stay out of everyone's crosshairs, both metaphorically and literally. With Cool Game and making a little bit of noise in here, it should be relatively easy to avoid them. But, well, let's see. TTP
okay.
We're trying to figure out. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Warchuk.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so Nibble was taken out there in their trade, and now, of course, that puts Scars above the rest. Taishin, as you can see there, the kill leader of this lobby. I'd like to pull back to the action when we get the opportunity here, but definitely some provided info. And hey, even there in the background, you can see that Monday is sitting on Red Evo.
One of the squads that we haven't gotten the chance to have a fight with yet is, of course, Nemesis, who have chosen to run the Bangalore Bloodhound that I was looking for earlier on. I'd really like to see that play out before we get into the late game, because that's where Gibby-less compositions can get really dangerous when we've got multiple defensive bombardments that can be thrown down in a single zone close. You've got a lot to deal with if you don't have that instant reset button. You want Nemesis to be fighting whole lot earlier than that. Rebel, who made their own rotation into where they'd expected this zone to end, still find themselves inside the zone, but they're joined now by Horizon and a lot more squads sitting around the corner. Even Solo Q Goats looking down on all this, wondering how they can get involved.
Meanwhile, Cool Gaming here pressured on the side. That's Mutarium kind of gatekeeping the exit out of this one. Bots eliminated, by the way. They are finally picked off in their trade out here to bring us down to 16. But for now, still going to see how Cool Gaming can escape this situation as, woo! Ordnance down. Big damage found.
YOLOs will be able to bat up relatively safely, but there are bubbles out. Cool Gaming are now going to fully send this one. They're at full HP, essentially, and have been able to turn things around effectively. Very nice singularity, causes a bit more trouble, but YOLO is still alive. Having lost one, Mutarium are still very healthy as well, being able to now use the Horizon to get maybe even over this fence line. A completely unexpected angle taken by Tyler, but it's too late, because Cool Gaming, they were already out by the time he crested the fence.
Yeah, and the other guys, they just walked through the door and they were already out, right? Tyler took the extra 5 seconds and the job was done here. Meanwhile, the kill feed absolutely lighting up as our zone collapses here. Guild, ZBW, plenty of teams, more action to be found here. Scars, ooh, wingman shots might not land, but the PK and the punches do. A double P down for Otter to be eliminated there. And it's a bit of a shame because we just saw Xlepe find a massive source of kills against ZBW. So a nice third party from Scars here on the bridge.
Still kill leader Taishin, 5 kills right now. Hasn't even picked up an assist yet. His last hits are immaculate. And waiting for a bunch of these other squads to start rotating in. Notice the way the Scars have positioned themselves on the minimap and the map overall even to gatekeep other teams. This is where they found success in the first 3 games, and they were able to replicate exactly that, it seems, on Storm Point, finding an excellent position to gatekeep from on this bridge with a lot more cover than T-Rex will ever have access to, especially as the zone is going to start pushing them in. The initial chunk is going to have to be enough for them. Is taking multiple different angles. Oxbow is the only one that can effectively reposition. Lara being able to access that high ground, might be able to fight with Taishin, but bubbled down on the low ground. Oxbow sending it in means that it's 2 versus 1 for a moment, and Monde ends up going down. Taishin ends up sliding into the bubble, doesn't get a knock in return just yet. Instead, Shattercaps come out, and he goes out. Scars go out. T-Rex, Uno reverse card the fight.
Meanwhile, though, we know for a fact Nemesis, Totem, Drain Gang, all these teams were just in the area and now look to third party here. Drain Gang aren't able to get the launch they need, and as a result, from behind there, they're pressured dome down. Meanwhile, Nemesis, they're more in apt position to take advantage of this one. Straw to find that initial knock in the corner, dropping us down to the 2 members remaining here for T-Rex, and Ordnance will prevent them from getting on top of the bridge for now.
The verticality just causes so many problems here. They're the ones that really don't have access to that height, especially in a 2 versus 1 situation like you'd be sending your Valkyrie into. However, with the stairs now causing some problems, they're the ones that take this and turn it into a head peak. Nemesis should be able to run the bridge as long as they can push up on this effectively and, most importantly, quickly. Shooting the toes, ASCII gets the initial damage in, and a really nice finish off from Straw makes this the quick fight that we were looking for. Nemesis have dialed this in, and without even using the one-way smoke, but they lose Robe, and Drain Gang are coming up.
Immediately from underneath, they see the advantage necessary, and Drain Gang swoop in to put damage down here. Immediately, though, Rolling Thunder is expended. I love the utilization of that Interceptor Pylon. That will prevent the damage as well as most of the effect of that one, and also as well as the gate to prevent Totem from coming up behind and pulling something similar to them. Meanwhile, Mutarium now onto Totem themselves here to find that initial drop into Savage. It looks like they aren't completely successful, of course, as that defensive bombardment forces them to back up towards Cenote.
It's not a great place for Totem, though, as they are still sandwiched in between a fight that's going on, and Mutarium, who still desperately want to kill them. They wait for the defensive bombardment to expire, and they full send it into the bubble. Mutarium have nothing to worry about. Totem go out, our 2 game winners in a row, now gone, as Drain Gang are still fighting it out on the bridge. Finally, it seems, having gotten themselves down to Flesh, turning around on the corner, not quite able to take out the last member. Could Drain Gang be going out here? Shield swap comes in. We've still got a Bloodhound with an ult going, but Wicked Slick is landing the shots. Mastiff is out, and it's just enough. But as the zone starts to close, Drain Gang go out as well. It is tragedy in the south side of this ring.
It's a bit of a shame there, and it was Horizon out from their building they've held on to for so long to put out the majority of that damage there from afar, taking advantage of that one. Meanwhile, it looks like we've seen the reposition here from Blast. Trying to take this building away. You can see a bit of the gas ticking down. Nox gas grenade thrown out as well to continue to prevent him from working their way into this building.
You just want to make this as hard as possible, even if it costs you the ultimate right now. Keeping the gas going. Horizon have maintained control for the moment, but want to drop down onto the second floor, not risking the first for fear that this challenge comes through again. Mutarium still found themselves a corner, though, and what a crazy place to be!
Okay. Well, that'll last for now, but the extended fight not much longer here. Mutarium, of course, are pressured out finally. They pull the trigger. Horizon, the first drop onto Tyler there. Blast to fall as well. This will leave one last main member here on the high ground, and a Spitfire is nothing to shy away from their Horizon to make short work of their defense.
Running a little bit low on the spitty ammo, though, and with multiple squads left, I think you got to be a little bit careful as Horizon, maybe expending it on the poke for now, and then swapping off to a separate armament would be the best. Rebel have been sitting inside of this zone for quite a long time, got themselves a really nice early position, and now need to start turning that into results. Well, Rascals, another one of our squads running the Bloodhound, if not the Bangalore for the one-way smokes, also have themselves a great spot. In fact, one of the best up on this high ground.
Right, but I like the utilization. You can see Sivin here constantly aware of this western end. That's currently where we see Solo Q Goats put themselves right up against this wall and sitting with that bow check, just waiting for the potential crack here to start this fight off. That rock that you currently see just ahead of them is exactly where they currently kind of push themselves right behind that wall. And it seems like not just Rascals is aware of us. It looks like Rebel is as well from their building. So likely off of this zone close, it's very likely that we will see Solo fall here.
I was wondering exactly how much cover they had. The Trident actually providing a crucial extra bit more, and maybe even a little bit of mobile cover should it come to that inside of this next zone. But the Valkyrie missiles are starting to do work, and round 5 is starting to close in. Not a real way out, but you've got a little bit of distraction. Rebel is starting to make their way out. Nobody's shooting at you anymore. Solo Q Goats may be able to make it in. As Rebel poke out from the bubble, though, things are getting difficult. Div Q ends up going down, and outplayed pick up one knock as well. Rebels trying to push their way in. Remember, they do not have the bubble. Instead, eating the defensive bombardment, they have no way but forward. Jumping in, Andy Jax ends up going down, but Rebel lose one as well, who will come out on top of this fight for the fences.
Ooh, just barely does Outplay get over the wall, and Valkyrie's able to beam it back there to prevent the onslaught over this one. Taylor still is completely eliminated, as well as finally go high to pick up the rest of that one. And against all of this distraction, Solo Q Goats are able to make their way down the hillside. It is, of course, at the expense of Diff here. So for this game, we start looking at Horizon. Rascals on that high ground, who have been so successful up at this point and still is a 3-man roster.
Both Rebel and Rascals, though, getting distracted is the only thing that keeps Solo Q Goats in this game. As Horizon were the ones that kept Rascals at bay, they are also now the ones with access to the high ground. Mimu holding it down alone right now and able to pressure 2 different squads, the last 2 remaining. All on his own. 0-0 joining this now are putting themselves in a risky spot in the ring, as this will be pulling largely away from them, but still a good position for Horizon. And Rascals, they've chosen to play for second.
Big moves made forward here to start this fight off. You have to pray that the damage is necessary and they're healthy enough to respond here, because it's going to be one quick movement from Horizon, but they've already lost Sivin. Now down to a 2-man Horizon. They're going to make short work of this one.
Yeah, good moves here, and every squad knows exactly what they got into. Defensive bombardment, a little bit of living on a prayer here, but Horizon should have this team fight in the bag. 0-0 ends up going down, and this couldn't possibly be the turnaround. There's no way that Horizon end up going down after what was an incredible start for them. The best that they could have asked for. They're actually kept off the high ground. Lippin is going low, and you cannot allow this to be turned around on you. Not like this. Horizon takes to the high ground. Lippin finds that last Peacekeeper shot, and it was close, but they end up getting what they knew they came for.
All right, there you go. Horizon finally able to finish off what was that extended fight. They're playing off the third party. Of course, I have to give them props. They were able, in in that region from the very get-go, especially able to defend what was that major building. We saw several teams out on the bridge that they took advantage of in terms of the long fire spray, as well as Mutarium more directly trying to fight directly into that one, who they were also able to capitalize on. So props to them. The rotation definitely provided and, of course, guaranteed them their win in those final moments.
Things that I'm really impressed by in that game, I really liked Rascal's call. I know that they had a rough go into the last circle, being distracted from the squad they really wanted to take out, solo queue goats. However, in their sort of last throws here, they had a choice. Try and gamble on the end game, hope that they were the squad in charge, or fully send it, secure themselves second place and an additional 2 KP. It's consistency that is rewarded in Apex, and those kinds of calls are what make a consistent team. Really nice move from Rascals and Horizon, with the natural end to that end up taking themselves a win, but really well played from both squads in the end game.
Yeah, I think everyone had their own sort of success there in those moments. It's definitely one of the harder zones to play into, given the fact that it is as open as it is. Let's take a look, though, at our leaderboard, see exactly where Horizon now present themselves, especially in regards to that top 10. And you'll be surprised to find out that they're still sitting 11. I believe
this is not accurate. This is not accurate.
This is our game 3 standings. Just give us a moment. We'll update those for game 4 in just a second. But hey, you get a little bit of warranted updates regarding where Horizon used to be. Oh, there we go.
Hey,
that's what they send for. There you go.
And you know what? It's somehow even better, because we now know that they were sitting at 11th and have moved themselves comfortably into 4th, which is even more impressive than if we just pulled this up and gone, well, now they're just at 4th and there's nothing you can do about it. Rascals as well have managed to finagle their way into the top 10, keeping themselves right at that cutoff next to ANC Outplayed. They're tied right now, and even still, the margins are thin. Horizon alone proved that with one good game, you could secure your spot in tomorrow. There is only 2 more squads that can get themselves that additional 12 points, though, and that's assuming that we have no more repeat winners today.
Right. We're getting to the point where we get to start talking about this. There's the bar that is being set in that top 10 here. And right now, we're still in the position where one great win from even Nibble Esports in 20 with 4 points could potentially be enough to usurp and take a spot away. Coming out of Game 5, I can't say the same. We might extend that bar all the way up to 28 points. And at that point, if you're sitting, bottom 16th through 20th, not quite going to be the same.
Yeah, it's a risky spot to be in right now. Momentum is coming at a premium, and so many of these teams have proved that they can keep what they got going on World's Edge going in Storm Point as well. Even teams like Scars and Totem, who did go out a lot earlier than they had already, still managed to pick up kills before they did and have looked pretty darn good throughout the course of the day. It's Mutarium, though, that has continued to impress with their really consistent play, and Rebels starting to pick up on Storm Point as well.
We'll see how everyone fares here regarding Game 5 in just a moment. Before we do that, we've got official standings regarding Group A here. Let's take a look particularly at those, see how the majority or the rest of our 20 teams have been performing so far, and there's a lot to digest here.
I mean, I'm already blown away that Kick aren't in first, and they're not in first by almost 20 points right now. Zeta Division are going off today. That is not something that a lot of folks would have bet on, especially seeing how Kick performed at LAN with a sub, no less.
Can confirm, mind you, that Zeta Division, they did pick up 18 kills in their last game. So there is a reason for why they sit among the rest, Kings of the Castle. Those 20 points you talk about, Dio, they're literally just straight up from KP in one game alone. And more so.
That's absolutely wild. Almost illegal maneuvers. Taking a look down the roster here as well, I'm actually really happy to see teams like Phoenix Legacy and 7, 8, 9 able to make it in Morning Stars as well. I would really like to see in Winners too. I'm a little bit surprised by the underperformance of Se Comporta Ya, but as we noted in our lobby, same thing applies here. One win can change it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Little PogChamps, I want to give a call out to them there. They lost a recent member, Mix, and now are playing with Jen. She's coming through, one of the only female competitors alongside what is 789, as well as, my apologies, Phoenix Legacy. So all of them sitting within that top 3 there, definitely kind of raising the expectations.
Yeah, big stuff for them. ATK having a rough time of it. Rats as well. Keep my eyes on Forward Gang, though, as I'm not going to count them out just yet. There's a lot of craziness going on. It's only been 4 games and 2 more to go for
Oh,
both of these sides.
wow.
What's up?
Something I did not notice. Two big names that are kind of struggling out here, noticeably Kungarna. I had a lot of questions,
Oh my God.
especially coming off of,
Wait.
the recent change. JMW's no longer playing alongside Kungarna, right? They no longer can foot that one out successfully. I believe the fill-in there is going to be Urban, who just got dropped off of what was Invictus Gaming. And even though the three have just recently been put together to try to form some sort of super team, they're still sitting out of that top 10. And not too far behind, the best performing roster kind of coming out of last chance qualifiers, kind of sitting above the rest, King of the Castle, Rat. Right? I mean, they've had marginal performance in Pro League, but regarding what we've seen in terms of relegation and constant qualifiers, they've always been competitive. So to see them sitting, of course, in 14th says otherwise.
A lot to be worried about on both sides of the winners one. But when you do, as inevitably 20 teams will, during the course of these 6 games, drop down, ending up being in bottom 10. Your season isn't over, and that's the most important thing, is that you get to continue fighting. So, I like it. I like it. You know what? Let's keep this going. We've got a good thing. 100%. We've got a good thing rolling. We're going to be able to pop into the next lobby pretty darn soon, and I say we just, keep this momentum flowing.
Personally, I mean, we're constantly setting this up, of course, for the top 10 because you want to put yourself in the position where you give yourself the best opportunity possible in terms of the finals, right? Advanced starting points are nothing to shake your head at. And I know first place only takes away 10, but 10 points is enough to warrant what is a second place finish with 1 kill, right? That could be a phenomenal game on your belt that could make the difference between top 2, right? Because that's what these rosters are competing for.
Yeah, that's the really crazy thing is that we had, how many was it? Oh God, it's 30 from LCQ1 and then 40 with
40 now.
50, yeah, with a few shared. But Lord, I'm gonna subtract
that's
16
math,
from that. Oh no, I shouldn't have done this to myself. But it's okay. 60, 55 different teams competing for 2 spots. Ish. 50 in the area of 55. It's the competition is pretty harsh. That is a very low percentage of squads that I'm not going to do the math on that end up making it in.
I want to ask you a question because I just kind of want to get your opinion on it. Given the teams that we've seen here today and the performance thus far, now taking a look at all 40, what's a team that you have felt like has kind of underperformed?
Ooh, underperformed? I'm gonna say Drain Gang by a little bit. I think they've had really good games, but the setups that they've had going into these end game and even mid game circles, I'd expect a little bit more from. They've just been caught off guard, a little bit unlucky, but that's what I'd go with. What about you?
I mean, I made my points regarding Kagar and Rats, and that's why I kind of wanted to take that one a little bit further there. But just to kind of extend the Drain Gang point for people at home, we're not talking out of our butts here. Drain Gang played through last chance qualifiers as well as Challenger Circuit, all split along here, and they themselves were definitely one of these stronger teams to compete up against the rest, and a lot of other squads definitely kind of made comments regarding the respect that you have to pay to them. They had a really good read of those final zones and playing more directly into holding them, especially once they began to start capitalizing on the utilization of that Watson. And today alone, it seems like they really haven't been able, as Diaz pointed out, to get their footing in those final moments. Definitely been kind of the ones to be forced to make moves rather than the behest of others.
Yeah, and it's a difficult thing, right? That you're balancing when you get into today. Is it Drain Gang just being consistent? Are they waiting things out for later on to show us the top of what they can do? Or is this going to be a larger problem for them throughout this tournament? We are getting in, of course, to our 5th game. Nibble going to be playing already, remember, at a disadvantage given the fact they're in 20th, at a further disadvantage given the fact they've got 2 people. It's a rough game for them, but it's been tough from the start.
At the end of the day, it's not over here, but we'd like to see the best performance from all of our teams that have competed thus far. Taking a look, of course, at that character select, doesn't seem like any legends have changed across the board. Still heavy presence toward major picks, of course, being that the Gibraltar, Valkyrie, and Ashe chosen. Of course, you have those little throwaways regarding the Bloodhounds, the Horizon that sits in the hands of Mutarium, and a few other choice picks, but nothing too prevalent.
You know what stood out to me right there? It's okay, I'm gonna tell you. Denze got a normal game in.
What does that mean?
Well, he was the champion, wasn't he? And he didn't win last game, did he? So in between when he died and now, he got a Norman. He got a pub in.
All right. I'm just gonna I'm gonna chop that up to the lovely Apex servers here as Warchalk, of course, making jokes about the fish once again. I told him I'm not gonna riff. I'm not gonna riff on this. I said I'm not gonna ad lib comedy over this. I'm just gonna let them disgustingly sit there as I wait for teams to appear because that's what he deserves right now.
It doesn't have to be comedy, but real question: have you ever like had one of those? I've only seen them on the beaches in Spain, but have you ever had one of those like fish on a stick? They're like covered in salt and then roasted over a fire, and that slaps. That's what this is reminding me of. Am I hungry? Maybe.
Taking a look at the zone here. Gonna be falling towards the southeast. You got a bit of a mix between both antenna and launchpad, but don't be assured on either of those PIs. This one is still going to be pulling even more directly towards this open area where you get a little bit of a weird kind of hillish as the river kind of cuts through into the POI that is launchpad. Sometimes we see the zone kind of finish out there a little bit more in the open, kind of encompassing both entities.
Yeah, even a little bit of the high ground in between fish farms and launchpad can start to get mixed in there as well, and this is where I would normally say that I like Nemesis' positioning, but remember, they're a squad that wanted to get involved in fights earlier last time and didn't quite get that rolling. What I am in fact envious of, though, is Totem's positioning, because they have got everything and more inside of launchpad. Great loot, high position, and while I don't think that they have a beacon this game, it is still an amazing place to be. The thing is that without that beacon, they just don't know it yet.
I gotta say, as much as I do love the position of Totem, I still think Launchpad is such a hard area, if not the hardest to play into for Stormpoint in terms of a POI. Not one of the open areas, not one of those C endings that you see sometimes. In terms of a mass POI here, it's so open and there's so much space to capitalize on, and playing teams get the opportunity to fight back, whether you like it or not there. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see, especially as we have all the redeploys come through and everyone starts setting themselves and stacking, because you do have that kind of lower ground area on the underside of the POI as a whole.
Yeah, and that's the really exciting thing for me, is the squads that end up setting up residence there during the mid-game that can really cause some problems. Guild have taken me completely off guard, because I did not see this in character select. But running the Seer right now on Stormpoint is not what I'd expected to see.
All right, this is interesting here. You build your safety off of the Watson here, and you set yourself up in terms of reading with that Seer. I mean, trust me, I like the skill ceiling that is provided here from Seer, but in moments where you're trying to get the utilization of that information, it isn't always a major guarantee. It can be capitalized on in return here. Granted, it does have obviously that opportunity to cancel out the heals and revives, but we've yet to see how successful that might be. And I gotta say, Guild's always been one of those squads that's willing to experiment. Back when it was that EMEA split 2, they were one of the few to constantly try to run with Silta on that horizon, whether it worked or not.
Speaking of Horizon, they're dead now, so they're not going to be joining us for the remainder of this game. Cool Gaming ended up taking a very nice and very quick fight as well over towards Wall, and maybe dealing with a little bit more. Los Baguettes certainly dealing with a little bit too much right now, as they haven't dropped Fury first, but Katie not having the best game right now as they tried to avoid scars. Nice stick starts turning things around, but it isn't a push just yet, and that honestly is going to start to cause even more problems if they're getting damaged like that and not able to push. Fury now trying to jump up into the high ground, reveals that their problems are getting even further. ZBW, still one member remaining, still can't take this fight.
It's a bit rough here for Balaron. Granted, at full health, has all of it necessary there, but that's that revive coming through. He has to make the trade almost immediately there, but given the fact that there's too many members to play into, he is quickly eliminated and early out there for ZBW. Los Baguettes continuing to ramp all series long, which personally for me has been a surprising thing to witness.
Smart relocation as well. After going out to Scars last game, they chose to take a little bit more of the conservative route, with Scars actually now coming up the hill potentially over by Shipball. Things could get tricky. But playing for content have shown up as well, and they're a squad that I've been waiting to have them drag out all day, it seems.
I feel like that comment has a backside to it, but I'm not going to dig any further. I provide the facts, D. Okay, they did have some of the highest kill presence coming out of the Last Chance Qualifier Finals, albeit what was their pull from losers bracket. So you get two sides of the same coin here. You either have one of the best optimal performance. We'll have to wait and see as now Lepe's trying to pressure this one out from the second floor, and it's looking good already. The break has been found. Gibraltar on Caustic as well, but Taishin from afar. Scars on the ridge with the Sentinel. The return's incoming.
We said it. We were like, hey, Scars may be incoming, and they were incoming. They are always incoming. This is the promise that Scars make, is that they will take the fight, that they will hunt you down, and they will look good doing it. However, from above, they've third-partied a little bit too early. Taishin's managed to take on the high ground, doesn't quite get the stick, but still does get an excellent position. No crack coming through from the Arcstar just yet, but a nice amount of stabilization to be found for Scars, as they are now taking a fight with two teams, not just one.
You have to be careful here. We know for a fact the zone pulls directly into this area, right? This is not an edge kind of playing fight. There's a potential opportunity that teams see this one extended out for such a long period of time that they might also try to work into this one. Surprisingly, as we pull back to our more cinematic view, we actually get the information that Lost Baguettes are a full three-man inside. None of them fell.
And that is wild to see. Mostly playing for content being the ones that are punished. Lost Baguettes able to fully recover after the trickier early fight, where it seemed like they may have just they were just on the verge of going out, and actually been able to stabilize really well with this Caustic as well. Katie has been providing so much value with the barrels, keeping Scars from pushing in and locking the doors on the bottom floor.
Scars feels like they've been here all game long, but it's with warranted expression. Meanwhile, finally able to find a little bit of the reins there onto the last remaining member here for playing content, but nothing quite sourced out. The final shots necessary. Missiles found out that fence line. It's not going to defend for much longer, and yeah, RPR, he's sending it.
Scars know what they want. They are here to get kills and not a whole lot more. I like the corner check as well. Not having the data just yet, but with the wingman in hand, hopefully he's going to be able to find this. Bloodhound, not the option for Scars, so they are left a little bit to guess, and we'll have to give this up. They do still have Baguettes under them, and this is where I'm thinking that those Baguettes may be just a little bit upset. That they changed POIs, relocated, just to keep themselves away from Scars, and they still found themselves right next door to Scars.
Scars comes for everyone every day, you know? You don't have a choice there. We all have scars.
Terrible. That got surprisingly deep, surprisingly quickly.
Terrible.
Have you been watching Batman recently? That feels like a...
I love it! We're not going to get into it, but I love it. Anyways. Scars still... I love how no fights have transpired here. It's just been the Scars show. Is finally PK found. Wingman as well. That's the break. Potentially gotta be that drop as Gibby's now there for the defense. RPR a little low. Dome expended in responses. All the members of Lost Baguettes, they take it back to the second floor again. Taishin put in some work. Drop them. No.
KD on this Caustic is literally the lifeline of Baguettes right now. It is the difference maker. It is the end all and be all. And Taishin, while doing their best to try and uproot this squad, is just giving us really endless content. Like playing for content, I'm sure we're going for here as well. Taishin is low though, 1 HP, drops off. Nobody's fallen just yet. We're gonna keep doing this. We're gonna keep laying down the barrels. This is not happening. This is not happening. Look at who's coming in. Solo Q Goats. They're gonna get a win to this.
Meanwhile, I remind you, playing for content just got their revives off. Lepe, they are back. We have a whole cluster returning to the Pineapple, as well as the addition of Solo Q Golds as well. And now Scars are on the inside. They've pressured this one even as far to that first floor.
Will they actually be able to do this though? I think that the more that I look at my little oracle ball, the more that I'm
Just
getting,
let it go.
it seems like
Let it
no,
go.
yeah. Third party comes in and it's just taking a little bit too long. But the nice thing is that they didn't really expend resources that they couldn't. They had death boxes right in front of them, swapped out weapons, still have plenty of ammunition. And Solo Q goes, I don't know what's happening here, but
Man,
now that everybody's reset, yeah, like everybody just chill out for a second.
Oh, Scars don't seem to be doing anything of the sort. Lost Baguettes might not be successful, but they had some better takes, especially regarding what is playing for content. They've got still a split though. Mende back here, paying attention to that Pineapple. You see him find the break there on that Caustic, and there's playing for content. It's gonna be Solo Q Goats that find the initial drop onto Otter. You gotta pray that those final Wingman shots come through for Scars. As now Solo is also on their attention. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Nemesis who wiped them. Robin from afar.
From the south, things are, well, they're tough because this village is getting a lot of attention. Scars are the closest to being able to exit it when eventually this zone starts to pull away, but we've got a lot of entrance coming from the west as Los Baguettes tried to make their exit and were pushed right back in by Drain Gang. They simply cannot escape the Scars curses. I really do want to go back to the VOD and figure out exactly how many minutes it was that this single 3v3 was going on.
Yeah, we have at least seen the beginnings and closings of round 1 as well as 2's entirety here prior to what was the final movement from any of these squads. And now, Lost Baguettes, they found a building for themselves. I will say, high praise. I mean, insane control to, one, get their members all back up and continue to retain that spot for an insane amount of time. Probably one of the best defenses of a Caustic we've probably seen all turning long.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see it take its toll, though. Despite the fact they had incredible defense, their meds are running low, and they have no way of picking any of them up. Solo Q Goats have already been through the buildings right next to them. There just aren't any resources for them to grab, and though it took a long time to do it, that's going to start to pay off for somebody. We just don't know who in the area that may be able to pick up and prioritize off that weakness. Scars, however, have moved out. We talked about how they were in the priority position to do so earlier. They had plenty of relocation available and now have set themselves up in such a place where they can be the ones to capitalize on the inevitable, it seems like, Solo Q Goats and Baguette fight.
Looks like we do see Adept Club take out what is high society, but that themselves coming through and dying to their own response here against him and crew here. Lost Baguettes finally pressured. Seems like they got too much to deal with. The gas comes through and taking their Danny. Still looking for the syringe when necessary. That's not a lot of great resources, but from behind, able to provide the beam with the car, but it's going to be the one PK and the return there from Solo Q Goats to finish the job. Now Scars looking to take advantage of the final embers of this fight, and just barely do Solo Q Goats find them way outside the door here.
It ends up going down, though, and almost as quickly as they escaped, Solo Q Goats go out. A nicely timed third party from Scars, and as soon as Katie from Los Baguettes went down, there was simply no hope anymore. No Caustic to make sure that if that push was harder, meant Scars were going to clean up the KP, now finding themselves even more kills after the initial ones that they picked up onto playing for content, and have a totally open side of the ring to move in on, right back to their high ground.
Mind you, the zone, we now finally get the opportunity to look at it, is pulling towards that major open area that we discussed for so long, not directly in Antenna or Launchpad, this high ground kind of ridge here, and it's going to be Bop who hold the major rock there. We do see Rebel fly in, as well as TTD, into the position that Nemesis have held on to for too long. Rebel, though, they got to be careful. Scars looking to extend themselves up the hillside here.
And Scars will just take this fight. That's the really scary thing, is that they'll just do it. They don't need a crack. They don't need anything. They will push up on you. They will make you uncomfortable, and they will bait in other squads that they do not have at their back to take the aggression towards you instead. Rebel do get chunked out, but haven't been knocked just yet, and it seems like haven't attracted any other attention. Their attention, however, is omnidirectional, unable to focus on anything else but staying alive in the face of this massive threat. Nemesis, in an engagement of their own down in Fish Farms, are encountering some trouble, have lost their source. Small little knockdown shield. Robin is able to do very little to prop up the rest of his team. Hopefully the res will be able to come in, because that needs to be the difference maker in this fight against TTD.
Mind you, it was Guild, though, that found that drop, so they're also within the area, providing some sort of beam that was there to enable the start of this one. TTD, they still hold this one out, and you do see Guild on the other side of Fish Farms. You see that habitat is officially down as Nibble is looking for their own escape out, but the information that it provides makes short work of sourcing out the last remaining members there, so high props to them as they finish off the South African crew. Mutarium, though, coming into the third party.
Will end up going out meanwhile as Mutarium do
the
not give
wall.
a darn about the Watson traps, instead just decimating time and time again, taking out the traps now and pushing even further forward. They've got an incredible amount of firepower behind them and show no signs of slowing down as Guild bite the dust.
Meanwhile, on the other side of Fish Farms, the fight finally transpired, but not the way you expected. TTD eliminated even though they seem to have had the major members going into those final moments. And of course, another Volt.
Another Volt. We love Volts. One of the other things that I was noticing during this time period that I wanted to bring up as well was that Bots and Scars have ended up collaborating on making Rebels' life just that little bit harder. They are, of course, still inside this game, but whittled down pretty darn significantly. And like you say, we got some pretty lucky bots.
I mean, they need it. It has been a rough day for bots coming out into all of these zones. They've never had one really play into their favor. And even this one pulling more directly towards the south. We know they land up by that kind of depot area here. And now finding the perfect rotation onto the high ground. High praise towards Nazetia making the calls there. He's that IGL of the squad. Scars, though, by the way, given your point you just brought up, not quite too keen on providing any more damage there into what was those trades up on the high ground. Now their attention, of course, on Drain Gang. Pressured against these trees could easily take advantage, but now Rascal's looking for the return here.
Not for too much longer, by the way, as well, with Limac having gone down to a frag. We can see Scars pushing up on this as Rascals are taking their own 3v3. It's exactly as we'd predicted on the other side. Scars see just a bit of weakness and they go hard. Drain Gang go out, and now Rebel are going to be right back in that crossfire as Rascals were unable to finish their 3v3 in the meantime. Nice crack, however, by Steven. He doesn't go any further forward, not exposing himself outside of that bubble. Clone ends up going down as well to shots from afar, and things get really tight for Rascals, who do not have any safety inside of this building. It's every man for himself as Alpha Draft takes to the roof.
Mind you, the zone is about to close in here, and all these teams will be forced to make a rotation to try to play the outskirts. I'd love to see if Rascals could even get the teammate up and then try to play the exit of that door, but that revive, it's got to happen now.
Sticking it. I don't think this is going to be spotted just yet. Everybody from Outplayed a little bit too focused on just staying alive. Clone ends up popping down the bubble, but does go down again, fortunately providing his teammates a little bit of safety. Steven ends up turning this around, and Outplayed get outplayed by the Rascals. Another res now being stuck, and they should be able to make their way into the ring.
No problem for them there. The problem now that presents itself is they've only got the little bit of cover on that rock ahead, and you can already clearly see that Scars are defending it there. Totem, though, here on the side, they're the ones to constantly present themselves with adequate damage as they find that drop on the clone. Meanwhile, bots are protectors of the supreme position of the zone, preventing the climb up from the low ground.
Really well-placed Arc Stars, but getting bitten by the slow right back. Piggy almost goes down. He's going to be able to pop the shield back, but it's only a little bit of effective health that he's got. Essentially half health right now, just a little bit more. Nazetia takes to the outside. Bots are going to play together. They are going to go down together if need be, with Totem coming in on the back end. This defensive bombardment is big, and it's forcing bots into a no-win situation, one where they will almost inevitably die. They go out, we're in top 4, and Totem, while they eat a little bit of damage, are ultimately not concerned because they are in a position to win the game.
Meanwhile, Rascals finally taken down by Scars on the side, bringing us to our final 3. Nemesis below, Scars across, and Totem here still holding out what is one of the best potential spots. Maze is dropped low there, but there's plenty of bats and sustainability on the side here. As now Scars taking a wide angle to finally remove Nemesis from play. This is a full 3v3.
It's the big showdown as well. Scars and Totem both. Totem have already done really well today, but Scars can take this away just like that. The snipes from Taishin have been on point. He's got that revved up Sentinel and a creative position as well. Can't quite see anything from up
Nice
here,
missiles.
but this is great for them.
One good beam with that Sentinel will do somebody in. It's a nice, almost crackbound 75.
Oh!
And the follow, they'll launch onto RPR, but the damage, it might be enough. A reload on the set. Another shot potentially available. Hasn't quite landed him yet there, as RPR now brings this down to a 2v3 scenario. And Totem, they're going to take full advantage. Reset, get their health back up as Mende. He's going to go for the revive. It's up to Taishin to defend with the PK.
If it's up to Taishin, it's gonna be okay. RPR ends up getting right back up, but now he's traded away his life. Totem full send it in. They know the Titan has fallen, but just like that, there's a little bit of a turnaround as well. Last Mastiff shot does it, sending Totem to yet another victory, but just barely.
Whew! I have to say, what a phenomenal way to finish it off and answer one of the best questions that was out there coming into this. How good are these teams that have come out here from that recent Sweden LAN? And we got the best of the best, the final 3v3 situation. And I'll be honest, yeah, both of them had, I mean, obviously Totem had what was the zone pull there in the end, but both of them were sending at each other much earlier than that.
Yeah, I mean, these guys know exactly what's up. As soon as you get one snipe, one member out of position, your time is now. And I really liked the way that Reply Totem ended up playing out that fight, recognizing that RPR was on his own. They gamble on it, and it ends up working out in the long run, even if it looked iffy after Taishin hit a few shots.
Yeah, Tyson trying to provide there with the PK as well as Monday from the back end with that Sentinel. Definitely finding some of those initial cracks there, but it just wasn't quite in that moment. Of course, RPR being the kind of catalyst to net things in the direction of Totem. But for both of these squads, they had a very similar story, you know, going into that game, right? They had what was a very kind of slow rotation. Obviously, Scars out from the south and Totem from the north, and both of them found themselves into some of the best positions possible regarding the God spots into the 6 zones, taking out teams upon teams upon teams along the way there, which I just find incredible. It's like deja vu double there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we do have to note, though, is that while Scars and Reply Totem won't have really their standings impacted nearly as much, this was a really important endgame for some teams. Let's take a look at the scores and see exactly what its impact was. I'm thinking specifically of bots here who managed to place almost top 4, but still are so way too far away from the cutoff to be comfortable.
It is very difficult for them, but they're still within the range of one game to do them towards that top 10 position. And I'd much rather, even if there are a squad that's going to drop here in some fashion of the bottom 10, to fake yourself to winners round 2 and then drop in that top 10, that nets you losers round 2, which is much more successful in that regard. And honestly, all it takes is one more game like that to help bots out. Granted, we need to see them transition what was a good hold or control of zone into at least netting some KP there, because honestly, it looks like all they really got for themselves was the positioning.
It's true, and that really did impact them. A squad like Rascals, on the other hand, who maybe didn't place as high, still managed to pick up KP on their way in and are sitting top 8 right now, relatively comfortable in their position. Even if ANC outplayed and High Society, even baguettes are starting to come for them. It's getting right down to the wire, though. That was our 5th game. We've got one more for winners bracket number 1, where the top 10 teams will advance into winners 2. One more chance to make your season that much easier. We're going to take a very short break, and then we'll be right back to find out exactly how it breaks down.
Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the last chance qualifiers, the last round here of Winners Round 1, the final game to make your impression, find your way into that top 10 to send you forward to a much more secure Winners Round 2. But I'll tell you what, Dia, before we take a look at the points here of Group B, I got a treat for you. We do have the standings from Round 5 plus of Group A, so let's take a look at those real quick.
All right, well, Congarna were able to turn things around a bit because that was the first place that I was looking. Sitting at 15th last game, they're right now just below the cutoff. Ford Gang are doing pretty well as well, and I'd hate to have to pick between these two teams. What's really impressing me is the Rats' performance that has managed to whip themselves right back up into the top 10.
Yeah, fantastic for them now, securing what was our expectations, especially after looking at Game 4. But what makes me even more happy was a big question you had. Why was Kick not at the top of the leaderboard with almost a major 20-plus point gap? Well, it looks like they might have sourced out the win there coming into Game 5, now sitting at 66, far and above the rest. So all of our LAN teams extremely successful across both of our groups, which just I find incredible because, yes, we talk about these things. We talk about the success of these rosters and whatnot and where they place over the seasons, but that isn't consistent across the board. There's plenty of opportunities for that to change, but going into last chance qualifier number 2, it doesn't seem to be the case.
No, I like that we've got the consistency from the LAN teams that have managed to get all this Pro League experience, get now what is an incredible amount of LAN experience. I think it would honestly be a shame, Zephyr, if we weren't seeing this pay off once they return back home, because they've managed to learn so much about the game and now have this additional edge, this additional competitive edge where they've played at the very top of international competition. We'll see how that continues to play out. However, with this last game, it's less of a focus on who's the top for me and much more a focus who is at that cutoff. That 11th, 12th area is what everyone is focusing on right now. And if you're a Nibble, as the prime example, your focus is only on getting a win because you want to keep yourself in the top bracket. It's not the end of the world if you can't, but man, oh man, would you like that just a little bit more safety and the most competitive lobby that a lot of these teams have been in so far.
So to keep everyone on the same page, I know we didn't get the opportunity to once again reiterate what were those Group B standings. The teams that you're going to be wanting to watch out for will start in 8th place or even 7th because that's kind of where those points reside. Rebels at 29, Rascals 28, tied with Drain Gang as well. T-Rex in that 10th place position with 26, right on the cusp there and not too far behind, tied. And outplayed 24, High Society 24 as well, and Lost Baguettes, Cool Gaming 23-21. Those are the squads that we'll be looking at all game long. Of course, if you ever forget any of those points there, of course, we have the ticker at the top constantly showing you exactly who fares where.
So did you ever try any of the...
I'm not doing this.
Okay.
I swear, the two of you have something against me or something. Like... Chat, I want you to know I explicitly told them no fish. No fish, weird. No, I want to see the game, okay? No weird fish cams out of nowhere. And instead, we get fish numero deuce coming into this.
But it's a different kind of fish. Or at least it's closer to being served.
I do not care. I want to see zone. And look, there it is. That is zone. Good to know.
It's pulling away from the fish, much like you.
Whoa!
All right. Oh, well, this zone is going to be, largely dictated by control of choke points for the teams that want to try and pick up a few extra KP high ground. Also really important here, but the thing that's standing out to me is that a beacon almost in the dead center means so much for the squads in this game. This was very different from, I think, our last game on World's Edge, where we had an overlook zone with almost no data given to any teams. And now, if you can capitalize on being able to hold down this building, get yourself a little bit of extra safety, you can also secure yourself first move in the lobby.
We typically, when we have zones like this kind of appear here, they do tend to finish literally kind of right on top of where that beacon tends to end. As you can already tell, most of the area kind of up there towards the north is been cut off already by that zone too, where sometimes the zone does finish on the upper end of that high ground. I don't think it's going to play into the POI directly towards the wall. If teams are lucky, they might catch a few buildings of Cascade Falls, but I'm more than sure that they'll be forced to rotate out. So for these first initial kind of 3 zones, expect maybe 4 squads kind of in that Cascade Falls area, and then kind of extending an insane trade once the zone is up on their back.
Now, keeping in mind that this was where Rascals found a lot of success last time, I am expecting them to be moving up towards that high ground, just like they rotated in games previous, to be able to pick up maybe a little bit of KP. But speaking of KP, it's already starting to come through. Los Baguettes, in an unfortunate situation here, are going to go out, and though their situation was looking a lot better last game, ZBW put a swift end to it.
And ZBW, they need as many points as they can get going into this game. At least they'll win on top of everything too, but the 3 KP to bring Los Baguettes down definitely is good. They're currently sitting at 20th with 4 points. Currently right now, without the bar being moved, need 22 points to take a top 10 position here. So for Los Baguettes, I can confirm that means we will be seeing them in the losers round 1 now.
Yeah, it's a tough spot.
And position here. So for Los Baguettes, I can confirm that means we will be seeing them in the losers round 1 now.
Yeah, it's a tough spot, especially with the season end for these teams being what is on the line. You've now gotten even closer to that. However, I think that the initial KP that they were able to pick up there is going to keep their spirits high at the very least moving into the rest of today, because it is going to be a very long day for a lot of these squads. For Drain Gang, it seems like it's getting even longer. They've now got to play the rest of this game out as a 2-man. Limek has to have dropped almost instantly for the respawn to be timed out already.
It's a bit of a shame here. They might have taken what was an aggressive 50-50 on drop, if that's what we're interpreting correctly. Quite the interesting rotation. It looks like Seven's caught out there and won't be able to extend as far as a Wicked Sick here, so it has to be a little bit careful, especially if there's a squad between them, but I think they're relatively safe. You get a few enemy pings, but it doesn't look like there's actually anyone too nearby to them right now. Gotta say, for Drain Gang, for their game plan in this one, all they need to do is survive. Get to that top 5. Even if you are a 2-man, you'll be able to sustain those placements. Meanwhile, playing for content, a fight of their own guild, taking trades on the back end. This is actually Scars, a drop down onto RPR and Taishin already.
This is big for them, playing for content. We were waiting for them to pop off, and now they're showing it to us. Scars are gonna go out, playing for content, go crazy in Game 6.
And I'll tell you what, for every Game 5, you've got a 6 like this playing for content. We talk about the kill pressure that has come out of this squad from the Last Chance qualifier number 1 just yesterday, and you haven't been able to see an inkling of that. And finally, D, I'm able to prove to you they've got the chops to spare there.
That was a really impressive move as well, because Scars, much like us, were caught completely off guard. You've got a minute to loot up, and Cenote is relatively close to zone. You expect that a team like this will want to try and play moving more with a rotation around the outside, pulling themselves up through mill, maybe past North Pad, and then entering through the choke point.
Only time will tell here. High Society out towards North Pad. They could be near one of those squads that we saw kind of out towards those hot dog buildings just north of Checkpoint, or Drain Gang all the way up towards the entrance of Wall. Obviously, they've been able to spot out quite a few rosters. As you can see, plenty of pings out there towards east, but taking advantage of the crafting system as well as the beacon for now, they have no mind to rotate this early. As they rotate.
Yeah. They got the.
Yeah, they got the beacon. I'm done. They got it all done. Yeah, no. I was right. I was just being stupid. Meanwhile, Nibble with the Nox gas right in the face.
This is the game that they need to push themselves into top 10. Extra KP all the time, and that gas was absolutely disgusting. But it's bots on the other end of it, and you and I, though it is impressive to see, will never be happy about a bot squad going down. Nibble, however, will end up paying for it. Since ANC outplayed are capitalizing on this. Not a lot of safety for this Caustic anymore, and as the bubble goes down, ANC outplayed end up cleaning up the remainder of those squads.
mutually assured destruction again here into game 6, and it looks like it might be continuing out here as Guild Esports not too far away. They've had a successful fight already this game. It looks like it's actually just the movement from Horizon. The rest of the squad still anchoring on top of that crucial beacon building, which could net them potentially their extent into the late game. Of course, though, we will reiterate, bots nibble down to that loser's bracket no matter how many howdies you put in your name tag.
That's true. It's tough, and you know what? We'll wish them luck with Guild.
I'll wish them a howdy.
Playing a little bit more conservatively. They are, of course, in that building that I was talking about at the beginning, the one with the beacon, that allows them a lot more information than a lot of their counterparts if they're able to access that consistently. I'm actually surprised that Guild didn't go on the push there as well, given that they have the Seer and wouldn't really see the Seer do too much last game.
Well, we had a good trade there against Nibble there in what was Fish Farms, where they got to capitalize on the habitat. It's just Mutarium came in a little bit too quick, and they didn't have the cooldowns necessary to respond. That goes to show why Seer usually typically isn't picked. When in a moment of pressure, it can be quickly destroyed. For now, though, it looks like Outplayed have more to worry about. Looks like Unlucky potentially is extending what might be an angle here. You can see Shex trying to put shots back towards them.
We did speak a lot about the choke points in this game as well, and keep in mind that Totem have one of those. A very unexpected ring pull, continuing the LCQ standard that has been set for this weekend. This is going to throw a wrench into a lot of teams' plans, but Guild are going to be the first ones to know. Not even Totem know exactly what they have right now, and this will be an interesting way to see the end game play out as to how Guild end up continuing to play this. Over here, though, Outplayed are in another engagement that we've been ignoring for the sake of the map. Mutarium are going up against them. And with this Horizon, they do have access to the high ground in an unusual way. Nice toss from Blast. This should get them an advantage with the defensive bombardment as the shield ends up expiring. The Arc Stars are starting to rain in. Mutarium's push is stymied for the moment.
For Mutarium, they are pressured here. They got a bit of a split there from Blast, pulling all the way back. Might have to rotate all the way around, potentially into wall to find success. Meanwhile, Horizon is finally rotated from Guild to continue to put pressure down. You'd think double squads pinching, this would be the perfect opportunity, but again and again, Outplay, well, continue to outplay.
Nice Nox gas grenade as well, buys them even more time. They are so secure up on this high ground, but with Jax eating damage from behind, Horizon almost takes him down. The Skynade might just do it. He gets taken out by Blasts, and now you've got to imagine that Mutarium are going to try and go for this. Rez is coming in. Surely somebody ends up capitalizing on this, but no, ANC with a cold bag, no less, get Jax right back into the game.
At the end of the day, you just choke them out, though. There's only so much sustain available here. Mutarium know just that. Immediately, though, that's going to be Wilhelm down. Unlucky with the forward pressure blast onto Shex. One remaining member, and they'll be wiped out in pair here from a combination of, I believe, yeah, just entirely Mutarium. Meanwhile, Drain Gang eliminated out there towards the walls. High Society came in with their rotation.
Impressive to see High Society picking up some kills as well. They had a rough move onto Storm Point, but seemed like they are picking up that momentum once again. Guild continue to push off Mutarium, going, listen, I know this went well for you, but it was sponsored by us, so maybe this engagement would not be in your favor. High Society able to clean up in what is arguably a very good position themselves as well. Relatively uncontested up here in the north, and with an excellent angle and a very nice beat from Denze.
A nice crack found there. A little bit of damage on the board. Yes, a charge rifle. An Evo shield of red. The KP, even some there. That's not usual of a charge rifle. I'm going to stop. Looks like we do have someone drop down. That is going to be Horizon on the other side of the pineapple here.
A good look from them as well, with a very nice long rotation around wall. Actually puts them in a position where neither of these teams really wants to fight each other unless something crazy happens. Playing for Content, however, do always want to fight, especially after the big boost that they will have gotten after picking up Scars. Unfortunately, an instant turnaround on Otter takes him out. Playing for Content have to disengage, now down a member. Huge turnaround.
Now Solo Q Goats spotting out some of the damage that's been provided to kind of wrap this one up, try to drop the rest of ZBW, but there's so many shots from afar, they're not completely safe. Michi does fall. Now with the reset on their health, they look to clean this one up. Lepe, TGB still remaining here from playing for content. Balerion hiding behind the rock, but the most important factor is that Solo Q Goats have taken this building for themselves as zone closes in, right up against the wall.
It's a very smart move as well, because Solo Q Goats had a position that I think a lot of people would have prioritized otherwise, but on this low ground, that little bunker that they previously had is very easily taken away from them, even with using this caustic. I like that they're trying to hold on to as much room as possible, using DiffQ to sort of divide and conquer here, but not putting all their eggs in one basket makes this game so much easier for Solo Q Goats and allows DiffQ to start dishing out some damage towards this north.
It's just different, built like that. And looking at our zone, looking like we're getting a full hot dog pull. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The hot dog is here. Round 6 hot dog on the map.
What are you saying? What does that mean?
I did that on purpose. Anyways, I like to call it hot dog because you've got 3 buildings here in the central area right above checkpoint. You currently see TTD has one of them. They make the bun, and then you got the building in the center. That's your hot dog.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
No one calls it that except for me, by the way.
I like it. I like it. A little bit more Zephyr branding.
Howdy,
howdy, hot dog po.
Hot
What
damn,
what
hot
could
dog,
possibly
howdy,
be next?
Hot damn. It's just getting more and more Texan Italiano Texicano. That's what I call myself.
Yet another term
drop on the
introduced.
Michi. Solo Q Goats continuing to extend trades of their own. It looks like that might have been a respawn found there for ZBW, but continue to find that one. Nemesis here on the very, very edge of zone. They've got a ways to go. We'll be forced to play in through some of these chokes, which definitely going to become a heated choice if you have to.
Say it with me. One-way smokes. One-way smokes. Nemesis have got to make this work. They picked up the fighting squad, and though we've seen,
okay, they've made it work.
No. I want to see them roll a team. Just walk in, smoke them, and burn them. It could look really good, but every time that we've tuned into them fighting, yeah, they've been doing well. They've actually won some fights, but they almost never use these two in combination.
Okay. Well, as they maybe approach the choke there, maybe in the words of my great father, John Cena, the time is now, right?
Did John Cena ever say that? He probably said that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you don't watch it. Yeah, whatever.
No,
Someone
no.
out there I don't either, but probably, I think it is. Anyways.
We're in a dangerous spot, Zephyr, I gotta say. There's a lot of unpupated eggs here that I'm a little worried about. A little bit too much. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I might have to close my eyes for the extended period. We'll have to be careful here. Yeah, meanwhile, I love Alpha Draft's position, by the way, from Rascals. Able to find that high ground advantage to drop ASCII there on the rock. This is actually what might wipe Nemesis now.
Wait a minute, this is the worst possible situation for them. They've walked into another team with a Bloodhound. Who could have predicted this? Who could have predicted it? No more one-way smokes. Rascals have ended up getting the better end of that fight, and though we do get the scan coming right back at him, Clone drops the bubble and makes Rascals all the safer. An interesting maneuver from Alpha Draft to sort of scout out their behinds as well, make sure that no third party is coming in. Leaves T-Rex in charge of this choke point.
Ooh, and they make short work of everyone coming on through here. Nemesis eliminatedo. Rascals also facing defeat at the hands of Guild on the other side. They opted to play the opposite choke, and Guild were on that end to defend. Meanwhile, it looks like Solo Q Goats constantly defending their position. They've found what is a response onto TTD up towards the north here. Meanwhile,
Tough
Totem.
stuff. Yeah, I was actually surprised at the fact that Totem were not playing in this choke point, having moved into one of the buns of the hot dog and now moving directly into the hot dog itself. They are trying to find a fight on Rebel, but unfortunately with the separation of the floors in that building, it's going to be a little bit more difficult than they would have anticipated. I would like to see Totem instead use the extra meds they got from the Replicator, try and continue to gatekeep squads coming from where they were in these choke points, and then use that chaos to turn around onto Rebel, though I understand their desire to try and find a little bit more safety in this building.
Mind you, the information here is crucial. The hot dog buildings are no longer going to be in play for round 6. There's only one major area that every team will be able to extend upon, and I don't think most teams have that beacon, have that extra information to provide that, because this is very heavy-handed towards the chokes as well as hot dog here.
There's a very small chance as well that solo queue goats still have barrels inside of that building, given where they were placed earlier.
Where before?
And that, yeah,
we see him right
in the
now.
bunker. Yeah, but he can hold 6. Yeah. Anyway. There's like I said, very, very small chance, and I'd like to see if that ends up going their way. Solo queue goats, however, have different priorities, it seems. Instead, opting for the kills more than anything, doing what Totem could not, and flaunting it as they throw down the dome and wave across the way.
Mind you, I will bring it up because it is important. Guild are still in this lobby sitting with the 7 squads remaining, and one of the few who definitely need to have a massive game here alongside another squad, High Society, right on the cusp at 12 here, and that's what we should be paying attention to. Going to launch forward, play for this final endgame position, and surprisingly, they all just barely managed to get there. Ezzy, though, sniped from afar. Oh, and they can't even punch the man back. They're just going to have to recover the beacon. It's Mutarium who take this building early.
Ironically kind of locking themselves in with the Singularity, cannot get out through the Trident. High Society able to survive as a 2-man for now. Denze climbing all over, getting eventually the shield swap and the beacon of their teammates. But with High Society still alive, they're still exposed to so many other squads. They're going to be firing down at them. Gravity Lift clears the Trident out of the way, and Kim is able to heal up in the nick of time, but no cover out here, even behind these rocks. So it's going to be a tough road for High Society, who are already having a tough day.
It's more tough, though, for Guild and Horizon right now. Both of them sharing the same rock. We see one member of Guild to drop already as, yep, that's the extended Seer Tactical there. Provides the information, but for how long will they remain domed down for Horizon as they're going to extend some defense, but taken incredibly low. Maybe High Society could wrap through the back end. Try to clean that one up as, yes, Guild do fall at the hands of 7. Now T-Rex defending the backside here as solo queue goats look to rotate outside of this building.
Mobile respawn beacon coming in for High Society as well. Could change the tides in this last battle, especially if they can get access to some of those death boxes that just ended up going down. Mutarium are still maintaining control over the bunker for now, but they're going to be playing off of the low ground, and they're trying desperately to challenge this respawn beacon. It seems like it's going pretty well for them, able to keep everybody from doing it, and might be able to pick up an extra kill here as well, as Unlucky pushes up onto Kim, finishing off Denze.
That'll bring us down to just Kim left to his own devices, and the sad part is the zone now officially closing in. It means that beacon no longer in play, and obviously from both angles the team want to take advantage of this one. It's going to be awarded, though, to Horizon there in their final moments in this rotation. Meanwhile, we do have the final members of Totem and Solo Queue fighting out. T-Rex have extended themselves towards the building, and Horizon are playing outside where the Totem was choked here. Now Totem, though, covering the doorway, just dropping diff.
Nice knock there. They're not committing to inside the building just yet, which I really appreciate from them. However, separated a little too much. They once again end up falling to almost exactly the same thing. Reply Totem now down to just one member. Their Caustic are going to have a very difficult time challenging T-Rex, who will win out on this side. Going on to challenge the winner of the Mutarium combat that's going on the opposite end of Storm Point right now. Plenty of time to loot up for T-Rex. Mutarium take the fight out to the outside, find Flesh, end up chasing right back into the bunker. Wingman shots connect, Horizon go out, and we're in the top 2 as T-Rex end up coming in for the third party.
This is crucial, though. Were they able to sustain the health necessary there? I gotta say, a swing rotation to the outside is incredibly hard to pull off, and Mutarium did just that, and now they have ample time to provide the defense necessary here. But, of course, T-Rex sitting on the outside, they've got all the angles covered. They're just waiting for the zone to choke Mutarium out. But Mutarium, we just saw them pull this off with the door. It's one quick bubble, one quick rotation, and then the turnaround. Can they do it again?
They very well might be able to, especially with Oxbow a little separated from the squad. I love the usage of the Singularity, clearing the Trident out of the way, causing a distraction. T-Rex now gets sent on, but a great reposition from their Valkyrie buys them a little bit of time. Kearney goes down. This could be it for Mutarium. They could be turning it around from the low ground. 2 up down. T-Rex are down to a single member, and rounding the corner in the knockdown shield. They just cannot get the angle. Oxbow cannot find the damage. It is eating damage from everywhere else at the same time. Mutarium may just end up doing it as Peacekeeper shots are not enough, and Mutarium pull off the impossible from the low ground.
Mutarium making short work of both Horizon and T-Rex there in their final moments. Yes, the building was perfect to play there, but they didn't expect having to run it out. A fantastic swing outside of the door there 2 times in a row. I cannot stress that is the hardest thing in the world to do. I mean, that is insane. Yes, you have the dome to play around, but I mean, it is no surefire trade. Those 50-50s are called, well, 50-50s for a reason, Dia.
Yeah, it's not just luck to make that happen. It is precision and a really smart use of their Singularity to be able to cause a little bit of a distraction, take advantage of the separation of T-Rex. That's something that even a lot of the squads in Pro League would have difficulty manufacturing in such a very, very crucial situation, but huge props to the squad that's able to do it. Mutarium, they've looked good all day, but that was the consistency rewarded with just that win.
I'm glad to see Mutarium pop off. I mean, they've been playing with Blast for a month, but for a lot of people, this is the first time that they're actually seeing this full 3-man if you don't pay attention to scrims and the like here. So to see them come out with such power and maybe potentially take away a top 2 position after that game, I mean, it definitely bodes well for potential championship spots. With that said, though, let's take a look at those points. See exactly where everyone has fallen in these final moments. Mutarium with their win, not quite close enough to usurp the dominance of Scars and Totem here today, but not too far behind.
No, they're really close, and you pull off a performance like that in the next couple days, or rather, I guess, the next 6 games today, and then the games tomorrow, and you find yourself perhaps punching your ticket into champs. That's the power of consistency for Mutarium. Reply Totem and Scars playing a head above the rest. They can look down at our cutoff. High Society barely managed to make it in, and Drain Gang were also tied with them, so I'm not sure how that works.
I would have to understand specifically the ruling regarding exactly how it might be kills. I know a lot of the time we go off of who had the more kills into moments like that, but we here behind the scenes will check on that as soon as we can to see whether it's High Society or Drain Gang making their way forward. Other than that, it doesn't look like anyone else had any major changes here across the board. Obviously some shifting. It doesn't look like anyone took away or pushed themselves into a spot other than those 2 in particular. Even someone like Guild, who was really there till the end fighting up against Horizon before they fell.
Yeah, they honestly are likely going to make it. Guild were really consistent, and I'd be surprised to see them actually leaving us today, let alone tomorrow, as Matafe, Horizon, and Silta are very strong players, and I've been following Matafe for a while. That guy goes crazy. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to Apex. Just a little bit of an off day for them, an off 6 games. They got to correct it going into the latter half of the day if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Absolutely here. For now, though, let's take a look at that other lobby, see who will be joining our top 10 in winners round 2 here. Obviously, some notables, Kix, Zeta, and surprisingly, now sitting at 3rd, had a fantastic game, 789, Adesu and crew.
Nice. I like the look from them as they keep pushing further up. 789 have been around for a very long time, though the roster has undergone a few changes. Their core has remained the same. I'm happy to see them able to find some success in the initial games of the day, but the next lobby for everyone will be harder. That includes Kick, that includes Zeta Division, and even includes our littlest PogChamps, who have managed to just barely slide in. No ties here at 10th. They are the cutoff for making it into winners too. Kungarna, as you previously noticed, not making that cutoff, and I'm surprised to see Morning Stars actually slipping out of the top 10 in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy there, but it happened, right? I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. Morning Stars weren't able to put it up there. Nisa, Mox, and crew, I mean, has had fantastic runs, but after what was at least their experience in Pro League Split 2, yes, they had a fantastic iteration for themselves, but they still were just on the cusp of relegation, right? I mean, that's not surefire when you're going up against the best of the best. Thankfully, though, as we've reiterated, we're going to define it very carefully for y'all at home. The top 10 of both of these lobbies will be moving forward to compete in Winners Round 2. Whoever wins that one, the top 10 of that, will move forward to finals with some additional points to work with here. For the bottom 10 of both these lobbies, they'll be making our way towards Losers Round 1, where we will see the first 10 teams eliminated here from Last Chance Qualifier number 2.
Now, Losers Round 1, as I am to understand, it will be happening off stream, and we will be going on in our winners bracket to see who ends up qualifying Hello. We're back. Hello, Zephyr. We've made it in.
Back?
It's
Oh
a
my
howdy howdy angle. It's time. Winners 2 is upon us. Zephyr, this may strike you as an odd question,
Oh,
but
okay.
are you ready?
Starting with odd questions. That's not an odd question. That's a normal question. Yeah. Well, okay. Apparently, for 20 seconds ago, no, I'm not ready. But currently, as it stands right now, I'm totally ready. I'm sorry. I've
Good,
got
good.
some audio issues in the background that was confusing me.
Yeah, we're all sorting it out, right? We're all getting in there. Everybody's had a long day at this point, especially with all these teams having already gone through 6 games to get here. Top 10 from here will qualify one more time, and we just got to run a reminder, right? What are we all about today? What are we
Yes.
heading into? Winners number 2. What does that mean, Zephyr?
Well, hopefully this overview will do well to explain it. Obviously, we have the top 10 teams joining us going into winners round 2 from both the round 1 groupings, both Group A and Group B, respectively. Now, these 20 teams will be competing through a 6-game series, right? And within that 6-game series, of course, you will see the standard ALGS points, and the top 10 will qualify to finals with those advanced starting points, which could be potentially crucial here in, of course, the pursuit of those top 2 championship points.
Today, this game is about setting yourself up for success in tomorrow's games, about making it all the way through to, at the very end of this, the 2 championship slots that you've got to make it over to North Carolina. I'm pretty excited to see it. Of course, we've got plenty of teams joining us that you may not have seen already today. If you were joining us just for the first bit of it, we were in Match Group B, but Match Group A had a lot of action that has netted us another 10 exciting teams to throw in alongside here. Let's take a look at all 20 who are going to be dropping onto Storm Point first in these 6 games.
So obviously, if you're just joining us here, you've seen, or if you've been watching with us here, you've seen what is that 11th through 20th here. No current regard with the position that they're currently in. It just happens to be that Group B is 11th through 20th. Group A is 1st through 10th. I promise, I know my words, Dia.
Group 1 is 1st through 10th. Group B,
leave me alone.
Oh!
Leave me alone.
I love it when that happens, actually. Yeah. And given that, I think there are going to be a lot of surprises in this lobby, right? Because we didn't get the chance to watch Group A. We can all understand exactly how Kick got to where they were, but I'm really excited to see teams like 789, Forg Gang, Zeta Division, how they're looking today, because all of them were really strong in their own rights. And in the same way, just at the bottom here, High Society, Rebel, 789, Little Pog Champs, barely squeezing into these top 10. Can they do it again? Can they level up their game is going to be a really big question.
Very quickly, before we go into our specific games here, let's take a look at the maps here for our iteration of this series. Of course, this time around, we will be starting up on Storm Point, and for a lot of these teams, that's actually kind of a good thing. They've had the last 3 games to kind of prep and prepare themselves on this map, so they have those kind of rotations in mind. The thing is, now we're getting a completely different sort of drops, at least for the first game or so, that could shake things up.
Yeah, these teams have had a little bit of time to adjust to it over the course of the season and over the course of what is likely the last 3 games for both of these groups. But it always does throw a little bit of chaos in, especially since we're mixing up the groups at this point. Let's see how it starts off as we're getting into character selection, legend selection, as it may be called, to see what we're going to be working with for the first couple games. I'm keeping my eyes on the Kick squad as they've already locked in that Bangalore underrated, going
Lots
with
of
the same
Bangalore's
thing. Yeah, this is crazy.
Lots. So I'm very interested, of course, to see positions 1 through 10, because we didn't get the opportunity to recognize them in our first groups today. And already some incredible picks, especially some heavy preference towards Bangalore, notably Jen. She is on that Loba here for Little Pog Champs, one of the last remaining teams from that group as a whole. So that'll definitely provide some opportunities here for that squad as we work our way into this. Before we talk about this game, though, I will confirm for those of you who might be wondering, yes, losers round 1 is currently taking place right now. Hopefully there are some personal streams out there where you can watch that. We do not have a secondary stream here on Versus Gaming. As it stands right now, though, that is the lobby where 10 teams will be eliminated from Last Chance Qualifier number 2.
And at the end of all of this, we're going to be saying goodbye to a lot of them. 10 of them going down today, another 10 tomorrow, and then, well, everybody else that doesn't really make it into the top 2 tomorrow, even further after that. So there's going to be some craziness this weekend, but we are just starting to touch the tip of the iceberg right now. In jumping into winners round 2, the idea is really to figure out who our major players are going to be for tomorrow. Who are the big dogs that need to be taken down? And we're going to get to establish that right now in the very first game. It's already been a day where most of our teams that made it to LAN have really dominated Zephyr, and that's a scary prospect, honestly, when we're seeing so many of these squads look really good after international competition. I'm wondering if anybody can really step to them now.
And I think this is incredible because we literally just had this conversation between me and Dia in the chat, prior to getting into our matches here today. There is literally a very clear difference between those tier 1 teams like you see at LAN and the tier 2 and 3 that are currently being matched up from a mix of last chance qualifier in the lower ends of Pro League here. And very clearly, you've got Totem, Scars, and Kick above the rest. I will say not too far behind. You have to be a little bit worrisome regarding Mutarium and Zeta Division. They seem to be just right up there on the cusp of potentially kind of taking that one away.
I'm really excited to see what Zeta Division end up playing like as well, because we saw Mutarium. I understand what they're bringing to the table. Zeta Division, we popped in and I was like, oh, they got 18 kills. That was quite a bit. So they definitely have brought some sort of X factor out here. I just don't know how they're doing it.
Yeah, well, hopefully in this game here, we'll get the opportunity to check that one out. Sadly, they are starting in Cenote Cave, and the zone's pulling quite a ways away, but who knows? Maybe some good edge play is the reason why we saw kills like that. Granted, edge play seems to be the only way to get a source of kills like that. Of course, as we pull away from that zone, we will remind you that it is going to be starting right around that Stormcatcher area. It looks like we had a very quick trade sourced out here. Jez just kind of instantly eliminated, wasn't really checking the L-shaped building. Kind of a big question mark.
A little occurrence just to start off our game. Whittled down to 59 players. Will PogChamps may be able to get them back in the game. It could have been a variety of things, especially given how separated the squad is now. Perhaps a disconnect, perhaps a miscommunication. Time will tell, but
no respect
for right now, yeah, like they're not even turning back now. They know what's happening. Yeah. They know that in this lobby, your chances of actually getting somebody back are very, very low. Having reconnected now, well, it's an unfortunate time to do so. First game for Little PogChamps is going to be hitting a little bit of a road bump. 789, however, rotating through Stormcatcher at the moment. Going to be encountering a little bit of resistance. Mutarium and having a very similar story told. Have already used their bubble to rotate in here themselves. And they're getting caught up in what could be a really interesting choke point, especially given how unpredictable this specific zone is.
Yeah, absolutely. This one won't be pulling, though, towards that kind of area when we talk about Stormcatcher East, those little no-name buildings right there below the major POI itself, and it could potentially actually finish more directly towards this mix of the high ground kind of hillside where we've seen plenty of teams combat here time and time again. So that's why you currently see Mutarium try to take for the stairwell as early as they can, and T-Rex mirroring them on the other side because they allow for transition to both sides here of the map, and it can definitely provide. It is a little bit more difficult to defend, but we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, underrated, looks like they're on a chase of their own. This has to be Little PogChamps, as that's a low buy.
Yeah, this is likely them taken down as well. Just as has already done work with the R99 and the Mastiff, and there's very little HP left on Jen, who does get taken out, having told their squad mate to run. They're actually going to make it out, even though Flesh does get found on the way out. Underrated continue on the chase, but a moment before turning back, settling back into a relaxation position. Now they've secured themselves a little bit of KP, but it really is just Little PogChamps getting picked apart bit by bit. Let's see how long they can hold on, whether they can pull off one of those placement point performances, or if it's just a bit too much in the early game.
Well, for now, they're going to be kind of pulling out back towards that entrance. We'll see what the rotations will fare, but for now, they've cleared out the majority of the backside. Still waiting for a lot of these teams to rotate. Meanwhile, it looks like 4 getting in a fight of their own. They've already dropped the majority of Navi. As soon as we tune in, it is just as quick as they tune out.
Well, I would not have expected Navi to go out that quickly, but if anybody's going to do it, Borg Gang is a great team to do so. Our very first 3v3 in Winners Round 2, and it's a quick one. This is the caliber of team that you're going up against, and Round 2 is unforgiving.
Yeah, I have to say, for Gang, over the course of what is the splits that me and you have covered here, from what was an intense start way back when we talk about things like the pros and whatnot, they've had a remarkable increase in performance. They've gotten, I mean, just better and better throughout the years.
Yeah, it's quite really impressive. I remember their big debut. I think the event that put them on the map for a lot of people was the Blast GG event, where they won 3 games in a row, and ever since then, you really can't count 4Gang out of anything, because even from the bottom, they can very quickly rise up and steal away an entire tournament from you. Games, not really an issue for these guys, and I was happy to see that, especially now in the very tail end of the season, they're taking a big uptick. They ended up finishing out the regular season at 19th in Split 2, which isn't a bad position by any means. To be in top 20 out of 40 teams is incredible,
Yeah,
but it's not enough to make it to champs.
Yeah,
And now that they've started to... Yeah, now that they've started to push their way into top 4 of LCQ2, that's starting to turn around.
Well, remember, at the end of the day, there's only 2 opportunities for any of these squads to make their way to champs coming out of the EMEA region. Meanwhile, I can confirm in that kill feed, it looks like Solo Q Goats were able to rotate up and find that initial drop, or final drop, I would say, onto Eyes there from Little Pog Champs, bringing us down to 18 squads remaining. Looks like Scars in a fight of their own. We'll have to check in them. Meanwhile, Zeta coming right out of Cenote Cave. Looks like they got a double Trident setup. No use for it anymore. I mean, they're dropping now, but just funny little tidbit.
Yeah, wouldn't have expected. Maybe they're racing. Maybe that's the aspect of Zeta Division. A little internal competition. Yeah, there we go.
Hey, I can't critique anything that they do. They're the roster that puts up a nutty scoreline here coming out of Lobby A here today. So apparently the double Trident is the schmoo. I mean, technically it does make sense. Wait, hold on. Whoa. Now that I read into it, it actually makes a lot of sense. Either way, meanwhile, Scars also on a trade of their own. They're continuing to accelerate here into that Stormcatcher area, dropping ASCII as well now.
Zephyr has a brief moment where he touches the Matrix, understands the double Trident strat, and then realizes that Scars is starting to tear apart Nemesis, down to just 1 member left, and this is not going to be enough. Medkit actually goes off in the nick of time, but it's not going to save Nemesis, not by a long shot. Straw gets taken out, with 1 kill going over to Rebel, 2 over to Scars.
And that'll make short work of that one. I like Rebel's position here. Obviously, they sourced out the majority of those kills and probably extended away from this kind of lower ground POI to find that kill. But for now, it definitely warrants attention for themselves. Looks like they'll be able to hold on here, defend against any of the kind of late rotating teams out from what is that kind of launch pad area that's a little bit more open, or even out towards the cliff sides here that will provide a little bit more defense, but still a high ground like this should be adequate.
Yeah, a really nice spot for Rebel to hold down. This isn't where they're expecting zone to end. However, this is a very frequent zone ending, especially recently. So I like that Rebel are, using this data and this practice that they've put in to be able to hold down a POI that they should be relatively confident in already. Kick, however, taking a little bit of an alternate approach. Notice them all the way off to the east, taking the large rotation around. Not a whole lot of end games there, not a whole lot of comfortability in that area for most squads, but they're starting to rotate around and maybe fight for this hill. The totem are also holding down.
I'd love to see maybe not just that, but maybe to play through the cave down here towards the south. Obviously, the zone's going to continue to kind of pull up towards the north, and that cave may provide the ample opportunity to fight into that kind of no-name low ground. The thing is, you just don't want to be the first person there, especially as early as it stands here with our round 2 closing in. Meanwhile, 789, they've been on Stormcatcher for quite some time. They're going to be actually pointing towards just outside of where I described.
Yeah, and they've got the additional data to back this up as well. They're the ones that were holding down Stormcatcher, and as you illustrated, with that does come the fact that you get this extra little bit of data with holding down the beacon. 789, with that initial burst of information, are able to make the first move, are able to cut off Kick, and now put them in a very difficult position where you've either got to walk into 789 or walk into Totem, either of which could third party you, and all well, you have 1 member downed as well. Zanya throws in shots, doesn't quite find anybody, but I got to appreciate the gumption there.
I was about to say, the smoke's down, so high praise towards Kick being able to utilize that defensively to pull off the revive. 789 just So close there. Now Kick going to pull back all the way around, potentially look to utilize that cave as, yes, 7, 8, 9, they have to make their way back towards the crate, defend the position that they just got for themselves. As you can see, Horizon slowly pushing up.
That has to be the priority, and I like they don't stick around where Kick had recently been down and encountered a little bit of trouble. It does leave us with some questions as to what they'll end up doing, but take a look at the kill feed because we've got some action. Zeta, our fraggers from Lobby A, have ended up taking a fight with Scars. Already found a knock, and it seems like Taskmaster is ready for another. On this Bloodhound, has a little while until the next scan comes through, but with Zeta Division having this difference in information right now and difference in numbers, they should be able to find even more success than they already have.
Now, it looks like we do see Scars make quite the escape there, but still, broken shields are being found here. Taskmaster being low in health, though, is going to prevent the majority of what is supposed to be the next onslaught of this rush. Can tell you for sure, though, if they want to abuse the smoke and the scan kind of combo, that'll be up in just a second here if they run this one down. Meanwhile, Totem, they've spotted out Scars on their side of the hill and now are looking to capitalize for it.
And you know who you're running into as you go down this hill? You're running straight into 7, 8, 9. This area is so difficult to play, and Scars are doing it with just one member now, since this is going to be a full thirst.
RPR.
No escape, no safety over here, as Reply Totem are able to really do as they like. So RPR ends up finally being full thirsted by a different squad. Reply Totem continue their dominance on the high ground, and Taishin is the last one left alive. But I gotta say, I'm picking one member of Scars to clutch it out.
Yeah.
It's Taishin.
I was about to say, Big Daddy T over here, more than successful in a lot of the early trades we saw in the original Lobby B. Now kind of playing towards that no-name low ground. Actually going to take towards the sky, look for a redeploy, get a better position in terms of ratting it out. Playing central zone here is probably the worst that you could do. I gotta say, Horizon, keep warranted attention towards them. Obviously, they're playing that low ground more directly, not quite as far back as 7, 8, 9, but definitely still in a major position for the end game.
I like the way that Taishin's able to play this out. Spots so many squads looking at him, but ends up going in just behind a tree, which should net him a nice bit of cover. Kick, on the other hand, aren't out of dodge just yet. In fact, they are very much in it, stuck inside of the ring and trying to push out onto Underrated. They haven't got the angles just yet. Instead, getting trapped up on their way in. Punished still for what they went through earlier, being knocked all the way on the eastern side of Storm Point. They've had to rotate a massive amount around and just keep running into problems left, right, center. You've got to imagine that it's wearing on them in this first game.
And mind you, it's not just Kick here that's kind of pressuring in this situation. Underrated's also not in the best position as well. They've got a squad sitting here on the outside also looking to take advantage. Surprisingly, Kick, though, made their way through playing on the opposite end of the rock. Taraka's looking to get taken advantage of as Jazza wraps around the back end. Flesh is found here, but the shots with the PK to get the initial take there. Dazzle now running in with FaZe to see if they can get the drop, but still unable to do so.
Massive Rain turns it around as well, and Underrated are down to just one member. Hyarka, the rock of this squad, was able to start that one off, and now it's looking like a Kick angle. Hyarka does get taken down though. Accenti throwing down the laser from very far away, and Uchako's going to have to disengage, leaving Jazaz and Harold recently revived Jazaz as well. This looks so good for Kick for but a moment.
Yeah, they stuck around maybe a little bit too long. Majority of their team was sat outside of the zone successfully, right? Made the appropriate rotation. The problem was, though, they left Taraka in there, and as a result, they had to run back in to protect their teammate, and that's where we saw Kick falter. So now left to Rat, it's going to be Underrated who pick up the majority of those kills. You can see Phoenix Legacy have been providing quite a beam from afar this entire time, albeit not quite the knocks.
I was really happy to see Phoenix Legacy make it into the second part of today. Just squeezing in 7th place out of their previous lobby. They were a team that I had my doubts about, especially going into even this part of the season, this late in. They started this one off having played a little bit more conservatively than I think they needed to, but finally Phoenix Legacy starting to come into their own, recognizing their mechanical talents, and they are looking really good when they are able to, just like this, sit back and abuse other squads, take fights confidently, and not be forced into uncomfortable angles.
And obviously, Liffin had just left this squad, now playing for Horizon, so working with Ascenti to hopefully fill that gap and bring forward what is a new age of Phoenix Legacy here. Meanwhile, towards the far eastern end of zone, we still got 789 holding out what is this ridgeline in those carts. Looks like they're trying to defend against the onslaught that is High Society, trying to play around the back end of these trees, I guess.
They've got it so far. Thermite just now starting to connect. High Society do take to the skies. Denze is going to be able to get this shield bat off, and they're stabilizing for the moment. A bubble out in the distance, though. High Society are trying to disengage, but outside of this bubble, where do you go? There's no cover anywhere. And Denze is dipping and diving through the Prowler den, but it's going to get wrapped on. High Society, you've got to imagine, are going to go down. Denze does a nice bit of damage initially. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment, but Kim is going to get taken out. Denze goes first, and it's going to be the end of High Society.
For here, Kim is able to find the bat for now, might be able to kind of take to the skies and find some sort of return there around the edge. Thankfully, that fight might have provided a distraction, but it's going to be actually Tyler on the side here from Mutarium that secures that kill out. They themselves still sustained in a fight here against Odin Gamers, hiding around the rock, able to utilize that dome to provide for themselves. Remember, though, Tyler is, of course, that rat, so, hey, any KP found there, definitely good in my book. It looks like Odin Gamers now moving back towards where we saw 789.
They're not trying to push up on this too much either, knowing even that Mutarium are so ridiculously weak. Giving up this really nice safe spot that Odin have at the moment is completely unnecessary, especially with them being so close to zone. 45 seconds until that closes. Plenty of time to plan out your next move. They do not have to throw it away on one kill. T-Rex, however, they're the ones in a really pressured spot, having lost one member. We've got so many teams that are operating just crippled in this lobby.
I have to say, I have high respect, though, for solo queue goats right now. They're playing directly in that cave system that I had brought up at the very beginning of this game, and look at where the zone is playing into. Obviously, they don't have the extended cover for when we get to round 6, but in terms of lasting compared to Rebel, Nemesis, Vex, and all these other squads that are about to have to collapse, it definitely looks a whole lot more secure.
They're in a position to farm up, right? Now, this is where solo queue goats can look to have perhaps not an 18-point game, but something like it if they want to try and imitate Zeta Division from earlier. Notice that Scars is re-entering the fray as well, coming through exactly that same choke point. Maybe trying to pick up a few kills, as is Taishin in what is soon to be a lot of chaos. And speaking of chaos, we got some going on up in the north as well. Zeta Division are suffering. Vex Gaming are going out. And it is a fast-paced lobby in game number 1.
And now Rebel, who've held on to that kind of no-name building, are now sitting atop of the lobby, the kill leaders overall. Meanwhile, the rest of these squads finally beginning to collapse. Totem on top of OG, now 4-gang in a fight of their own. Dome down in just a moment. They've only got a little bit of the fence line to work with here.
Horizon are out. We're down to our top 11 squads, and it's only getting smaller. Reply Totem and Odin both end up leaving you as Rebel are farming up through their exit over by the swamps. They pick up 2 members of 4-gang, and now are starting to turn that into even more. Rebel have managed to manufacture an insane exit from what looked like an unwinnable position.
And you have to give credit to what was their position there, right? They were literally on the highest level of play in that POI. They got to make the decision regarding everything underneath them, where they were going to find the rotation that was most successful. I'm glad to see that whatever decision fared well for them all the way out here to the west definitely worked. Major dome down to prevent the damage being found, and the little bit of the root utilizing that tactical there from Taylor, able to find the knocks necessary. Legit lolly down, and that's going to be it for Phanex, eliminating 4-gang here and bringing us to 6.
Check out where Taishin's at, though, keeping it down for Scars. He's outlasted so many squads just by playing quietly, playing safely. As 789 desperately try and find some energy ammunition for this monster of a Havoc. Zanya's not going to have any luck just yet. This is a rough swap off to make, because the Havoc, especially right now, would be such a nice boost in damage to have.
Ooh. Looks like they're going to finally rotate out. You got to be a little bit careful. You got a bit of a mix regarding Phoenix Legacy and what is probably, I think, the last remaining members there of T-Rex. They're going to try and take advantage of that one and provide the damage necessary to eliminate that squad, working in pair with Phoenix Legacy as they're the ones to kind of find that return on Oxbow. And Solo Q Goats as well, now hiding around what is this respawn beacon.
They got to be so happy right now as well. So since they have this caustic, so many barrels are going to be laid down, making this infinitely harder to push. Solo Q Goats should have this entire corner of the next ring entirely on their own, and it's got so much cover, so many angles to use. They manufactured incredible position by using your recommendation from earlier, but this is their vulnerability. The Bangalore ult from above is going to do a lot of damage to Solo Q Goats, giving maybe the opportunity for somebody to push in. It's blown up most of the traps in the meantime, but nobody's too keen on pushing up on this yet. 789 still taking chunks out of them, and Tai Sheen starting to make his entry into the ring. Let's see if he's able to survive the next couple seconds.
Ooh, 799 and beginning to extend what might be their rush to try to take this position away. Tai Sheen, surprisingly, after his land, was able to last here. Zanya back through the utilization of that portal. You've got 4 separate teams in each of their own respective corners. I need to know where this zone pulls. Meanwhile, Rebel now looking for the last remaining member of Scars.
We jumped onto Tai Sheen and actually ended up going over to Phoenix Legacy just there. So Rebel now committed to the low ground, not picked up KP for it, and are having a very difficult time exiting. The portal going off just right next to them. They're able to get out, or at least it seems Taylor ends up going down, and Rebel may have just found themselves in the same, if not a worse situation. Defensive bombardment, nades coming in. Nah, there's no way he survives this onslaught, is there?
There's no chance for them. Phoenix Legacy, you have to give them praise. Obviously, Rebel, they wanted to go for that KP, but it wasn't even worth it in the end, and Legacy quickly capitalized on that. Love the planning here from Solo Q Goats, though. They already are starting to decide what their next further rotation will be, trying to play right up against the edge of the wall there. Hopefully, the attention the smokes provided here, maybe 789, this confusion will allow them to move forward, but if they go too far, they'll be the ones to take the fight first here against Phoenix Legacy, giving Solo Q that opening.
We're in top 3 already, though Rebel tried to use the same gambit as Tai Sheen, but it wasn't nearly as effective. Now Phoenix Legacy take on 789, who are pushing up on them, make short work of them, turn right back onto Solo Q Goats. Phoenix Legacy are running this lobby, and they're making it look easy.
This is difficult though, Dia. They are letting 789 get their teammates back up, and that's gonna be Solo Q Goats rotation up against the wall. Sobs trying to make sure that they defend against what will be 789, finally taking to the high ground. Even still, they find the knock necessary onto Estesu.
Accenti's going crazy in this game. He's done so much work for the team, and now it's most important that they're able to keep this up. The fight against 789 is one that is so difficult to interrupt from this low ground. Solo Q Goats cannot jump up on this, and we're almost down to 2 squads already. I believe there's 1 member left for 789, and Accenti still continues to apply the pressure. Phoenix Legacy, they are large and they are in charge. This is such a good position for them, and dropping down to the low ground for just a second, they whittle us down to 2. They collected no options on this low ground.
They've got to climb up, but in the face of a gas like that, a caustic, and no dome to utilize here, it's Phoenix Legacy's game to lose.
Let's watch it happen. They are certain to win this game. 9 times out of 10, Phoenix Legacy take this. Can Solo Q Goats manufacture themselves a win, sending it up onto the high ground? They try, they do their best, but Phoenix Legacy simply do not let anyone up, as it takes to the skies, jumps back down with the Peacekeeper. He's gonna collect 1, 2 pumps, make it a 3rd, and sending Phoenix Legacy to the very first game in winners round 2.
A massive congratulations to Phoenix Legacy there. That is difficult to do, holding a basically undefensible position against 2 full 3-man squads and still able to find the victory necessary. With all that being said, though, I do want to extend some major congratulations, of course, to 789 and to Solo Q Goats. Both had incredibly remarkable rotations to play for that endgame, and to also extend what is trades of their own to kind of pick up the KP to keep them relevant in the top 10 here.
great reads on what was going to be best for them at any given
Yeah.
point. Being able to, like you illustrated with Solo Q Goats, play the cave system 7, 8, 9 with the beacon in the early rotation, very well earned positions. It was really in the end game chaos that we saw Phoenix Legacy sort of rise from the ashes. It was amazing to watch, and now that they've got themselves this position, I know now they've got themselves this position. I want to see how much it's impacted their points because they collected a lot of kills there as well, and as a reminder, top 10 is all that it takes. This very well may have been Phoenix Legacy just sending themselves on to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, a good game one is all you particularly need, especially if you're hitting what is that kind of 25-point mark. With that being said, let's take a look at our leaderboard and see if they're able to eclipse what we've decided here. Easily, no problem. Even short of close to 30, Rebel Solo, no one even comes close.
This is exactly what I was talking about as well, and it's amazing to see the sort of story point that we brought up mid-game really come to fruition. Phoenix Legacy struggled with not being aggressive enough, now are looking so ridiculously good. You talked about the pickup of Accenti. That was massive for them in being able to juggle multiple squads. Accenti was going off.
An insane success for them there. I'll do the math for you. That was 16? That was
Yep.
16
Yeah.
sustained there in those moments. That is a combination of 5+ squads going into the final moment. It's insane to say no one comes close. I've never seen anything like it, at least from Phoenix Legacy.
More kills than Rebel had points. Think on that. Second place, even if we took away all placement points from Phoenix Legacy, would still be in second place. That's the craziest thing, and it's only round one. That's the thing, Zephyr. We've got another 2 maps of Storm Point coming up after this, and we've got a whole day of matches tomorrow. This is just the beginning of Phoenix Legacy. But before we join up with them once again, before we get the chance to see if they can replicate that success in Game 2, we are going to take a very short break. So we'll be right back with even more of the ALGS LCQ number 2.
Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier Winners Round 2. If you're just joining us, we just saw an incredible, dominating victory here sourced out by Phoenix Legacy as they took not only the win, but 16 members down with them as well here. Before we make our way into Game 2, let's look at those points one more time.
Zephyr, this felt like the fastest game of the day. There was non-stop action from maybe not minute 1, but perhaps minute 2 as we started getting teams picked apart as Underrated tried to go on a killing spree, chasing down the last members of Little PogChamps, one of our few squads that ended up going out with 0 points. Navi dropping very soon after, and it really felt like once we hit those slopes, everyone started dropping like flies. There are very few safe places in a ring like that, but early moves from teams like 7, 8, 9, and from squads like Solo Q Goats were the things that ultimately decided their fates, while Rebel hung on to a great position through the mid game.
Well, speaking of early here, there's definitely plenty to be decided. Thankfully, now that we sit into what is the second game here, hopefully teams like Navi and, of course, Little PogChamps now have the opportunity to sustain a little bit more of an extended victory for themselves, especially now knowing who kind of resides in their area going into the future further here for Stormpoint.
We're seeing if any compositions end up switching up. I'm actually keeping my eyes on Little PogChamps, as it seems like they're running the Bangalore this time around and not opting for the Loba. A curious observation. Where's the Watson?
4 gang.
Yeah, okay. I see.
That makes sense. You know.
I know it's
you know that.
Yeah. I like me some 4 gang. We'll see how well it ends up going. I really enjoyed the Watson that we saw earlier from Drain Gang. So if they can keep it up in that sort of style of play, maybe moving around a little bit. One of the things that Watson has been especially effective at, especially on Stormpoint, is preventing out-of-bounds plays from taking you out. Watson really throws a wrench into teams that try and drop on you from afar, and that can be really valuable, especially with more open areas like the match that we saw before, and especially zones around Antenna.
I know a lot of teams are kind of trying to take advantage of the Watson, especially after the influence it did in fact have. We talk about coming off of the recent LAN. I will say though, sometimes I view the pick of a Watson to be in response to, say, something that is the crypto, right? Which holds high presence, especially in those APAC regions. So the fact that, you know, you come into a lobby with a very low amount of crypto and you still see things like the Watson being picked up definitely kind of warrants some questions in my head. But still, as you have provided some great examples, it still finds a place for itself, a happy home, some would say, if it can make itself aware in some of those final areas, those great positions where you got like the God spot under control.
Take a look, 789. They are trying to find themselves a happy home inside their initial POI, but haven't actually felt comfortable enough just yet. There's been some looting done ahead of them. Ms. Desu is just now starting to make their way in with the rest of their team. Little PogChamps up on top right now, may be able to take the fight, rounding the corner. A nice 23 damage for Jen.
Wait, this is completely different. This is a new drop for PogChamps. They move all the way outside of Cascades here into Stormcatcher. And yes, it's a 1-for-1 at this point here, but still right up from behind the RE45. It's got to provide. Peacekeeper taken out here, but no shots are found. Eyes around the corner will be eliminated. 1 member left standing, and 789 clean it up.
Great movement from Estesu as well to make that even more convincing. With the dance that around the RE45 and the PK, Bangalore took up so much time, and 789 won that quickly enough that I don't think they have to worry about a third party just yet. We did see squads rotating through here previously, but given just the speed at which they did that, heals should be found plenty, and they've got even more access to loot that has been nicely collected for them going into that fight. What they've got to start worrying about is how they want to play the remainder of this game and where they're going to find that beacon scan, because I don't see one around here.
Well, a bit of a shame for Little PogChamps, but I can confirm, you know, they feel good for themselves. I hate them. I hate them.
That is crazy. I'm surprised there are no fish and fish farms. That's where I would have expected them to be.
Yes, that's right, chat. The observers can type and send messages to us casters when they want to say something about irrelevant fish.
Today I learned. I honestly didn't know that was possible.
I will give high praise, by the way, if you've been enjoying the observing in any way, or maybe if you haven't been. Remember, we are working with one man. He's holding down the fort here. Give your thanks to Warchalk. The dude is literally observing double cameras, keeping the action all across the board. So, incredible work thus far.
It's been really insane, actually. Just with most Apex productions running
several
2, 3, maybe 4, if you've got a director in charge as well, things can get really crazy. And so the fact is that we're getting to absorb the top level of Apex with, well, one person running the whole show is kind of wild. We haven't talked about the ring just yet, though, and yeah, I'm sure that he's going like, I'm showing you this for a reason, so let's talk about it a little bit.
Let's talk about it. Okay. Gotcha, Warchalk. The ring, of course, pulling up here towards the north. A little bit of a display regarding command center as well as wall and the like. It looks like you get the majority of that POI in play, but take notice of that hillside where you currently see actually Mutarium right up against the top end of it. Typically, we can see the zone tend to drift away directly from the POI and split between that open area as well as some of the major walls that exist around that area.
I'm curious about this zone specifically when it comes to the more southern area, because we do have a lot of teams, as you talked about, really prioritizing wall and everything close to it. But there is a very, very, very small chance that it pulls down a little closer to Cascade Falls, where we'd expected to be pulled during the initial rounds of the day during the winners bracket round 1. And that could throw a wrench into a lot of people's plans, especially coming out of wall being very difficult because you've got, well, not a whole lot of cover in between you and where you want to go. Odin Gamers, in the meantime, are going to be covering ground speedily, having picked up their friend Shades, who is now taking a lot of damage, but able to throw out the bubble just in time to make them essentially invincible whilst on their car ride. Kicker bringing up the rear, but are not nearly as fast as the Trident, so there shouldn't be too much to worry about for Odin in front of them.
Meanwhile, back at wall, fights to already begin here, being the main POI in play. Horizon to try to find the beam, but not quite able to do so with the mix of that R301 and car. Still, they drop down into the bubble. Looks like they did find at least the one complete wipe onto Alpha Draft here in response to Rascals, as they may potentially look for more now.
Scars are starting to get involved in fights as well. It isn't just Horizon. Everyone's starting to pick it up, and this is around when we saw last round start to go crazy as well. I wonder if it's just a thing of the lobby, if it doesn't have nearly as much to do with the zone, because these teams are hungry for fights. Scars getting, I believe, the full thirst, but not yet another knocker. Trying to chase down Nemesis. Aski and Robin don't have a whole lot of ways out, and they find themselves on the low ground.
They look so good right now, but that redeploy is going to throw a wrench in their assault here. Nemesis will take to the skies, and you know what? Scars will take to the Prowlers for the time being here. Still, they notice that the drop is actually not too far away, and it's actually leading outside of zone here. Could be something to potentially capitalize, but look at Kick pulling up from the rear once again, also looking to potentially break this one down.
Oh, they're ulting for this. Surely they're ulting for this, but a few shots in the back actually change the game plan for Kick. Now they've got to go forward or sit down and turtle up. There's no two ways about it. They cannot have their cake and eat it too. They're going to end up going forward. They already got one knock. Going to make it two. Nemesis get taken out. And now you've got to reset very quickly because Scars were right on their back.
And take notice here, there are shots that are being displayed from the barometer area. It looks, yes, coming across the bridge there. There might be another squad looking to take advantage of this one here. Now, I count Achako, I count Oiran, but I don't see any of Haraka in play here. Oh, there he is. He is the bridge. I'm dummy.
No. It's okay. He wasn't there yet. He wasn't there when you started the and now that they've managed to use the Bangalore ultimate to, buy themselves a little bit of time, get themselves a nice reset, good use of it out in the open, they're actually pretty comfortable. And picked up already the 2 KP, sharing it with Scars, who got the 1. It's a much better maneuver in this game than they had just last time. Whoa. So LCQ Goats over by checkpoint are not nearly as comfortable. They've still got a fight that's going on actively, and with 2 bubbles down now, they're the ones with the defensive disadvantage. Theirs having gone down first. DIFQ going down as well. They are in an even more problematic situation. So LCQ Goats very quickly lose control of the fight. High Society wrestling it away from them, and now running this high ground should be able to res their teammate very soon. But they're going to take their time about it. Instead, finishing off these few kills that are still here, and they're good.
Yeah, they look for the side here, going to route around the back end. As you can see, Solo Q Goats have dropped to that low ground. They are no longer interested in trying to take or sustain what is this two-man out any further. So for Kim, they might pull off that revive now. Goats still trying to pull their way out of this one, but Chaotic Munchie's actually back up here on the low, and as the wall begins to close in, still looking for that bat that'll provide. Diff goes down.
Look out for the health, though, because when we start fighting inside of zone, things get really tricky. Chaotic Munch actually wasn't spotted, but running around on this low ground is going to start attracting attention. There's a res that he's not quite able to interrupt. It'll be 3 versus 1 if we even make it there. Nice flesh does get found, but Chaotic Munch does get flanked, finding yet another knock onto Ezzy. Essentially 2v1 that, and 3v1 is going to become the reality very soon. Loses another teammate, however, if Chaotic Munch does get flanked, finding yet another knock onto Ezzy. Essentially 2v1 that, and 3v1 is going to become the reality very soon. Loses another teammate, however, if Chaotic Munch can pull this off, he is a legend. Has so much vertical mobility on this Valkyrie, ends up using the Horizon Q to do it. Pops up into the air, but keep your eyes on that health bar. He takes a little bit too much damage, and he's going to go down. No chance to heal up. Syringe has to be popped now. No two ways about it, but instead he gets rounded on, and Kim takes him out.
High Society able to defend against their life, and it looked pretty dicey there. Chaotic Munch, an absolute madman there. You had hoped he was able to pull it out much earlier on here for the Solo Q Goats roster, but trust me, there are plenty of games ahead here as High Society now can be able to take advantage of that full red Evo from below.
Massive play. I was surprised that he didn't pull that off at the end, even though it looked really risky. There was a good chance after taking down 2 people that we were going to see a drastic shift in how that went in the favor of Solo Q Goats, but they're going to have to wait on that until next time. They had a pretty decent game 1. Now it's time for them to take a back seat, rest, and reflect. Playing up for game 3, the last one on Storm Point, as this is the second of the day. Mutarium, in the meantime, have stuck by their guns. They made an early rotate into this high ground where they're expecting the ring to close, and they have not moved. Instead, even sharing ground with Totem in an attempt to keep everybody else off their backs, they are not taking this fight if they don't have to.
And you can already see the read of that zone pulling directly up here with a bit of a mix of wall, like I said, kind of splitting in between these 2 particular points. Reply Totem, I like the fact that they extend a bit of the gas for themselves to try to pressure. Meanwhile, Scars looks like they're dealing with what is the drop in here from Underrated. As low as they are, the beams have yet to find, there it is, the first knock on Many. He's going to get through that portal, but the follow through from Underrated surely to come.
Scars are still on the run. Even RPR, after creating and taking the portal, cannot stop. Instead, slowing down for just a moment to try and shield that up. Scars are going to try and fight and to turn. Watch Taishin for this turnaround as RPR lays down the damage. The call is still to back off, and Underrated are going to go for the full thirst right now, buying themselves a little bit more time, a few more resources, but keeping the pressure up onto the high ground. For perhaps this beacon right now as Taishin takes on the 1v2. He's gonna have to drop down to the low ground if he wants to survive. Shield almost broken. Great wingman shots from Dazzle, but he's low and getting flanked. Are Scars turning this around? 2 are down. Underrated could go out. One other thirst. RPR ends up going down, but still Taishin is in the mix, and HTP Herald cannot find the shield swap in time. Taishin drops down, has the Digi threat as well. Massive advantage to this Valkyrie with the verticality and the additional weaponry advantage. He has got an excellent maneuver right now. Scars could very well take this. They turn it around. They make it happen again. Underrated are wiped out.
Taishin, an absolute monster here in Storm Point. Yes, Scars are successful though, Dia, and they lose their team bites at the same time. The beacon's right nearby. You gotta hope and pray that no one was hearing that extended trade, looking to potentially capitalize. And of course, the big major flag waving in the air once you see that dropship come in. But for now, I will let them resume, just enjoy the victory that they have found.
Yeah, I mean, take that for all that it is worth. That is Not the first time that we've seen Scars turn around the situation as well.
Damn.
Back to Barometer when they were fighting up against Baguette and lost a member early on. These guys, especially when Taishin is in the mix, you cannot count them out. Even now as 789 start aggressing onto them after the res, things are still looking pretty darn spicy, and I'm not counting Scars out. And the kick also starting to come in. Down towards the southern end of this, things are going a little bit wild, as you can tell. Northern is where we're actually going for the rest of the game.
Like I said, a bit of that split, of course, between the POI as well as the land itself here. Very interested to see how this fight takes place. Obviously, Scars off the big end of their revive, not really having much to sustain regarding itself in terms of gear, I assume. Arcstar in there, the beam from Dave. That's the crack in its entirety onto Taishi, and more damage to follow with the PK, and it continues to find success. A full wipe!
Nicely done from 789 onto the weakened Scars. They pick up 3 kills, and that's to follow up after a great game 1. But now Kick trying to take advantage of this. I believe that everybody from 789 was res, so it's a matter of perfect execution for Kick. Low health bars are the only thing that you have left to capitalize on, and even that's starting to go away with a nicely placed tether to buy a little bit more time for 789. Kick now have lost the majority of their advantage and are just trying to make this work with play through the windows. Initial shield broken, knock comes through, Zanya is down. Nice play from Oirain, but now can they turn this into a full squad wipe? It's a 2 versus
Good
a 3.
scan.
We saw Scars turn this around before, and an Arcstar does bite Oirain on his way out. A little bit of a shield cell will sustain him, and it seems like Kick are doing it.
Raka moving in, Uchako from below. They're trying to collapse into this corner as all 3 members rush in. It is an absolute onslaught of bullets to award Kick the successful 3-man wipe there onto 789.
This is the turnaround that they needed as well. After game 1 did not go Kick's way, 789 got a massive boost, and Kick were left in the dust. Now they've picked up this additional 3 KP, made it into the top 14. They're starting to collect placement points, and this could be their game.
Still, though, Dia, they've got a ways to go in terms of that zone, and it is incredibly open when we talk about the South, and when we even start analyzing the further future regarding Zone 5 as it kind of pulls right up against the cusp, that wall of the wall, right? There's not much area to play, as so many teams like Materium, like Totem, like Zeta have been here for quite some time. But who knows? Maybe as Warchuck has provided, they could pick up some packages for themselves. We tune in with High Society, able to defend on the inskirts of wall against what is Rascal there. I believe it was that last stick on the star, not even the burst of it, to find the kill.
I was going to say, that's going to go unnoticed by a lot of people. Not every day do you see that happen.
We're cool.
Nicely done, Ezzy.
Hey,
it seems like
not good enough.
The struggle of being a G7 scout in 2022 gets passed up.
I don't know if anyone... I wouldn't count the G7 scout out. You guys, if you were watching what was like Pro League as well as even some of the championship, I believe it was GMT who picked up this G7 scout and did some absolutely insane work with it. I believe it was Pro League split too, because I believe it was Max Stripe who made short work of that one. So it has its uses, but it's definitely the ugly duckling of the heirlooms. Heirlooms?
Sure.
Heirlooms.
Vaulted weapons, care package weapons.
Yeah, heirloom weapons.
Yeah. Sure, we'll go. We'll go with that. A vault. I was actually wondering if we were gonna go get a vault angle this game. Another care package dropped in, but keep in mind that Kick did pass that up, right? And given that they are going to be rotating around the top without as much range as they would have otherwise had, instead of prioritizing the short range fights like we saw from them inside the building, R301 really the biggest range that they're going to have. Going up here against Mutarium is likely to be their angle then, because taking fights on the sort of wider area in the low ground outside of Mutarium, not going to be super useful for them.
This is tough, though. I don't think Kick will come up this way, in my personal opinion, because they probably spot out Totem here. Kind of still sitting within this area, and they don't want to kind of try to force the fight in the 3v3 as that wall just kind of chokes itself out. Meanwhile, towards the north, we still have a plethora of squads hoisted themselves within the buildings here directly in these POIs. Obviously, the one who holds the best spot being that of Navi, the only building that will be in play regarding round 6.
See a lot of teams win specifically from the roof of this building as well
Yeah.
as the zone continues to pull in. So I'd like to see them, if not prioritize, at least pay attention and save ordinances for uprooting the squad that would otherwise take their roof, because you can see yourself relegated to second place very quickly when a Valk squad decides to land on you. A Valk squad potentially, like Kick, who are sitting off in the distance right now, taking a little bit of a long range battle, or medium range battle, I should say, as Totem and Mutarium still are sorting out exactly what they want to do. T-Rex waiting in the wings for a potential third party there. We've got a Valk going off, however, as the disengage from the Kick fight is going to buy a little bit more time for everybody to get reorganized. Borg Gang, one of those teams, throw out some arc stars, and themselves are going to take to the skies.
All squads utilizing the Valk redeploy to put themselves in a better position. Totem the first to drop down, landing upon this roof. They've already lost Sherp now, and now trying to find that revive the best they can, utilizing those gas traps as a source of cover. Knocks gas grenade down as well to prevent anyone from rushing to this roof, but even still, it is difficult to defend. Thankfully, Dome down, they are able to pull their Gibraltar up. Meanwhile, High Society on the low ground, trade of their own, the 50-50 Dome on Dome action here.
Big shout outs to Totem up on top for sustaining through so much harass. It seems like they've managed to hold on for long enough that the chaos on the low ground is going to be enough for them to survive. High Society pick up one on Horizon. They get the initial knock. They finish off the squad. Horizon are out. Denze the one to do it. And they still are able to hold down on this low ground with another squad looking down at them, but not confident enough to push up. Kick, in the meantime, have taken up towards the height near where Mutarium were to try and abuse this for the moment. Throwing down shots onto the squads below and biding their time. They find one straggler on the outside of the wall, not quite able to pick it up as Zeta are starting to grab kills left and right. Vexed lose two. High Society getting involved as well, and Kick send it down to the low ground.
Finally within play here towards the edge of this wall. They've still got some time and could potentially back up there, but there's a lot of squads still on the high ground, so they're going to carry this one forward directly towards the stairwell. Uchako low, another team just ahead of them. Haraka looking for the battery with only a moment's notice here. With no major place to be, they pull right up against the line of this wall here. Going to try to hide off in this little corner that just happens to be available.
They managed to barely avoid a deadly engagement with High Society, one that would have almost certainly been mutually assured destruction. Now that they've got a much better angle on the fight, though, watch how they play it out. Phoenix Legacy battling on the outside of this ring. Just don't get that last Mastiff shot, with Vexed able to survive for the moment. 2 members down, though, and it's a battle for placement now more than anything else, as 10 squads still remain.
Meanwhile, T-Rex finally down from their high ground right on the outskirts of that cave, finally begin to approach this zone, just where we saw the fight take place between Phoenix Legacy and Vexed here. Another squad dropping just as well. That's probably Mutarium, given their position from earlier on. T-Rex going to quickly come up right around the back end, utilizing this fence line to defend from the cover of the wall roof, as well as Mutarium now finally into the fray themselves. Will be eliminated from the onslaught of Kick, finally coming out from their corner cover.
Doesn't look like that was too much fun. I wouldn't want to drop in onto the Kick roster, especially when they were as ready as that, with another scan revealing everything else that they've got to worry about. 8 squads left seems like nothing in the face of Kick, but remember that Totem still hold the high ground here.
Ooh, Taylor, one last person left alive for Rebel. Meanwhile, High Society trying to foot their way through on the low ground there. You can see the utilization of that singularity not as successful. Meanwhile, Rebel will be eliminated overall, as it looks like 4Gang able to start dropping down what is T-Rex here.
Cooldown that you won't have available for the end game. That singularity usage going to be very impactful. 4Gang are so comfortable right now. As long as they can keep teams from just jumping over on them, you want to lay down as many Watson fences as possible and just pray for the best in this end game. Totem are farming up damage from the top. High Society are looking for their way, and T-Rex are out, and it's chaos inside wall.
Ooh, you have to wonder how quickly will these fights transpire, at least for someone like 4Gang, who's going to have to climb eventually, like you said. But it's really this building here with Zeta, Totem, and Navi all clustered like a tiered cake that will be an absolutely climactic end. High Society Kick on the outside. Ooh, looks High Society's, they're defending against Forg, potentially trying to make their way through the general entrance.
Legit Lolly managed to make it up onto the roof, or rather the wall, the very tip of it. scouted out that things were in fact not yet safe for everyone else. Gonna have to fight your way through High Society as Sport Gang if you want to participate in this end game. And High Society know it. They are watching this angle like hawks, and have been able to effectively gatekeep so far. There's going to be a time where it is do or die, however, and right now, it's just dying inside of this building, but very soon we'll have to exit as well. Board Gang trapped on the outside for the moment are going to Valk ult up to the sky. Kick get taken down by Zeta, no less.
Meanwhile, Totem still holding the roof relatively secured. You saw them try to maybe drop down, provide an advantage. Meanwhile, High Society finally losing out on the cover that they've played for so long. But it's Forg right on top of everything that might throw a wrench into Totem's defensive plans. Here's High Society. They're going to show her right up against the building. This wall here, these little boxes that are still left available.
High Society playing this so well right now, staying out of the line of fire, the easy line of fire for a lot of these squads, playing this low ground immaculately with smokes down. They are in the best position to be able to usurp this game from the Totem ship. We're playing height so well, dropping down onto the balcony right now. Totem are farming up. Borg Gang get taken out. Na'Vi picking up some of those kills. Who will take the end game's effort?
No clue at this point here. High Society just barely able to play the boxes for themselves as all the Valkyries take to the sky to last as long as possible. As he's on the low ground, Savage finally drops. It's Kim v Savage as High Society are one shot away from taking game 2.
And they managed to do it just in the nick of time as well. Playing from the low ground immaculately, something that only High Society could do.
Not a single squad that put themselves within that building was able to sustain against the closing of that zone. It was just too much to handle. We had hopes for Totem having the high ground there, but it was Ford Gang that took their redeploy and landed right on top of them, delaying what was supposed to be their defense against High Society. And then, of course, as that wall came through, as that damage forced everyone outside there, High Society were just waiting to beam that one out.
Such smart play from them. I've got to give credit where credit is due. Denze maneuvering the team around, letting them know what their priority was the thing that changed that game for them. From gatekeeping Forg Gang to wrapping around onto the low ground on the opposite side of where anyone was expecting them. They just stayed out of the line of fire, collected so many kills that quite literally fell down to them, and made sure that even from a place with relatively little autonomy in the game, they took control over the small things that they could, and turned that into a situation where they were ultimately able to usurp the title from even Totem, who, remember, had that high ground and had made it look good up until that point.
Well, I'm very interested to see what you've set up here, if that's actually true regarding the little kills that they were able to pick up. So let's take a look at our points here across the board after game 2. High Society's big win definitely puts them right up against the rest, but they still don't usurp the position of Phoenix Legacy,
who had an incredible first game. So props to Phoenix Legacy. I'm glad that they get to keep staying on top, but with game 2 going the way that it did, we've now got 2 teams that are feeling like they're in a much more comfortable position for the rest of today. Totem still making it up there, sitting in 5th place right now, and Na'Vi, who had actually pushed their way into the final circle there after a very early exit in game 1, are now just at the cutoff of top 10.
Well, Dia, cutoffs, I don't want to bring them up just yet. There's still plenty of opportunities for these squads to make this one up, especially with 4 games left to go here. I do want to give this as a source, though, of extra information, especially if you're interested as ALGS as a whole. I want to show you the losers round 1 standings as they currently stand, given the fact that we're about a third of the way through here. As you can see, Guild, Gaming, Outplayed, Bim Bam Goon, TTD, plenty of squads from our last chance qualifiers, all staying relevant among the rest here. Plenty of names, though, that I am surprised to see might be on their way out. Spot's a big one.
I'm taking a look at this as well, and Circumporta, yeah, still sitting near the bottom. Morning Stars, I think the biggest surprise to me, although they're sitting at 13th right now, but I'm very happy to see Guild popping their way right back up to the top, because we talked about how round 1 for them was not where I think we would have expected Guild to be, and within the same day, they've been able to correct that to a large degree.
Well, we'll hopefully see how this one sustains for them. Obviously, if they win out here in losers round 1, they'll be making their way forward to losers round 2, where once again, they will have to defend against the best and the losers of what is these bottom 10 coming out of winners round 2. I know, it sounds insane. I promise you, howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers Winners Round 2 here. If you're just joining us, we came off the back of an insanely chaotic finish here with a plethora of squads playing for their life on the outskirts of Wall, but it was High Society who was on the outside of that who managed to turn it around and find their victory against what was 6 squads, actually.
Incredible management of the low ground, and something that we don't often get to see. Denze IGLing us to a fascinating end game, but they weren't the only team that managed to pick up several points in that lobby. I remember being very impressed with the way the Kick handled themselves, and Mutarium jumping in over the wall definitely got punished by a kick that I don't think they were expecting to be there for a squad that had taken the very first place coming out of round 1. Round 2 hadn't treated them well just yet, and I was happy to see Kick starting to take their steps back up.
Well, just to keep everyone on the same page, let's of course take a look once again at Winners Round 2's current scoring, so you have an idea of who kind of currently sits within the realm of the top 10. Remember, of course, still playing matches, and obviously one really good game puts you up there among the rest.
With Odin Gamers, I think, having a surprising underperformance right now, they've got to be looking forward to the fact that this is the last game on Stormpoint, when they will then get to return to World's Edge, something that they may be a little bit more comfortable with. T-Rex and Scars as well, I think, having surprising sort of entry into round 2. Scars especially, who were fragging out and running lobbies in our first round of the day, now find themselves still doing well, but middle of the pack.
I was about to say, in fairness to Scars, we've seen plenty of opportunities for particularly Taishin to just absolutely pop off, especially in some of these major 3v3 moments, especially last game in what was their take up against Underrated. An absolutely insane finish for them, but the problem was they took too aggressive a fight, quickly did 7-8-9 come through to clean that one up. So maybe a little bit more tact in terms of how they treat those fights, find those appropriate rotations that allow them, yes, to take advantage of those edge squads, but also clear out their backside.
Now, with so many squads that are looking to make their entry into top 10, it's worth noting that we're starting to depart from the place where a win will get you in there. Navi is sitting at 11 points right now. They're going to be getting, I'm hoping, more moving into the next round. And if not them, then Scars and T-Rex will certainly take their spot. And once we depart from that 12 to 15 range, a win no longer guarantees you position inside of top 10. And that's something a lot of these teams have to be worried about. Getting that consistency dialed in is going to be important now more than ever. And for teams like Mutarium that got to show us that in round 1, it's time for them to make the same thing happen here.
Remember, if you're just joining us, for a lot of these teams, they've been playing on Stormpoint for 6 matches straight up at this point. They're more than comfortable. Yes, there's a different source of teams coming through in the last 3 matches, but this is your best opportunity to feel consistent before we make a return towards World's Edge. So, last opportunities.
Noticing that for this last opportunity, Horizon will be playing at a disadvantage, 2 people in this lobby. Whether it be connection issues, scheduling issues, whatever it is, they will unfortunately not be having the best time of it, but potentially being able to survive until later will be their sort of path to victory here. A nice dropship pathing, however, something that I generally avoid talking about. Still, when I see something like this, you got to call it out. Getting to the high ground does tend to be a little bit more taxing for teams that try and land over by Lightning Rod or High Point this time around. A lot easier for them. So quality of life buff for the very last game.
Quality of life buff. Well, for now, we see the dropship one final time here. Check out some of these happens. See where the teams may present themselves. For some reason, does dropship look frozen to you?
No, it looks fine to me.
I'm just going crazy. This is physics 101, baby. You move at the same pace alongside a car, and it looks like it's still.
It's wild. Our observer going crazy right now. Again, we talked about this in last game, but has been doing this again for 6 games today. Actually, more now that we've gotten our 8th out of the way. So 9 games incoming of solo observing Apex Legends at a ridiculously high level for ridiculously high stakes. Definitely, we've been watching it for a while too. It's definitely starting to go kind of crazy.
I have seen my fair share of Apex today, dear. You would be correct.
Yeah. Mutarium, in the meantime, are going to be able to loot up relatively slowly and are going to be planning their entry in towards the next ring. Tyler is, I don't know, feeling a little bit like some crazy stuff is going on. He's been moving really weirdly, but for the moment, it's not going to matter because they're planning out their next couple of rotations, actually spotting out that there were some folks over by the dogs here.
Yeah, definitely looking to see where this zone pulls out. It's obviously, once again, into the north here. This time around, though, more directly into the wall, as well as that area outside of it, where you get this kind of fissured crack land, a few pineapples that are also available as well, and most notably, that major beacon that will be available for the extended round 2, to give you at least the interpretation of where this one will continue to go. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a very similar zone to what is not last game, but some of the ones we saw earlier in the original last chance qualifiers, as well as today, right, where it tends to pull more towards that cliff side where it gets a little bit more dicey but provides a bit more high ground.
We're still on Mutarium's, or we were on Mutarium's perspective right then, and you saw that they were actually pinging out that very same beacon that you were talking about. It's a position that you're likely to hold on to if you don't go for the pineapple buildings that you were mentioning, because more often than not, zones like this will pull into the middle ground between wall and high point, something that T-Rex would be able to capitalize on from their position inside of the caves. They've actually got a bunch of resources in here, some nicely evoed up shields with the exception of Lara, who honestly are ready to take a fight and have a lot of choke points to control in order to do so. T-Rex are looking good for our last game of Stormpoint.
Yeah, definitely good for now. Remember, though, this is exactly the place that they did play through last game, Dia. They were in this cave line holding this one out, and when they were forced to make those kind of final drops to find their way in towards ball, they weren't able to truly pull the trigger. So the fact that I actually see them kind of make their way out towards the cave and play towards those major kind of high ground fissure lines definitely bodes well in terms of my interpretation for them here, similar to what we're already seeing out of Rascals.
Who've got themselves a very early rotation. That's one of the big determining things about zones like this. Everybody's going to notice it. As soon as they get raid on second zone, they're going to go, oh no, this may have actually been too late because we need to be rotating right now, right away. There aren't a whole lot of ways to get in here. Holy moly,
yeah.
if you don't make it in early, Alpha Draft is
Yeah.
still somehow alive.
Well, a bit of a shame there. I was about to say, if you're going for a bit of a rotation utilizing the line there, this probably wouldn't be the best opportunity. Thankfully, that information was provided in the form of some absolutely cracked damage, and now T-Rex are going to be able, or at least Rascals are going to be able to pull this one away with a little bit more safety here. T-Rex, though, able to take the opposite pineapple, and now going to be a worry on the mind of the squad.
And sending it at each other is not going to be in the cards for either of these teams, as poke is really what they're focused on for right now. I'd like to see them even refocus down towards wall, where things are going to get real spicy as teams try and move their way up. For the moment, though, being just next to each other, they're waiting for everyone else to join, to notice that this is where the zone is going to pull and to try and make their own power plays for positions like this. One of the things that I'm noticing, however, is that there aren't a whole lot of caustics in these bubble buildings, and that makes it very difficult for a squad like Rascals to actually hang on to the real estate that they have.
Still, now we get a good oversight regarding some of those teams that aren't quite in that position that we've been talking about here, but definitely close away. Na'Vi once again still playing through on the wall. We saw them hold out that building just across there almost the entirety of game 2. And not too far away are winners of game 1. Phoenix Legacy also starting to make moves of their own. They were in that building, but it seems like they're making a rotation here. Curious to see where they would like to play. It looks like they might be crafting, as I did see just the very little inkling, the pixel of that dome come out there.
Zeta Division eating some shots on their way in towards the zone, actually picking up a teammate on their way in as well. It is a relatively calm start to Storm Point in a way that we haven't seen over the past couple games. The adjustment period for these squads being relatively new to each other seems to have fully taken effect. Everybody's calmed down, and we're really just getting into that dialed-in Storm Point gameplay that you were talking about developing over the past 6 games. With High Society crafting up in here, they're likely not going to take a fight unless, unless they get a knock or some really nice poke. Even that seeming like it wouldn't happen, but we'll go for it.
Either way, whether you play throughout this one, it's just going to be the simple crafting here for High Society and then looking for that extended rotation. Remember, for a squad like High Society, though, they don't have the opportunity. Oh, I'm going crazy. Ignore that point. I'm dumb. Anyways, High Society will be able to find that rotation for themselves and then begin to carry them towards what we saw regarding the wall. Obviously, there are teams like Rebel who are defending what is that kind of northern end. That does pertain more to where this zone is playing, so I'm interested to see whether they go for that or to more directly go towards POI, play the line, and get into that high ground there. We did see them take fights in that area coming out of game 2.
I'll tell you what I'd really like to see from a squad like High Society, whether it be them or other teams that find themselves in a similar situation. If you are within Valcold's range even of the next zone, stay outside of it for a little while. Grab yourself the next zone read, then start making your way in. Walk it in, Valk it in, doesn't really matter, because as long as you've got that extra information, you are at an advantage. An advantage, perhaps, like Muteri are at right now, having taken out 2 members, make it 3 of 7, 8, 9.
There's still one remaining. Estesu, she's looking for the escape. You're able to find quite a speedy boost as they utilize the passive there. Still, though, Tyler taking this guy with the gravity lift will be able to provide what is that crack necessary. Unlucky with an angle of their own. And oh, from behind, there's another squad available. Little PogChap's only a click away, but still, neither squad has picked this one up. Oh, unlucky.
There we go. Finally make it 3, having missed the call earlier. I'm terrible at my job. However, Little PogChamps finally managed to help push Desu right back into Mutarium. Thank you, little PogChamps. Now they've got the gravity cannon available to them, and note there's a squad ahead as well. There's likely going to be a more southerly rotation as to whether they use the gravity cannon or not is yet to be determined, but they may go through the caves where T-Rex were most recently sitting before their foray into the bubble buildings. With Totem actually claiming the high ground and this beacon, though, they're the ones that have yet another big advantage. High ground and now more information. This is a pattern for Totem.
There you go. Let's say, there you go. Zone pulls out here more directly to the cliff side. No surprise there. Now all these teams definitely got to be feeling good for themselves, but it's a very difficult area to defend. Meanwhile, High Society, like we talked about their rotation, this is what we were expecting regarding the difficulties. A crack is found, though, and Ezzy from the other side might be able to find the drop onto that Bloodhound. He gets into the corner, but it's right underneath Denze awaiting there.
Nice moves from High Society. Great communication from the squad to isolate and destroy Taskmaster. Now on the front foot as they push the remainder of Zeta into Rebel. One member last taking to the sky. Charge Rifle may very well be able to do this, and holy moly, called it. As he actually ends up picking up the kill, R301, and Zeta will leave us.
A fantastic, at least, assault there from High Society. We knew for a fact that they were going to be coming in here, but it was the question of who they were to meet first. I thought it was going to be Rebel, but it looks like Zato was also happening to be there in between the next choke. But still, like I said, Rebel might be the next potential team here. As you can already see Kim kind of drifting up and towards that way there. That's a very difficult area to play, especially if Kohai and the like are playing the high ground there of that area. If you don't know it, it is a massive kind of bull-shaped kind of
Kick in a fight right now over by Stormcatcher. It looked like they were on the front foot, but now getting sent on. Oirain whips out the 99 and the PK. Almost gets a knock, but with the help of Jazaz, actually ends up finding HTP Herald. Dazo on the other side finishes him off, while the rest of Kick desperately try and pick up their fallen friend, Yarka and Uchako. Two members that have been with this squad for so long now need to work together in an unprecedented way. Uchako pushes in, takes a chunk, and instantly has to jump back out. But the banner remains unrecovered. Nobody's picked up Oirain, and they cannot be whole again until they do. Yarka jumps in, grabs that, and it's an instant disengage away from little PogChamps. No knock just yet, as the PogChamps chase him down.
They'd have to extend themselves down the zip line to take this fight further, but it's actually from behind that they're taking damage. Another team has entered what is Stormcatcher here. A break found onto the ashes. They drop towards that low ground right on the outside of that door. It's a very good utilization of the tactical there to prevent the onslaught from coming through here. I believe, yeah, that's underrated.
Not something we see every day. Underrated on the run and not forward. Trying instead desperately to escape. They've got gravity cannon available to them, but we're actually going back for the banner right now. Dazzle's going to risk his life for this one. Actually pulls it off, and now we'll be able to join HTP Herald with the use of that gravity cannon. Little PogChamps likely going to let this one go.
Don't want to give, I mean, at this point, there's no reason to hold a handle on specifically Stormcatcher. You already have the zone kind of ticking its way in here, so very interesting what little PogChamps rotation is going to be. Meanwhile, Kick, they found their way all the way to the outskirts towards the low ground. They get Oirain back into play here. Not going to be the full three-man force. Still, such a long distance to cover, especially for a team without the Valkyrie.
A tough spot for them. Rascals in a difficult one as well. You'll recall they were one of the squads sitting inside the bubble building. Well, they've continued to be assaulted by teams. Fortunately for them, Vexed ended up dying inside the building, so a few more resources are what they have access to. For Gang, however, not going to have access to the rest of this game as Totem cut him out.
Nope, Totem take that position away from them there. Very interested to see. Obviously the zone pulls this way, but obviously there's some squads that still retain position kind of up in towards that beacon that might still be playing that high ground. Their impact, especially when they are forced to drop and play for what is these kind of god spots that exist within these pineapple buildings, is what I'm currently waiting for.
That's what's got me really
there you go.
envious of Totem right now, because they ended up getting the scan on this next zone. Not the one that we see in front of us, but the one right before that. They knew where this was likely to pull based on that, and prioritized the building that Fork Gang had previously held, the building that T-Rex even had previously held. So Totem fought their way through all of this to once again find themselves in a high ground god spot. It is like they are hard-coded to seek these out. They don't even go for kills that often. It's literally just positioning, and it's looking good for them so far.
Meanwhile, unlucky on the hunt with the rest of Mutarium here. One last remaining member to potentially find. They're going to extend themselves into the zone, potentially chase this one out. But as they kind of reach what is the cusp, that kind of lower end of that zone, they no longer want to take this one away. Continue to play the high ground that they had available for quite some time. As a result, you'll see the majority of Odin gamers be able to find themselves back to health and maybe look for the reapproach here. But they have to be a little careful. Kick is slowly pulling up the rear here.
Question as to whether Kick will end up opting into the caves, trying to third-party the fight that we know is going down on low ground onto Scars, no less, or whether they'll opt for a little bit more of the long way around, finding themselves another cleanup that they could grab. Scars actually managed to pull the revive off at a very odd angle, finally being able to use that bubble a little preemptively to buy themselves some more time. Kick did choose to come down this way, trying and hopefully succeeding in finding a knock in a third-party situation. Seems to have slowed down in front of them, though, and they're going to be the ones to start all this chaos up again.
Smoke is immediately utilized here from the Bangalore to provide the defense necessary here for Underrated to make their escapes. But still, a drop is found onto Jazza as they continue their onslaught. Have to be careful, though, if you are Kick. Scars is only literally a wall away that could potentially take advantage of this pressure, as you already begin to see the beams from the other side there.
Nice stuff from Muchako, and Oirain picking up the full thirst as well. A few more resources for a team that was otherwise starved of them. And Kick, buying a little bit more time with that tether, are going to share in the fruits of their labor. They've got a nice spot inside of the next zone as well, with some flexibility towards how they can play the ones following, opting into either high or low ground to play this out. Mutarium coming from the high ground are starting off a fight of their own.
Singularity was utilized there, but it doesn't quite catch out anyone. There's going to be the dome in response to prevent the arcs and the ordinances from being that fruitful there. Looks like the team has actually dropped completely to the low ground in response as Mutarium take this one in complete control here. Dome still closing though.
Oh, nice headshot from Blasts up top. Doesn't actually get the kill, but man, does it look good. Unlucky, actually, able to thirst out Liffen as Horizon end up going down. And if I'm not mistaken, Denze was in the kill feed as well. High Society may be leaving us.
Only Kim left alive here just across from them. Solo Q Goats, we see their rotation. It was High Society that tried to throw down the Singularity, start up a fight, and just barely does Kim find the corner there for defense to make the escape. Meanwhile, Underrated, eliminated, Odin Gamers, eliminated. These are all those squads that were playing out by the cave system. They're all the way towards the east.
Scars still keeping their eyes out for Kick, who they know were in this area until the next zone starts to close. You're not home safe just yet, and they eat some shots on their way in. High Society end up going out, but Charge Rifle in the hands of Monday goes crazy as he keeps Kick on the low ground.
That'll pressure them back down there. They're still looking for a sort of head peek to maybe take advantage of, but the smoke is thrown down there to dissuade what is going to be the aim there of Scars. Kick that gives them the ample opportunity to put themselves in a much better place of health. Both of these teams, they definitely have some potential rotations there. If Kick want to make their way out of the cave system and take the much more difficult rotation, definitely have that opportunity. Still though, they continue to fight up the hill.
And now Kick, disengaging, are
splitting.
going to opt out of this one instead, starting to fight more towards wall. It's still a challenging rotation, and they'd love to take that direct line in towards the next zone, but have to fight their way through Little PogChamps, who we know are healing up, are weakened, but still provide a pretty big problem in front, especially if another squad is able to capitalize on all this loot. Nice bubble down, but it's just providing you a little more close-range combat than anything. Little PogChamps have to be able to win a situation like this, but they get taken out almost as quickly as the fight begins, and Kick may be able to capitalize on this from the high ground. No knocks, no cracks, however, and Kick, all they get is the loot at the end.
It's definitely something to work with here, but you'd love to see the KP to continue to push this team within that top 10. Thankfully, those shots there, at least for Aski and Robin from a cross provided by LCQ Goats, weren't kicked to slow down. There's no reason to go for that chase, especially with another squad providing the pressure that you see there. Still though, zone closing. Everyone who's across this major zip line has to make their way into the fractured area we've been discussing all game long. LCQ Goats, they do it pretty well.
Gonna go big right here as Kick do not have anyone in their way. One squad member, one last bit as Nemesis gets taken out. Rebel, the ones that are fighting for their lives on the high ground right now. Have multiple squads peeking down at them from the bubble buildings from where Mutarium were previously, and, well, I suppose no longer on this low ground as they start taking chunks out of Phoenix Legacy. Scars are making their way down as well, though, and they might be challenging Kick once again.
LCQ Goats in a mix of Kick there, but it's Rebel from the other side that's also providing the damage to eliminate that roster. Scars from the low with the Volt providing what is the crack as Navi, Rug, Sonya down. This leaves the one remaining member, Ron, to be eliminated. RPR at the hands there.
The Taishin angle with this Bolt as well. I'm looking at the end game and I am scared because nothing can stop this man at close range, and with a digi threat, there's just no way to deactivate how insane he can play. With Mutarium up on this high ground, they've got very little to worry about. 7 squads left, and 6 of them all seem to be right in front of Mutarium. Nobody playing up on this height with them that they've spotted just yet, but the bubble buildings will cause problems because in the next zone, those are the only 2 places that are safe from the onslaught of squads.
There's a couple fissures you can play, particularly that valley, as it doesn't have the best of angles to capitalize on here, but that'll be contested by teams like Rebel, like Scars, and maybe even some of the remaining rats that exist, Diff being one of them, able to pick up a banner, but nowhere close to getting a shield swap that was necessary to keep them healthy here. Rebel now finding what is the last remaining member of Phoenix Legacy. I apologize, that's Taishin with the beam that picks that one out with the Rampage.
Bro, Taishin goes crazy. He swaps off the Bolt, goes for something a little bit longer range, finds kills there. Scars are coming back with a vengeance after being just barely out of top 10. Mutarium are making their way down from the high ground as well, and I love the way that they've positioned themselves, recognizing that their high ground wasn't going to mean too much when these buildings were really where it is at. End up jumping right on top of Rascals and saying, you know what, share with us. We can be the last 2 squads, and then we'll be good.
Mind you, playing a great source of cover for themselves on the angles that they have chosen. Scars trying to take the opposite end, but not going to be as successful given the fact that you've got so many squads as well as Mutarium up there earlier. As a result, RPR will fall, and Taishin now low as well, having to go for that medkit. Meanwhile, that defensive bombardment is ticking, bringing them lower and lower here.
RPR's able to survive all of that though, and Monday's gonna have the bubble available soon. Great beam on the Spitfire. They may be able to get RPR right back into this fight. It's a genuine possibility for Scars to be able to fight this out as a 3-man. Imagine trying to contest a building with both Scars and Totem both defending it. It's terrifying for all of these squads.
I mean, for any of these squads, they have massive potential here. Looks like Scars was taken low in what might have been the extended trade across from Mutarium. Once again, you can see them trying to push back. Tyler taken low there, and now a defensive bombardment. That's going to push Scars off of our Pineapple building back and forward towards this low ground. This is a problem for later, especially as you see what is going to Totem make their way outside. A great defense from Monday there to prevent them from trying to take advantage of them when they're weak.
Monday with the Spitfire has managed to clutch up on the damage multiple times now, but with Rebels sharing the low ground, this is Scar's next problem. They're running a little low on ammunition, and Rebel, as soon as they turn this fence line, really only have Scars in their line of sight. So much of the
there they go.
other parts of the game are taking place inside of these buildings. Scar's trying to buy a little bit more time, actually using the portal to maybe have access to this high ground again, pushing Mutarium off of it slowly but surely. It is all a fight for being inside, on top, underneath of these bubble buildings, because if you're not, you're dead.
Well, at this point, that zone's going to be pulling directly in the center of both. Our Scars and Totem's building will last a little bit longer here, so expect the angles to be provided as both Rascals and Mutarium are forced to make their way down. And these teams have tried to throw it back as much as possible here with the defensive bombardments, but they've never been particularly successful. Now, the wall is ticking. Tyler is down. Dome will be expended right up against the wall. They've got to look for almost that immediate revive or something to work with in that fence line. And, oh, Scars themselves, they've just been waiting for this moment. They've got a defensive bombardment and a Spitfire to shred.
Buying so much space as now the defensive bombardment is going to hit the table. Now that it can fire down on 2 squads, they're getting pressured up on top as Monde goes ridiculously low, bubble down, but he ends up falling first. Taishi still clutching it up from the top with this rampage, takes to the skies and is the focus of the entirety of Totem, buying just enough time for Scars to get their third right back into the game. Rebel are going to be fighting up against Totem as well as they drop onto the low ground, but the focus is Scars. Totem take 1, Totem take 2, Rebel take another. Surely Scars are going to be exiting the game as Rebel fall low. Scars do go out, and another shotgun shot from Rebel secures them the third and final game on Strong Point.
Rebel here, an incredible finish to what was that game. I mean, we had amped up the positioning within these pineapple buildings, but it really did come down to that pull there. Yes, Totem and Scars, they had what was the optimal position regarding the 2 buildings as Mutarium and Rascals were forced out, but what they didn't expect was those fights extending to the length that they did. As a result, once the zone actually pulled more towards the center, that's when you had Rebel finally show up, able to provide what was their cover, utilizing the little mobile respawn as a source of defense, and the fact that they were so low that no one was really paying attention to them.
They were able to use very little cover as just enough of an argument that, maybe don't focus us. It actually feels a lot like the High Society win from just last game, even though it's in a different POI, because it's a position that looks terrible that Rebel were able to somehow turn into gold. So much of this had to do with avoiding attention that Scars, for all that they did right, just couldn't quite get a handle on. Everyone was looking at Scars.
Everyone wanted to put the damage down. We saw 3 defensive bombardments expended to try to wipe them out. And while, yes, it did push them down into the corner, they still were able to climb all the way back and continue to provide pressure here. Now, I got to tell you what, Dia, that ending was absolutely chaotic. And to be honest, I can't even personally tell you which team in which order particularly fell here. So as we make our way here now to the points, let's see where they particularly fall here.
Since we are going to be halfway through this lobby, we can start taking a look at where, for example, Mutarium need to just barely take a step up. Their consistency has been there, but 7, 8, 9 keep gatekeeping them for right now. Rebel in the number 1 spot. They've managed to usurp Phoenix Legacy, and I think something that I did not expect.
Yeah, I mean, to give some history here, Rebel come off the back end of Pro League Split 2 at literally almost the very, very bottom, sitting in 30th place with really nothing to gain coming out of that massive week that was a gauntlet here. So to see them currently sitting number 1 among, first of all, teams that have just got off LAN, Scars, Kick, as well as Reply Tome, as well as every other Pro League team that has sat above them is quite literally insane.
It's a big turnaround from their Split 2 standings, and hopefully one that will continue. Phoenix Legacy still looking really good as well, just off of that one game, have been able to hang on. They need to have another good performance, if not a great one, in order to stay on top, because Scars are starting to come up here, right? They were sitting outside of top 10 last game, but now kicked themselves up into top 5 with a really big game, and they are going to go for that top spot, much like Totem, much like Kick. It is a race for number 1 for them, and for everyone else in the lobby, you just want to be above that number 10. 7, 8, 9 making the cutoff right now. Mutarium Navi not quite able to yet, but we've got 3 games left on a totally different map to determine how this will go.
Well, 3 maps of World's Edge, like we've been saying, the last opportunity. If you're a team that's been playing for quite some time, especially across the multiple splits that we've seen here, this is your opportunity to take this one away and carry towards the finals. We on the desk, we're going to be going towards a short break. When we come back, our next iteration, our next Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the last chance qualifiers here. We're bringing you winners round 2. If you just joined us, we had an insane game in the fissures outside of Wall towards the north where, against all expectation, it was Guild from below that managed to find the victory as the zone pulled right on top of them.
Yeah, Rebel had an incredible game to be able to take that away from teams like Totem, teams like Scars that were fighting knockdown, drag out, teeth on the floor for these bubbles. But as we are swapping over into World's Edge, I think these guys are going to be going into even further home territory, their own comfort zone. World's Edge is where a lot of teams got their competitive start, where they've continued to develop strategies, and where Stormpoint has bled into, but where all things really do remain a lot more in control. We're going to have a chance to see that. I want to take a look at the scoreboards once again to see what these teams have got to do to make their way into top 10.
All right, so Rebel now, of course, sitting among the rest, which is a shock. We already explained why before we went to break, but still some heavy names that have performed all day long, not too far away. Reply, Totem, Scars, Kick, all across that top 6. Phoenix Legacy and High Society, though, making big names for themselves.
Gang importantly able to stay inside of the top 10, but Mutarium is my litmus test for these games. If they can make it into top 10, I think right where they're sitting right now is incredible. It's good. It is honestly enough for them to make it into those top 10 with just one good game. But depending on where they land, I think Mutarium have just got a really solid read on the meta, on their play style. They're a very consistent team, and the fact that they're sitting right at the cutoff is, in a way, perfect for them.
I'd personally rate them a little bit higher. I think they're like top 4. but you know, you're wrong. Anyways,
Yeah.
no, in all seriousness, I do think Mutarium is one of the best rosters that currently puts themselves within these lobbies. And for a lot of this that have just joined, I talked about it a ton when we were covering them here earlier today. But remember, Blast officially just joined this roster, you know, recently the announcement came up. But if you've been watching scrims in practice here, especially between VNM and Versus, I mean, they have continually and constantly wiped competition between this new three-man Tyler, Unlucky, and Blast here. So it's been interesting thus far regarding winners round 2. We've seen some great moments where they have had the opportunity to shine, but I'm still waiting for them to kind of pick up that win, the pacing that I'm more used to here. And
Yeah.
yes, Ramen.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something dumb actually to that point. And Zephyr, you're gonna hear this and you're gonna go, obviously, but just hear me out, okay?
Got it.
Mutarium are good. Like Mutarium are top 4 if they win.
Yeah. Oh, I hate you.
No. Listen,
Okay. Go ahead.
it actually makes sense because there are other teams that you will see that are top of their region that will be top 4, top 3 without having won a game. And Mutarium are not one of those teams yet. They are getting there. They are performing incredibly, but right now their power is in their consistency and not in their consistency at the highest level. They need at least that one win to push them into the top couple squads. That's what I'm waiting for.
I think with the interpretation that I'm getting from this, no, I don't think that's a dumb point at all. That was actually very well said.
But it starts off dumb.
It just don't start it off dumb next time. Anyways, Mutarium are a team that has some of the highest highs. When they're on fire, when Tyler, Blast, and Lucky are absolutely beaming, you can see them take a game just as well as anyone else there. But that's something that they tend to rely on, right, when we get into these major lobbies. They're not someone like some of the bigger names like Alliance that come out of EMEA, where it's almost every single game that you can rack up double digits without fail here. So yeah, once that win comes through, obviously, Mutarium are a top competitor. And even in this lobby, I won't even go far to compare it to, say, Alliance. You see guys like Kick, Scars, Totem here, who are constantly showing up in these end games where you would expect to see Mute.
For sure. That is something that has changed warped games and tournaments around these squads. So actually, speaking of Mutarium, we get a little taste of that is something that has changed warped games and tournaments around these squads. So actually, speaking of Mutarium, we get a little taste of them over by Survey Camp. Unlucky is stop saying that. Unlucky is going to be able to pop down onto the low ground. However, with a relatively long-range battle, there isn't a whole lot of risk for Mutarium. It's more a battle for the crafter than anything, and one that they should be able to win. I am surprised that Dave stuck around there. 789 are now in big trouble with an overextension by them, given the Mutarium push-up.
Mutarium now, obviously, they don't quite have the angles on the rest of the 789 roster, but they're more than willing to stem this one out and keep those boxes. That's a dome down to see if they can pull the revive, or at least bait Mutarium out now. They will try to play for the 50-50 here right against Gibby and Caustic. Alternative, Tyler's a little low here, but he's got the perfect of angles to make this one finish out just as quickly there.
Great patience from Tyler as well. Really took that fight and made it his own, pulling focus with the Peacekeeper right next to the bubble and letting his team have plenty of time to give them the flank after finding the initial beam. That was a Tyler diff right there. It looked really good for Mutarium. However, they are going to need to move pretty far down south, as we are getting, I am shocked that I'm saying this, Zephyr, our first southern zone on World's Edge of the day.
That is crazy. That is correct. This is the first we've seen currently, right? 4 games of World's Edge, technically this one being the 4th, and this is the first one that's in the south. And I swear to God, I literally blinked and you've got almost everyone already contesting for launch site. Now, you may ask why. Granted, plenty of you who are watching are dedicated comp fans, so you probably already know, but launch site is the big area to be, and there's not a lot of leeway regarding playing into this one, especially if that zone pulls directly into the POI itself. Obviously, you have the extent of some of those chokes, but those squads that hold out the buildings themselves, in this zone will more than likely be the ones to finish out successfully once we get to those round 6s.
Yeah, only 8 teams right now not currently inside zone, and some of those are Scars and Kick that are currently going up against each other over by Geyser. Little PogChamps fighting for their own little slice of heaven in here as well have managed to hold down a spot that, while it may initially look relatively poor, relatively annoying to hold on to, actually ends up working for a majority of pro teams. That Nox Gas Grenade is going to cause some problems, though, as Ford Gang are cleaning up inside.
Not enough problems.
No, not nearly.
Revive is stuck out there for Row successfully, so now they're going to be able to keep this one under tow. Granted, this is probably one of the harder buildings to hold when we talk about launch site finishes, and granted, the zone may not pull even directly towards this one, but for now, it's definitely the place to be. Sometimes you get a few squads that like to kind of put themselves underneath, and I wonder if we might see that. Meanwhile, High Society on the other end of launch site, holding arguably what is an even more difficult building to hold, as this is the entrance from Lava Siphon that so many teams try to take away. Meanwhile, High Society, they keep moving outside. They're going to try to swing with the bubble.
That's some confidence from Denze as well, right on the back of a grenade that had just gone down. Reloads in the face of Little PogChamp and jumps right back down to the bubble. Kim is bought so much time by that play as well. Running sort of the goats of Apex right now with the Gibraltar and Caustic. They're just so tanky right in front of Little PogChamps that you can't pay attention to the Valkyrie with a shotgun at your back.
Meanwhile, of course, High Society have to pull away from this fight. You see some of the other teams that are, of course, within the launch site area now starting to kind of maybe extend their hand, one of their major scouters, to try to fight this one off. But even just as I say that, High Society say, well, job's done. Let's go make sure that we get this one out of the way here. And they take down Little PogChamps. And of course, Zeta still looking for angles, but I don't think they're going to find any.
No, nice way to play that out as well. High Society waiting on sound cues, sending that perfectly with Kim and Denze both just... they're cracked. This is the High Society that we were wowed by in Challenger Circuit, that we saw dominating, and while they've definitely changed since then, their sort of clutch factor and mechanical ability has definitely remained on the same level of, oh my god, I can't believe that just happened.
That's a good way to put it there. Looking at the zone itself, we're still waiting on two of our biggest named factors to kind of make our way towards Zone 2. Kick and Scars. And hey, I'll even throw Rebel into the mix. I'm not used to throwing Rebel into the mix, but they're sitting top of the board right now. So, hey, if you want to enter finals with 10 points and your name is Rebel, good for you, man. They themselves also, though, still not even in Zone 1.
No, they're playing this slow, with Kick and Scars having mirrored each other up until this point. They were actually directly in competition, and Kick's not really out of the woods yet. Moving through Lava Siphon, they will encounter some resistance in the form of Phoenix Legacy right on the other side of this. Scars taking the long way around. They're the ones that have a lot easier of a time getting in towards this second zone, and if they want, maybe popping up to Harvester to get a read on that third zone and beyond. Kick are going to have an easier time with that initial one, though, given that they sit right on top of Lava Siphon, inside with a beacon on top of them.
Well, for most of these squads, very interesting rotations will be necessary here, as a fact that launch site isn't going to be the major place of play, and most of these teams, seeing that the zone pulled so hard right over to the edge, made the bet that all these buildings were going to be available. Now it's only going to be about half. We get this nice split that we tend to see, where you get a mix of squads, of course, in the siphon area, and they are usually forced to run up against that hillside there, which even that might not be the case here.
I'm loving that Scars just refuse to give up on their rotation. They constantly pop back in. They check that Kick are still there. They trade bullets. And eventually, Scars turn away and go back. Kick have been running it this game and are going to continue to, it seems. Nice. A little bit of insight into the care package. What's the third one? I see shotgun bolt. I see G7. What's our
okay.
last?
All right.
Probably,
it's a shotgun bolt, it's a G7 Scout, and one of them will be picked up here in a moment. Curious to see what team may extend their way out there. Obviously, not many are in this area. Obviously, only Scars and Kick here towards Siphon. Could see Rebel maybe coming out there from the vault, being able to take advantage of that one. And actually, it's that ping right there from Uchako that gives us the idea that there is, in fact, someone in that valley. We didn't quite catch it on the free cam, but the fact that the beacon is no longer available goes to show that.
Yeah, since Kick have this position that will stay inside of ring for the time being, I'd like to see them hold on to it for as long as they can. Oh, God. Oh, pain. I'd like to see them hold on to it for as long as they can. It does feel bad. Even the shotgun bolt got picked up. Oh.
The shotgun. I told you what would be picked up. I made it clear. Well, for Rebel now, they were, of course, the ones to come up there from the low ground, now trying to fight their way in, and they've caught themselves a provided angle, of course, utilizing Taylor on that rate to see if they may be able to source out potentially some damage, or just, more importantly, the information necessary, knowing the fact that, of course, there is a squad there. They don't know it's Kick, but they've got at least some inkling.
What I'm curious about is what Rebel choose to prioritize, because most times, I'd say that teams prefer to play in open areas when they don't have things like a caustic, but with the truck so wide open right now, there are a lot of zones that end exactly where Taylor is currently scouting out by. If Rebel wanted to push up to that, try and hold down the truck, and instead play for late game positioning, I don't think that a lot of people would blame them, especially considering what a convincing performance that they've had so far.
Solo Q Goats coming right into the fray here of Lava Siphon, just ahead of Rascals and right in front of Phoenix Legacy. They themselves able to find the truck of their own and now starting to set that one up with Diff on the gas. This is going to be a very difficult area to hold, especially as it is largely contested if that zone does tend to pull a bit more towards the north here.
The caustic angle, as long as you got caustic, anything is holdable. Anything, I say, even this, although Horizon are going to have a much more difficult time of doing that out here in the open. I'm not even sure what cover they were playing before this. Phoenix Legacy dismantle it very quickly. Sabs ends up picking up the full thirst, and well, we've still got one member of Horizon left. I do not know where they could have gone.
I was about to say, mind you, Solo Q Goats now making their way, and they've completely given up that truck, expecting that fight to maybe be a little bit more advantageous for themselves, but potentially even playing for what will be the next iteration of this zone. As I said just a second ago, that card can be very difficult to play in times of strife, so maybe having your own area in terms of the one last standing building here for Lava Siphon definitely looks a little bit better. I kind of made the awe noise, though, because it was Liffen going down, you know, at the hands that sort of damage provided there from Phoenix Legacy, his previous roster.
Feels bad. Everybody's got a little bit of a vendetta to trade back and forth. One of the teams that I've been very curious about going into this second round of the LCQs today has been Nemesis. They've been pretty quiet so far, and actually are falcing up to the sky in a very open position, risking the cancellation on that ability. But since they've got the read on where they think the zone is going to end, no harm in trying to position for that god spot now. Let's see if it ends up being taken, though, because they're jumping right on towards where King just were.
This is tough. I will say, Nemesis, I'm actually very impressed with how they've played here, because remember, they just lost Clone here, you know, at the hands, I believe it was Rascals, prior to today's performance. And honestly, Nemesis with Clone was insane coming out of the original Last Chance Qualifiers / Challenger circuit. So the fact that they're also continuing to, or my apologies, probably, etc. The fact that they're continuing to find success, even though they've had to make a change towards ASCII, who you may know him, 3, etc., Bear Claw Gaming, whatnot, is surprising, to say the least.
Yeah, I remember ASCII on Bear Claw. That guy popped off. Bear Claw was I miss Bear Claw. Bear Claw was a good roster. I liked their map movements. Those guys.
I believe
guys had a solid read.
HTP Herald is also competing in this right now too.
Yeah.
So you've got a few iterations of some of these previous squads still managing to exist, and you can see Nemesis there. They've taken or opted for the more centralized building, gave that one away, but Mutarium not too far away, going to be able to capitalize here.
Take a look at the way that the zone is pulling as the fights continue to brew around World's Edge. It's actually Odin Gamers that have ruled themselves an excellent spot inside of the ring. A squad that's been relatively quiet despite actually having a very nice performance inside of round 1. Now find themselves with a chance to prove exactly how it was that they made it here, given that they've got an incredible Loba setup right now, plenty of loot to work with, and a very easily defensible position. They should be able to make their way into the top 3, utilizing this spot right outside of launch site.
Remember, I talked about that hillside, that kind of escape, the climb that you have to make, especially for a zone like this. I'm actually impressed how many squads made the rotation out towards Lava Siphon, but that in itself is risky now, right? Most of them going to be forced to drop, kind of play right up against the cusp, that edge that is available there. For Gang themselves, they're making their way outside of their building. Looks like Zeta, just ahead of them here, was able to eliminate T-Rex only seconds ago, so now looking for more.
And Borg Gang have height on this, but are playing it slowly nonetheless, making very little noise. Vanex knows that he's close, and it's an unexpected jump, an advantage that he's got on this height. Manages to find not one, but 2 cracks, and Zeta actually end up eating some significant damage at the hands of Rebel. 2 of them down. Kick losing a member as well. Zuchako fights it out with the rest of Borg Gang. We'll see if they're able to survive this. Nice shield swap coming in just in time for Uchako. Should have saved Kick just in the nick of time. The Mastiff ends up clutching it out, and Borg Gang leave us.
Just barely in the face of what was that Gibraltar shield there. Now the gold bag on Uchako to get the revive necessary on Haraka. Put this man back into a full 3v3 fashion. It's a shame. Forking had a good idea of the rotation. They heard the shots. T-Rex faltering there at the hands of Zeta, but they just went a little too far forward, maybe a little too early. This wasn't even at the force of zone, right? They still had at least a minute 30 to go.
And a very quick, clean reset for Kick as well. There are still squads behind them, as we can tell on our highlights. Kick don't actually have this data just yet. A very heads-up ping by Hyarka to actually spot that out and keep his team in the know, keep them safe, as he is so practiced on playing this Gibraltar as an anchor for the squad. I remember watching them in their sort of first couple of days of competitive and going, oh, well, I guess Nemesis are out. I remember watching them in their first couple of days of competitive.
Don't say it like that.
Thinking, well, they're out.
Mutarium continuing their onslaught. They had been holding each other for quite some time over there by Lava Siphon, so of course finally able to enact vengeance. We're due here. High Society still holding this major central building. They themselves will be forced to rotate here in just a moment's notice. Obviously they're beginning to kind of push themselves towards the outside, the eastern area, where it's going to see this zone carry. It looks like Kick were able to find, though, the squad that's right below them, Dia.
Is the squad that was pinged out by Hyarka earlier, and it's Totem, interestingly enough, that now get relegated, having to run underneath High Society. A very difficult position to play out, although they may be able to make it if Dente grants them just a little bit of mercy. Kick taking a fight on the other side of this is starting to push up, and a nicely placed Thermite could change everything. Not going to connect just yet, but Kick continue to apply pressure and actually taking 4 damage. Hyarka finds just a little bit. Uchako gets a knock onto Na'Vi. This could be the beginning of yet another successful push by the Kick roster. Solo Q Goats trying to make it out of their own bubble right now and into the greater ring that continues to pull over by Odin Gamers.
Meanwhile here, Rebel in the fight of their own, the 50-50 that's necessary. Don't know which bubble's gonna come down first, but the shots are able to provide. Kohai, Taylor with the bat in the last possible moment as they pull even further towards the rocks. They gotta be careful. That hillside, we know for a fact, has been contested all game long here. Now it's Scars who are the ones to fall. Taishi Mane, they picked up from Rebel from the high ground here, and now Solo Q Goats coming up the back end to clean up Rebel as well. 2 of the highest rated teams in this lobby here.
Okay, Solo Q, I see you. That was some really nice timing on the 3rd and maybe even 4th party when we consider the fact that it doubled down. High Society do expand their bubble for a moment, maybe opening themselves up to a 3rd party, but they're keeping even folks out of their own bubble, making sure that they have their squad mates in safety as he doesn't get touched during that entire fight. This is given so much time by High Society as they absorb yet another squad.
This is a problem, though, for High Society. They've got one heck of a rotation to make their way through, but surprisingly, there's only underrated ahead of them here. Looking like that from below. You've got Nemesis just underneath what is that kind of balcony that presents itself here. And Solo Q Goats, they're looking to take advantage of just that as they throw that gas down. They're going to expend the dome from Nemesis, and that's going to be the drop from Dip Q to see if they can pick up the fight.
It is is a 1 versus 2 at the moment, but as the rest of the team joins, and Solo Q Goats have got to make this work. Nice knock initially. Rascals end up going out, whittling us down to top 7, but you lose Zippeth for this, with a good chance that you cannot pick this guy up anymore. Has this been worth it? Phoenix Legacy challenged the idea that it is, pushing up with the wingman, just one man strong, but enough. Underrated, end up going out, and even more kills fall into the hands of Solo Q Goat. Navi fall at the hands of Kick. Phoenix Legacy are gone, and we are going crazy in this first game on World's Edge. High Society down to just one member, and it seems like Kick are running this lobby as Odin try desperately to fight from the god spot they secured from so early on.
They were doing great, though, Dia. They were able to successfully defend against what was that rush there from High Society. You saw that double dome out, and they still were able to pick that one up. That leaves at least, I believe, 1 or 2 members of High Society alive there on the outskirts. But I'm loving the position of Kick here. If they are able to take this one away from Solo Q Goats before they climb up, right, they will have complete control of this choke outside of the building and will be able to provide a straight beam necessary.
I can smell it. This is a Kick W incoming. Ooh, Kim, though, he can almost feel it.
No.
The fire tickles his little toes. Does jump right back down, though, and unfortunately, it is into the hands of death. High Society now go out, leaving us with just 3 squads left, and it is anyone's game. As I am really not sure who is going to take this away. Now that we've got 3 squads left, Solo Q Goats, Kick, and Odin Gamers. Kick and Odin both on the high ground. Who's going to third party who here?
This is tough. I can confirm, though, that the line is, of course, closer to Solo Q Goats. If they don't have something like a redeploy to take to the skies or anything like that to provide a different sort of rotation, it's likely that they'll have to climb up the hillside into the face that is Kick here, especially if you've got damage provided from Odin Gamers as they kind of try to peek that balcony there, and that might start the fight off and give Odin Gamers potentially the win they need. Still, though, Kick pumping as much damage as they can. You got Oyman peeking the side here.
Got a good thing going, do Kick, and for right now, even absorbing this defensive bombardment without actually using a bubble of their own is a big victory for them. Nades start to rain in, but there's not nearly enough damage done to the Kick roster just yet. As you had illustrated, I think Solo Q Goats are starting to recognize this is their only way up. They might be able to take the zip line, but then are you just giving the kills over to Odin Gamers? What do you choose to do? How can you manufacture a win? Because you cannot be playing for third. You've got to at least try and pick up a few kills of your own. Find your own space in the world. Kick managed to find just enough space to take down Shades. Oirain finishes the job, but they're not pushing up on this just yet. They are not opening themselves up to a third party. Zone continues to push in, and finally, Solo Q Goats start coming up over the side as Kick decide on their own time that they're not going to fight it anymore. They're instead prioritizing Odin Gamers as both teams collaborate on the destruction of Odin. Now it's time for the 3v3.
A fantastic rotation up there from Kick the Dome, providing the defense necessary, but it's Solo Q Goats. In a moment of success, we saw most of their shields fall there, but for some reason, Kick were not able to find the shots up and against that cart. It provided maybe just the little bit of necessary defense in those final moments. Props to Solo Q.
This is a big game for them, and one that I think a lot of people would have been naysayers about coming into today. Solo Q Goats have not had that top performance for a long time, but to see them be able to whip this out without running the bangle or without going back to what I think a lot of people would call their roots, but instead adapting to their new style with a different roster, Solo Q Goats are proving they can still very much tango at the top.
Yeah, and don't forget Chaotic Much coming in there. I mean, he, funny enough, just got off playing with Kick coming off of the LAN here, taking the place of Oiron, and in those final moments, made it clear who was the successor. Gotta say, a fantastic play there from Solo Q Goats, not just in those final moments, but what was their defense of that entire low ground. We saw them go for the complete assault against the combination of Rebel and Scars, and yes, while there was damage being provided from a plethora of angles, they were the team to take that one away as they made their approach towards that final round 6.
All three of those teams really earned their place inside of the final round as well. Odin did not have it handed to them via their placement. They had to fight tooth and nail to keep a spot that I think everybody knows is very difficult to hold on to when it becomes the focus of the lobby. Kick ran around the entire map, making everybody's life ridiculously difficult. Looked like they were in massive control going into the final ring, and as you already illustrated, the story of Solo Q Goats sort of told itself. I do want to see how it ended up in the points, however, because that is where things really matter. And Odin Gamers, despite having that top 3 performance, are not quite in the top 10 yet. They need another shot like that.
Well, if Mutarium can do it in a very similar situation last game, now sitting in 8th place, I definitely have hopes for Odin Gamers here. But that's something we got to start discussing. I know we've been maybe a little bit on the avoidance of it. Obviously, if you're bottom 10, you're not going to be kicked out of the tournament. But those advanced placement points could be the make or break regarding getting a spot in North Carolina here. So for Rebel, Solo Q, High Society, who've begun to form this gap, netting themselves the plus 40 points here, you know for a fact that they're looking to take this one and make sure that they have a surefire platform to propel themselves off of after that game.
There's a long way yet to be able to make it into North Carolina, but as you talked about, you're setting yourself up for success. You are easing your load for tomorrow, making this journey all the easier as you strive to become the absolute best.
Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the ALGS Last Chance Qualifiers. We're bringing you winners round 2. I haven't said it in a while, so I think it's well in due time. My name's Zephyr, and I, of course, am alongside Dia here as my co-caster, as if you haven't been paying attention here. Before we make our way into Game 5 of World's Edge, I do want to look at this one because I think it is important since we are now 2/3 of the way through. Let's look at that loser's bracket before the winners.
That's true, because the top 10 of these will be rejoining, or rather having a chance to make it through into the grand finale. Guild's still at the top, and you'll love to see it, because they have, well, had a surprising start to the day, and now we're playing pretty well. I tell you the thing that's surprising me, playing for content or having a totally different performance than they had during the start of the day.
Yeah, playing for content. I told you they had the major kill leads coming off Last Chance Qualifier Finals, and it's no surprise that they finally are able to push themselves into the top 3. Glad to see Rats making a return for themselves as well, being one of those lower Pro League teams, but still having the opportunity to perform. High praise, though, towards Cool Gaming here, one of the few Last Chance Qualifiers as well to keep this one running too, in comparison to what is Big Man Goon, Bitfix, and Lost Baguettes, but still plenty of competition left to go. Let's quickly look at the winners bracket. So you guys, of course, have what is the final point scoring for this one as well, as we start to decide who's going in that top 10.
Yeah, since we are going into our last 2 matches of the day, there is surprisingly little wiggle room compared to when we started things off. We have now passed the point where 12 points would actually turn into a win for at least the squads in 17th place and below. At this point, 12 points does not push you into qualifications anymore, and that gap is only going to get wider as time goes on if these guys don't start to pick up those points right here, right now. Second game on World's Edge, and we saw a lot more controlled, a lot more comfortable play from these teams here.
Yeah, I mean, a much longer sustained kind of force from all of them as we talk about some of those final zones. And I honestly think when it comes to Storm Point, it really depends on where the zone pulls in terms of the quality or amount of teams that you really get there. Whereas on World's Edge, truly you can get some massive 16, kind of 10 to 16 team lobbies going into kind of zone 4 and further without fail almost every single time here. And just to kind of put it out there so that these names are on your mind as we work our way through Game 5. Obviously, still 2 games, but keep notice. Scars, Mutarium, Zeta Division, Board Gang, Rascals, Odin Gamers, Navi, and 789. All of them kind of in that 7th to 14th position right now, within the potential of taking away one of those top 10 spots. But it's still ours in the realm of a 1-game win can put you there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, especially if it is a convincing single game. I want to keep my eyes out for who the zone will favor, who's going to be given a little bit of an extra helping hand on their qualification journey. So take a little bit more of a look at the cutlery that lies around World's Edge. I'm fascinated by the cooking habits of these people. Dirty rags hanging above the stove, full bowls of ramen in the sink, the stove left on. I mean, they live like animals here.
Yeah, the soup, it's diagonal.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, one has to imagine that it's Jello ramen.
No, it's gelled. Oh, that's gross. All right. Jokes aside here, we take a look, of course, at that map. Once again, I guess, thankfully, it is going to be pulling towards the south, our second southern zone here on World's Edge today. This time around, a little bit of a mix between Lava Siphon and Harvester. And I'll be honest, I can't tell you which POI this will pull towards.
No, I don't think a lot of these teams are going to have a great idea either. I'm expecting to see a lot of people hard committing into Harvester, but it's a difficult call to make, and for good reason. And I think the other reason that you might want to try and fight over Harvester is mainly because there's going to be a beacon inside of it. However, there's a distinct advantage here when it comes to drop spots, because people drop in Harvester, and, well, it's pretty darn easy to hang on to.
That's fair.
Also, I can, like, feel the Jello ramen in my mouth. It, like, you know what I'm saying? When you, like, imagine it, like...
I wish, like, we had, like, a caster cam, so I could... Every time someone makes a dumb freaking take, I want to say a different F word there, I wish I could put my face on the cam so you guys could see just how freaking unsatisfied I am in situations like these. Dia knows me personally. Dia knows exactly what I look like in modes like that.
And I revel in like being able to
I bet you
stimulate
do,
that in my
buddy.
brain.
I bet you do.
You know when somebody sends you a text and you're like, I know exactly how that reads. It's exactly the same thing. I say something and I know what your face looks like, and it just
Push my buttons, why don't you?
it's joy, it's joy, it's joy. High society, right?
That figures it out.
How about them high societies?
You know what? I know you're making transitions here, but high praise to high society. Yeah, I mean, they didn't or were not able to successfully transition their rotation out of the building that they had held for quite some time there. But we talk about defending against, Little Pog Champs, Zeta, and plenty of other squads as they retained that spot. And as a result, High Society sit in third place. This isn't the first iteration of seeing this squad do well. Remember, they picked up that win on Stormpoint and have continued to at least pick up the double digits time and time again, which is crazy. Because I want you to know, Dia, it has not been a dominant performance from High Society since literally Challenger Circuit Split 1, the original Denze Kim roster, right? We haven't seen the aggression since then. I mean, this squad's been meandering, right? They didn't do too well in Pro League. They haven't shown up in terms of what was the qualifiers, any of it.
No, it's definitely been a sort of hibernation anime arc for them as they sort of took their time, right? Figured out exactly what was going on and have now hit the ground running once again. And you got to hope that their stamina doesn't give out before champs, because right now, if they continue to perform like this, they've got a shot at making it in. Deuterium, another one of the squads that has a shot. Find a squad Valking in front of them, but can't quite punish it in time. I do wonder if they try and chase this onto the high ground. It seems like we're making an exit into Climatizer, an interesting choice for 789, since this is no closer to the zone.
But it does give them ample time at least to potentially survive, right? They're going to turn back around here, provide themselves with the shields necessary. My question is, does the follow through from Deuterium happen almost immediately here, or being that they are kind of, well, middling in the pack? I mean, what's the decision? Do they go for rotations like this to pick up KP or play for zone placement? It seems like they're going for KP, Dia.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like right now. I loved the cut away briefly. As we instantly saw a Valkyrie squad running at your face, and now defensive bombardment that is causing some trouble. These caustic traps on the high ground are not going to get maximum value. It's going to be difficult to hold on. A nice portal up towards the top buys you a little bit more safety, but 789 wants to commit, trying to kick in the doors. A real nice play from Zanya, recognizing that this gas buys them enough time, enough entryway to force out the bubble, to push in, to separate Mutarium, and to start dismantling their offense.
Oh, Gibby's able to find the battery in a situation like that, but Zanya's massive shots hit for all that and more. This is going to leave the last standing member, that being Tyler, for only a second longer as Mutarium eliminated from competition at 20th. Remember, these guys are 8th place right now with 23 points. You can't have that happen.
No, this is disaster for Mutarium. 789 just get to keep climbing. Now that they've got this little bit of a foothold in the game, now they've turned it around and have some more confidence to work with. I can't wait to see what they accomplish, because they have been just lagging behind ever so slightly since their decent start in game one. On what feels like games that should be full of momentum for them, they just sort of constantly lose out. Now that they've got this great start, I want to see what it turns into. That is, assuming they can make it up to fights like these, where Underrated are once again sieging the fence line like we saw earlier.
I like the utilization of Jazza here to find that separate angle. Obviously, he spotted out what is maybe the potential here, but honestly, they're playing pretty safe behind that line, and gonna have to go for the portal. Go for something maybe a little bit deeper. Is it potentially a steal or just the setup necessary? Gonna be the setup.
Can't believe he wasn't just shot in the face while trying to walk up to that as well. Just his team doing a really good job of covering Jazaz, making sure that there's no focus on him. Now, however, things start to turn around, and the nice disengage with the portal buys you a little bit more time as Underrated. They haven't got that convincing damage, those cracks finding flesh just yet, and so instead, I think it's wise that they expand the portal and simply back off from here on out, because they're in no rush to take this fight. They're inside zone. Zone doesn't even hurt them if they need to move around. Risking anything more than this would be, well, a little too much.
At the same time, they're in no rush to not take this fight. It's very unlikely that there's a squad that'll pull up from the south of Tree here, so if they feel like it's a well-guaranteed opportunity, they can do so. But as we see them start to rotate a little bit more out towards the east there to try to maybe either loot up or find the appropriate rotations in, looks like they're otherwise said.
With 4 gangs sitting right behind Lava Siphon, they're taking sort of the no-commit approach. They're going, is this ending in Lava Siphon? Maybe. Is it ending in Harvester? Also maybe. So we're going to sit as close to dead center as we can get, with Zeta holding down the other S-choke.
Harvester.
Just, just hope that it keeps going towards us. And hey, it will for a moment, as you talked about. Harvester is definitely where it's going now, but they don't know that. They don't have next ring like we do.
You know what I find remarkable? There's not a single team that has opted for Harvester and is also playing the Beacon build right out there towards the far west. Obviously, T-Rex not too far away. Solo Q Goats are winners from last game who could definitely play off of that one, but that could be absolutely crucial here, especially on a Harvester end where you don't get the extreme notion of where that zone is really going to be finishing, at least until you get the next read on it.
There's a lot of possibility inside of Harvester, and I think that a big reason why we aren't seeing teams prioritize that spot specifically is because of its vulnerability to the high ground, as opposed to almost every other point on Harvester. That's the one place where people can look down and really ruin your day, even trying to send it into the building. If that's where you've decided to hole up, you can get a lot of your options limited. And so I like the idea of being able to farm that beacon, but I think quite understandably teams are hesitant to actually take control of it, as opposed to just popping in, scanning, and then getting out. That's something that, say, Horizon could go for right now. They've got a little bit of resistance right in front of them from that very same height we were talking about.
Well, they're going to be able to take this one away here from T-Rex, and T-Rex are the ones to actually come into this area first. Thankfully for T-Rex, this is Harvester. It is the octopus of POIs, and there are plenty of opportunities to work with. I mean, it's literally an octopus. It's got almost 8 legs to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 6 legs to it. It is a hexacoctopus.
Okay. Wow. What? Sorry?
Odin Gamers, one of the few to hold one of those very important tentacles here, defending what might be that choke, especially a very important choke, not just towards the north, but also the east here, right? When we talk about all those squads who have yet to make their moves out of Lava Siphon, which will be necessary at a certain point. T-Rex, they pulled and retained the high ground that you brought up just a moment ago. The only squad that really poses a threat right now being that Solo Q Goats, just waiting for the rotation here out of staging.
And with this position comes the promise of the engagements with teams that do still need to rotate in. You have the opportunity to find yourself cracks, maybe even kills, while also being able to get the zone read as you eventually have to move your way in towards the remainder of Harvester. It's a slow play for T-Rex, but one that they're hoping to sort of split the difference on. They go, well, we want to get involved in fights and we want spot and zones, so this is where we're gonna play. A difficult to challenge high ground that hopefully lets us get a free beacon scan. We'll see if it works out for them, because I do like the idea, and I like the way that they're playing it right now, not really shifting off of that height, instead just making sure that other teams are forced to expend cooldowns like the Valkyrie ultimate to get around them. Taking a look, of course, at North Lava Siphon, we've got a little bit of crowding over here. Scars and Kick naturally mirroring each other, and with 7, 8, 9 and little PogChamps showing up as well, we're getting quite the party.
Whew. You've got little PogChamps there on the back end, just behind 7, 8, 9. Scars Kick, though, that's the big one that we bring up. Reiterating it, of course, because the chokes hold so much impact. Zeta's going to be on the defense constantly here, but thankfully for Scars, they actually do have a plausible rotation. Granted, that high ground is something that they will have to finally capitalize eventually, but there is a little bit of the exposures right in front of where Odin gamers present themselves. Finally, though, we are warranted regarding where specifically Harvester this will end is the complete southern area. Meanwhile, 789, they got to defend against little PogChamps trying to fight their way in. Oh,
no way. I actually don't believe it. Take the tape back as, ooh, Lord. It seems like Rev Octane Mirage just got a little bit too real for the lobby. Little PogChamps lose one, and at this point, their defensive abilities over in this building are largely limited, but Dave does go down. Dave is dead. Dave is full thirsted. That is more kills than Rev Octane Mirage should have gotten this game. That is one more kill than they should have had access to.
The most kills Octane and Revenant have secured here today.
Yeah.
I think in the last few weeks, months even.
Perhaps even this entire split in EMEA. That in a crazy turn of events, we're seeing pioneering of old strategies becoming new again. Scars are starting to push up on this building, though. They sensed weakness from 789 as created by, and I will say again, our Revenant Octane Mirage. And while they did throw out the Arc Star initially, they weren't quite able to find any further damage there. Instead,
did he revive? The Mirage is coming back, baby!
No way. They did not get that banner. How did they do it?
Oh my gosh, in the nick of time, maybe potentially within the chaos, or even in a moment like that, able to secure eyes, bring that one back, and even Dave coming into the fray here. All three members from all three of these squads are raring to go.
All of your sins are forgiven, just like that. Respawn beacons, they fix everything. We're back to 57 players, only one squad gone, and yet another Foozle is found as Zanya. Yeah, you like that? Stop shooting the clone. Rascals are in trouble, though, and that's something else that we can talk about outside of the insanity of Mirage. They're not the only ones. Zanya also eats a lot of damage trying to make their way into this bridge.
Right, Scars are the gatekeepers here. They currently hold that major building, will play into the potential further choke, or maybe even a little further south. They want to reorient themselves towards Zeta. Looks like Kick, though, facing dangers of their own, as 789 were forced to try to fight away for this bridge. As Zanya drops, though, they will be eliminated from none other than Zeta, defending that choke that we had just discussed here. Kick, it looks like, might be down to just one member remaining.
I'm wondering how they'll try and make their rotation in here, whether they actually have the ability to pick up their squad mates, be it banners or resurrections, in a sort of shorter time frame. Since Zeta have this crypto, though, pushing them is nearly impossible. You try and bubble up on this, and your bubble is gone, just like that. Kick will be able to recover this banner, fortunately, down to just the 2 members right now. But the interesting thing is, because of all the action that we saw earlier, there's also not a respawn beacon right next to them that they can use. They've got to call in a mobile.
I was about to say, mobile's coming down just beneath them. Our Mirage Octane Revenant squad just hiding away here. They keep the Mirage. It looks like they lose out on one of the major Revtane pairing there. We'll have to see how that fares. Meanwhile, Scars taking towards this fissure here. Actually really like this spot, especially if there's not a team on the high ground just behind them towards the west. We've yet to get that information under hold here, but it looks like they're safe.
Well, same cannot be said for our now simple Octane squad. You got high movement speed, and that is just about it. Watch your teammates' death box being looted from right in front of you. It's a tough time to be a little PogChamp, as it always seems to be. We'll see if they can survive any further, whether their journey will end by yeeting themselves into Zeta. Kick will be trying to make their journey over the wall in much the same way as they saw Scars do moments earlier, and Ford Gang are currently in the business of gatekeeping all of that, but need to start worrying about their own rotation into the ring, because take a look at how that's going to work out for them. They have ring now. They don't have a fun rotation into ring after that. It feels a lot like their wall game over on Stormpoint.
That's fair here. Meanwhile, we take to the skies here for High Society. They're going to be playing directly, potentially maybe even looking to oob on the top of this one. Yes, as we tune in with them, that's exactly what they're doing. Now dropping into this area in particular, this is going to be rough. 3, 2, 1, just barely able to pull it off for Denze, but like I said, this is such a difficult place to play. Going to try to make their way towards that L-shaped building, that dome that Ezzy had presented, but unable to do so. Meanwhile, High Society, now they got to take out the squad that just happens to be right here as well, and already easy to fall. Kim's the only one left alive, having to take to the roof of this building, back to the over the edge, underneath and below, with only 20 health to remain, but the zone is choking. A shield battery will potentially be expended, but they're just barely able to find safety there.
Cannot believe that Kim is alive right now. Cannot believe that their hopes continue in this lobby. 5th game of the day. We're going to make it a 6th very soon. Last 2 chances, and a lot of these teams are hanging on by a thread. Vexed, however, with the height in the south of Harvester, have an incredible spot inside of this last ring, as that'll be closing in just 1 minute. Now 15 squads left, but so many will be cold in the next 60 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. There's so many that have positioned themselves, especially going into what is the close here of Harvester. And I talked about this at the very beginning of the game. We've got some incredible lobbies. We got about 15 plus teams going into what will be this final zone, as they all will have to compete for a position like this. Vexed, it's tough for them. They lose out on this high ground here. I don't even know what ridge is going to be available to them.
Take a look at Scars, though. We haven't thought about them in a while, but they are alive and well off to the side of this ring. Same cannot be said for Horizon or even soon Na'Vi, as they're being chased down and eliminated. T-Rex playing the Apex Predator in this lobby, able to pick up those kills, loot up, and hopefully send themselves into zone with relative health. This is, as a reminder, holding out largely in the open, but Zeta Division got first rotation on it.
That's going to be that Arc Star down. That'll provide a massive chunk of damage to eliminate Phoenix Legacy there. Almost perfect in its placement, but Dia, they got nowhere to go. For now, Zeta Division, their only objective is to defend against the L-shaped building. They're already beginning to do that. You can see that it is Fort Gang finally coming out from the edge of where they held that last bit of cave. Sustained, and now they begin to fall. Kim Zoo will be found out and eliminate a rat. More kills for Zeta to behold here, but they are ticking. There's no Gibby on this roster. There's no defense in the face of all that damage.
I'll tell you what's calling my name right now. If you're a Zeta fan, your best defense is a good offense. Keep everyone else worried about what you can do to them, because as soon as they start pushing up on you, as you said, there's nothing that you can do about it. T-Rex are trying to do much the same thing from this high ground, but there's another squad that's got angles on them from the height of their own. Vex are causing trouble here, but Zeta continue to survive.
Just barely against the wall here. You've got Odin Gamers behind them. Pochi's trying to sustain the damage, does find a bit of the drop necessary, but not quite enough to keep this one alive. And as they swing around the back end of the rock, they will eliminate OG from this lobby. Sunset, though, has to be careful. There are plenty of squads, noticeably Mande, this last remaining member of Scars, able to take advantage of this one. And if there's a 1v1, I want to be my Gibby.
I can't believe that Scars made it over here as well. They must have Valk ulted in order to make it to this corner of the ring. It's the one thing that pushes Zeta back, that leaves them as just 2 members, and now at risk of even being pushed on, since there's been a portal expended from the low ground. We may see Nemesis just trying to make this 2 versus 3 work for them.
They have to. They have no choice here up against the back of this wall. And already Scars, this is the perfect opportunity for them. Impulse is down here. Nande wants more. An elimination of the drone as well. Potentially trying to source out that last member of Zeta. It's just over top of this one, but instead he's going to run into Nemesis. He gets the drop on Straw there, but he's taking a peppering from all angles. How is he not dead?
Big Poppy Monday finally eats it at the hands of Vex, to now turn right back around onto Nemesis, end up cleaning up that fight and put themselves in top 3. Bambino is down, and I do not think that they have time for the res. Gonna try and stick it anyway against all odds, but Rebel are coming from the north. They are the ones with reign over this lobby right now, and the only members left as a 3-man.
An insane performance today, looking to continue to be one here as Rebel, a full 3-man roster at the face of a 2 and a 1. And they even got the cover to work with as they bring down Lara from T-Rex.
Now that that's done, it's the final 3 versus 2. Rebels should know that the numbers favor them, and the defensive bubble is just in time to swing this even further in their favor. The end game from Rebel is played so well, not once, but twice today, as they secure their 2nd win in a row. Not in a row.
Not in a row, but definitely it sometimes feels like it. Rebel here. I am shocked with the turnaround of this team, and I really simply cannot place my hand on it because for the last, what is almost 4 to 5 months, we've heard hide nor hair of them, and especially going into Split 2, they looked, I mean, as bottomed out as it got here. And then suddenly out of nowhere, just kind of barely clinching what was a spot into winners round 2, and now against it all, dominating a lobby that looked so different compared to this morning.
I mean, they've got such incredible tools on Rebel. The biggest one seems to be just not drawing a whole lot of attention to themselves. We were looking at Scars, we were looking at Vexed, we were even looking at Nemesis. T-Rex from that high ground right next to Rebel even drew attention. But when did we see Rebel up until they were in top 3? They were quiet as mice. They do not take all of these extra pot shots at folks. They do not try and win wars by pure aggression. Instead, they try and direct people towards each other, going, hey, they're low, how about you take them? How about you take them? And we'll come and clean it all up. It looks really good for Rebel, and I'm just amazed that they're able to orchestrate it twice today.
Well, it has been done here, but you do bring up a good point regarding kind of the play style that they present themselves with, playing towards the edge and not really willing to take fights. Yes, they've got the 12 points of that win, and I'm confident that they still set in first, but that gap might have closed here. So let's take a look at our overall standings here coming out of Game 5. And yes, of course, Rebels sit among the rest with that win on them belt. They take themselves from 55 to 67 alone there, which is already a massive gap when you compare the next nearest squad, High Society.
I am sweating, I tell you. Rebel High Society kick. They're all there. Totem sitting at 6th is not what I'd expected coming into this. Scar sitting at 8th. Another big surprise. And with Mutarium right back at 11th, where they were 2 games ago. They got to be sweating now. One more game for Mutarium. Natus Vincere, Odin Gamer, 789, T-Rex, all of these teams that, had you asked me going into today, would they have made top 10? I would have told you absolutely. Now it's in question because we've got so many good squads competing.
So many fantastic rosters here, but only 10 that will be secured in their position of finals and It is with a heavy heart that I say howdy howdy for one last time here today. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers Winners Round 2. I'm Zephyr, that's Dia. Let's carry this one over to the points for one last time as we take a look at which teams are competing for those coveted 10th place positions.
Borgang sitting at 23 points, but Mutarium tied with them right now. 23 points, the number to beat. Maybe a little bit more as we get into the next game, but Natus, Vincere, Odin Gamers, 789, T-Rex, they are all clamoring for that spot, all so close, and you look a little bit further down the leaderboard, even Rascals and Underrated are one good game away. It's absolutely within touching distance.
Yeah, plenty of teams here could have absolutely standout performances. I mean, I want to make something clear. When we talked about last chance qualifier finals to get those top 16 positions, the cutoff was around 25 points. And what's crazy is that this lobby is so balanced in terms of competitive play, right, that you can see that cutoff doesn't even begin to exist until you get all the way up to 9th and further. That's insane. The spread of points, I suppose, and that idea is maybe actually a little bit more top heavy. Well, I'm not going to math too hard. Brain hurty.
Yeah, brain too much. It was very early, and now it's starting to get very late. And the fact
Cut off
that
harder.
there's been a lot of Apex Legends in between here and there doesn't make the math any easier, but we're going to do it by God because 23 points is the cutoff, and that is the math that I can start adding up to and from as we get into this last. But we're going to do it by God because 23 points is the cutoff, and that is the math that I can start adding up to and from as we get into this last game of the day. One last visit onto World's Edge for these squads. It's home sweet home. And I wonder if it'll treat them well, especially for those teams that are hovering just around the edge. But the teams, however, that are performing at the top of their game right now, that have secured the 1 through 5 spots and made it look convincing, this is less for them about qualifying and more about getting ready for tomorrow, because we think this lobby took a step up in difficulty from just 6 games ago to now. Well, it's going to take another one tomorrow.
And on top of that, too, obviously, it's all about those advanced placement points because in sincerity, if you're sitting in 6th with 4, accumulating what is that extra 6 in first place is definitely something to be warranted regarding Apex Legends. Given the current system that we have, you could chuck away one bad game if you currently sit in that first place position like it never happened, which has got to feel good for Rebel, who feels very confident in their current iteration. Can confirm, though, they're only what is, well, 21 points ahead of High Society. I don't know if we'll be seeing Rebel drop first place.
I don't know either, but if anybody can do it, High Society has definitely shown us that they go kind of crazy. Their performances today have been largely built off of high highs, and while their consistency has been good, they have had a few games where they drop out early, so both of these teams at risk of that. We are going to be getting another southern zone, though, and this one pulling into the Kick territory is going to be interesting, right next door to Rebel as well. I know Kick are hungry for a win, but Rebel just keep finding them. Maybe it's their time for a third time today.
I would be impressed to source out a victory like that, especially with Rebel, or I mean with Kick not too far away, and even Scars, who makes a quick rotation down here from Overlook into that Geyser area especially. Now, I'm about to lose my mind if this is going to be that big mod finish here. There's still a lot of area open to play regarding Geyser, so we more than likely will see plenty of teams there, but I'm willing to bet you regarding what is a mod finish.
This could be a really big open area that, honestly, with so much fence line cover, gets really exciting. It's a trait that we don't often get to witness, as right now we're figuring out exactly what Kick may go for. Gold Rampage, pretty good. Gold Rampage, very good, especially if you're running Rampart, by the way. I know that they're not, but if you're running Rampart, you get double LMG passive, which it's left, Zephyr.
All right, that's enough of you. He stands Rampart a little too hard sometimes, and I'm not going to bring that into an ALGS broadcast. Not today, not never. Anyways, Raka would be the one to pick up that golden rampage successfully. And already, right off the bat here, we see Fort Gang have already approached what is Big Mod here, which is pretty aggressive for the likes of Fort Gang, in my opinion.
Yeah, they aren't really a team that fights frequently. The Forg gang tend to sneak kills away. They've got a relatively passive approach to the game, at least historically, but this time around it seems like they just haven't got time for that. High Society, however, continuing their patented aggression around Lava Siphon, do ward off what could have been a push from launch site, or what they more likely had hoped was some early KP. The Forg gang wrapping around the back. I don't expect Kick to commit to this too early on, but at the same time, if you're gonna do it, now is the time, especially with a crack like that.
Ooh, definitely good. They try to dissuade presence with the utilization of some of those ordinances, but even still, they're finding cracks like the shield broken upon that Loba there. But the pressure has been found. Now it might just be done. They'll extend Oiren out there, given the fact that he has the ability to kind of make some heftier rotations, especially off the back end of that Valkyrie towards the high ground that you currently see Chaco and Haraka playing. But for now, it looks like, yeah, no, in total, they just returned to mod.
I like that they're not overextending out of this, not because it could cost them their lives, but because it would certainly cost them their position. You leave Big Mod, you give up that ultimate height, and other squads will start coming for it. They'll start landing on it. Vexed, one of those teams, very well could have gotten that scan, as they are very low. What's up?
A massive ordnance there takes Phoenix and Rowe completely low, and now Kick have an impressive opening. Just get the job done. You see them footing this one so hard here, and Oiren will also step up now. They're going to sport themselves with the portal. I actually like this a whole lot better. Now they have the opportunity to rotate even quicker back to mod when available. Now, Chaco from the high ground here trying to provide with the utilization of that wingman. Oiren not too far behind with the flatline of their own, and they're just not able to do it. They had the perfect opportunity to pull the trigger, and they were just a little too slow, too reserved. I understand it, especially with teams like Scars now in mod.
Yeah, this is the biggest thing about it, is that they're trying to fight it out as a 2v3, leaving Kiarka on the roof to make sure that nobody pushes up on them. It's the smart move from Kick, but it costs them kill points in this specific case. They do retain control of the POI, but what could have been 3 kills for them now is sacrificed for the hope that you're going to get more via the placements and potentially via kills later on as mod starts to explode. For right now, though, it's just folks starting to pile in, and this is doable for all these squads.
Looks like you got a bit of a mix in terms of the rotation regarding Odin Gamers. Not the most successful. You see Zeta from behind, and with the utilization of that EMPA to find that first drop on the Danny. Kick in turn, now their own with Pochi. That's going to lead Shades up in the middle of that cart, and Sunset makes quick work of that one, slides through with PK and finishes the job. That'll be our first squad eliminated. Odin Gamers here, and they were sat in 13th place before this. Sad to say, they'll be on their way to the losers round 2.
We'll see if they can make their way out of that on the morrow, but for right now, they are one step closer to their season being put to a close. With these 19 teams left, I think everybody's got the fear of God in them now, recognizing that you really can end your day right here and now. Even a squad like Horizon, playing all the way outside of zone right now, is still dealing with that reality.
That is just crazy here, and you can see Rascals not too far away in turn also on the outskirts of zone here. Granted, they have plenty of time to potentially maybe turn this and go for what could potentially be the crafting here on staging, while they still have maybe the minute to work with. It doesn't particularly look like they are sustained in terms of the resources just yet. For Mutarium, looks like they've got a big portal coming out here towards Frag. Tried to get They do find it!
Hello?
We find Dave drop down to chase the revenge here onto 7, 8, 9. And it looks like they're going to play Oob on top of that building. Get the revive off. They only have seconds, though.
6, 5,
5,
4,
4, 3, just barely.
Managed to make it in once again, but Dave gets dropped on the way down, and 7, 8, 9 will not be surviving this encounter with the Mutarium monsters from the low ground.
Oh, and they felt some kind of heat after that last game there, 7-8-9. You know, they threw him at him with full force, the aggression to behold here, and even still, it continues forward. Valkyrie to take towards the high ground, Unlucky looking for the shots with the utilization of the Mastiff, will find the final and eliminate 7-8-9 from play. See you later in the losers bracket.
This is the performance that Mutarium absolutely need. The one that we've been waiting for the entirety of these past 6 games. The winner's bracket round 2 has not treated them well. They've been sitting just at the cutoff for top 10. But a performance like this, if they can continue it, would be enough to rocket them up. We could even see a Mutarium win. And as you and I both know, that's when they start becoming top 4 material.
That's definitely the interpretation that we've built here for them, but they've got a ways to go, dude. They're still set up a long fragment there, and I'll be honest, there's not a lot of teams that have been particularly playing slow, especially in some of these final moments. You get a heavy hand regarding the final zones. You can already see here, Scars, Totem, Hick, Nemesis, Zeta, all in position, as well as we know 4Gang out there towards the east. That's already making up over half of the lobby, no longer potentially able to take advantage of here. For T-Rex, they themselves still sitting outside as well. They're looking for KP. Remember, they are also sitting the bottom 10, 15th place with 20 points.
Let's hope that they can make it in. This is your last chance to do so. T-Rex have some beams on Kearney right now. They're able to largely avoid the defensive bombardment, sort of surprisingly, as Kearney starts moving, realizes he doesn't have to, and then is able to continue shooting. Defensive bombardment, it's a fickle mistress.
Well, doesn't seem to last them very long. They're going to be underrated. Healing back up. Looks like some trades to hold up there. SoloQ Goat's a bit pressured. You see Chaotic much fall there for just a moment. T-Rex, though, still carrying themselves forward here. They got a minute to go regarding that zone, and thankfully for them, Lava City in a big portion of the southern end of where this one more than likely, obviously, isn't finishing, is still available. And for 4Gang, somehow they have distracted the world. I mean, that's a flag that should get everyone's attention. But I don't think. Oh yeah, there's some shots. There you go.
I'm wondering genuinely if Gang have said a prayer of thanks in between Kick finding a multi-man nade on them and
That's
now,
fair.
because I would have. They have been given a lifeline in this lobby, and make no mistake, they fought well for it. 2 versus 3 versus Kick. They still had to outlast, but it was a dangerous situation, and not one that I would be taking for granted. At least the survival there did manage to net them into not just this zone, the next one as well, which is an impressive feat. We are getting that big mod ending, 100% confirmed now. There is no chance that this moves into Geyser. It's a knockdown drag out fight for Rampart's tank.
And it's crazy because in zones like this, sometimes we see them actually carry over even further towards the east, where you currently see 4Gang. So maybe they're thankful, because that can be a particular god spot even to rotate out of. Meanwhile, Horizon, you see them stemming what is the extended fight here. We saw earlier Chaotic Much was dropped down, and now it's going to be them eliminating both Zippeth and DiffQ. Thankfully, I will say, SoloQ Goat's having phenomenal performance today. 44 points, 3rd place, more than sure that we'll be introducing them tomorrow with some extra advancement in those finals there.
They're locked in, and they've absolutely earned it. Now it's time for other squads to start picking up that pace, joining in alongside them, getting locked in the further down we go. Little PogChamps, however, will not be part of that team, as they are eliminated once more. For the final time today, we say goodbye to our little PogChamps, and it always hurts just a little bit extra when I say
Hey, Dia, tomorrow we'll say hello to them in the losers bracket. It's no big deal. You have all the time in the world to potentially amp that one up. For now, plenty of teams finally finding the rotations necessary here into the Lava City area. There's still that vault kind of spacing that we might have a squad there. I'd like to check, but no, as we pull back to the map, that very clearly assures me that we do not. Surprisingly, there's a lot of clustering, though, towards the city area, and obviously it's because you can't particularly put that many teams into mod itself. But yeah, no, Dia, we have seen a zone finish like this before. Obviously, I casted with T-Squared over at Esports Arena, and this is exactly where this one finished out. You got that crane, that major hook line, that high ground, as well as the buildings below that you have to play towards your advantage. And yeah, sometimes it's the teams like Forgang who sit outside who are able to take that away, or those who sit on the very top of Mod who are able to eliminate all those from below.
It's always tough to see a zone like this, though, because you know how more than 50% of a zone can't be unplayable territory? Well, it's not more than 50%. It's not more than 50%, but it's close.
But
a significant amount of this is reduced, right?
That is a pole and a half. You are correct. I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm here thinking, oh, how's this late game finish out? And I'm thinking, wow, that is quite the zone. You are correct.
Yeah.
That is that's a bit mean of an end.
We've essentially jumped a whole ring here because, well, normally from zone 5 to 6 it gets significantly smaller, but that doesn't really matter now because we're just essentially going straight from zone 4 to zone 6. That's going to be one really big sort of speed boost into the end game, especially with the fact that we still have 14 teams up, although they may be getting whittled down ever so slightly. We've got a small engagement over here, and not sure whether they'll go hard on this, but Phoenix Legacy are once again in a dominant position. We saw Accenti whip out some nasty wingman shots in their debut game.
Yeah, coming off a Storm Point here, had phenomenal success playing through with this roster. One of the most dominant victories, especially towards the southern end of what was that kind of no-name Stonecatcher area. Just playing the macro so efficiently here. For now, they'll continue their onslaught up against Underrated. If they eliminate them here, that's one more squad down towards our losers round 2. But the zone is a close in here. And to be fair, I think there's still a lot of potential area to play when we talk about those chokes. But I need to see those rotations just about now.
The expenditure of that defensive bombardment, well, it did end up working out for the moment, was a move of desperation, pure and simple. Zeta Division starting to get a little bit desperate as well as Taskmaster heals up behind Impulse. When you're using a Crypto as defense, you know things have gotten rough, and it only gets worse as Zeta Division end up going out. Big kills picked up by Scars and Kick, the kings of Big Mod.
Well, Scars now having the access towards this floor, begin to actually break into this one here. Dome expended. They're going to utilize that for finding some source of loot as the team across from them definitely pulls back. It looks like Rebel from afar were able to eliminate both Moon and Jellycorn here, leaving Bambino to rest for his life in the little train cart that is. Now Horizon on a rotation of their own towards the next cart available here. I like the restraint, though, with the defensive bombardment. I didn't think it was going to be completely necessary, and it wasn't.
You check it out. You make sure, and I think running it by the rest of the team, everybody else on Horizon saying, no, we can use this for later. I'm not in danger. You're not in danger. We're going to be good. However, now they're able to gatekeep the low ground. We may see that cooldown expended in the next minute or so to keep Phoenix Legacy from really effectively being able to push up onto Horizon and maybe being able to turn this around in their favor, netting them a few kills that I'm sure they would really, really appreciate at this point. 60 seconds left. And Horizon's journey is not done.
I'll tell you what, if there's anyone who goes up against Phoenix Legacy with plenty of information, it's definitely got to be Horizon Liffin on that roster there. You can see from a bit of our poll that we've got not only a Spitfire that'll potentially be in play, but Mutarium finally coming through over from Geyser with a Kraber from Blast.
Whoa, we've got Rezes flowing in as well. We'll see if Mutarium, upon landing, can find those headshots before the Kraber ends up getting nerfed. They're going to be landing what looks like on the roof, which is uncontested right now. Just below that, I believe what should be Kick are holding down the 3rd floor, but now just starting to crest the side. Realize that it's all too late, and Mutarium are now the kings of the hill inside a Big Mod, able to hold on to this and start throwing down shots below. New play coming in. This could be big for Mutarium.
They're going to drop right around the edge there, try to play the rock, and it's just barely enough cover to prevent damage, but still the missiles are out here. And finally, it's going to be Tyler with the beam there onto Sobs. His Blast got to be careful. He's getting beamed from below.
Too many shots, and we'll have to expend the shield. That fortunately has plenty of them. 9 shots in the Kraber as well. Another one goes wide, as now we're getting the oops coming in. Yet another. We're down to 7 right now. We're expending a lot of vital resources as Mutarium to pick people off. But remember that from up here, they don't have the option to be able to pick up even more guns when this runs out. Nice use of the defensive bombardment, buys you a little bit more time. Blast needs to dial it in with the squad. They need to win this fight over the high ground to keep Mutarium in the game.
Absolutely, this is crucial. This could be the make or break moment for Mutarium. If they lose this one, they might not have enough points to put themselves in the top 5. That's why you constantly see Blast looking for any potential Kraber that he can. A major knock here is 1 extra KP that continues to push them above the rest. I'll tell you what, I'm not even worried about the high ground here. I'm more scared about these doors, these access points coming out from that 2nd floor that will be contested here.
That's what Kick are sweating about as well. Oi Rain just barely able to make it right back into Big Mod after poking his wee little head out to see if he could find any more kills. Remember, Kick have yet to find a win in this round 2, but they are desperate for it to make their names heard, resounding in the ears of those who will be proceeding in the winner's bracket. Mutarium have actually jumped down to the low ground. Is unlucky. What on earth? It's just him.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's a utilization of the portal to try to extend pressure towards the teams behind that rock. We didn't get to quite catch the kill to see if they were the ones to pick up those kills, but it looks like it was successful. Meanwhile, Horizon, who were last on the top of Big Mod here, they've actually found themselves rotated down and around. They were able to find out Sanya in a bit of rug there. You could see them just able to pressure out what I believe that might be Nemesis. They've been playing underneath the cart all game long.
This is big for Horizon, but unable to continue moving underneath Big Mod. They start pushing in, maybe even into Kick territory in the next couple seconds. 30 seconds left as this ring closes, and Kick are the ones that have a really nice position. You look up at the top, though, and high ground will always be slightly more valuable in situations like this. The ramp still providing a lot more safety to Kick than it might to other squads. Fork Gang still having outlasted all of this, also have an amazing position.
I told you earlier, I said the team that pulls towards the outside also sometimes pulls off with the win here. It definitely depends on where the collapses do come through. For Fork Gang, they don't have much spacing left, and that is for sure. Very interested. This is not our final zone, ladies and gentlemen. This next one will be here. Finally, it's going to be pulling directly towards the center of Mod, and equal access towards both the low ground and the POI itself. No advantage towards either side.
I think I like this for Fork Gang, but at the same time, Mutarium have access to that little crane. You remember the one that I'm talking about?
100%. There's 2 of them.
This could be a really big angle for them. Any cheeky Valkyrie who tries to sit up on top of these boxes that you see hanging off the side of Big Mod can sneak away with an unexpected endgame finish. A lot of damage. Either Kick, Mutarium, both of these squads from the high ground may just be able to manufacture it, but these two are going to go up against each other before almost anyone else is forced to.
Absolutely. There's plenty of teams on the low ground that will contest off of rotation here, but it's going to be Mutarium with this great high ground angle. You could see Blast there sitting with the Kraber, just waiting for them to peek out the door and look for that crucial headshot that might start it all. And you can see that even Tyler already set up with the utilization of those ordinances as, yes, the final round begins to close in.
One shot is all it's going to take here. Uchako testing the waters. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that the Kraber is on the outside right now, but no portal available. Kicker's just going to have to take this risk. Do they bubble early? What is their choice here? Seems like the rest of Kick thinking about moving down to this low ground, but Reply Totem are there and taking some harassment themselves. As we cut away from our fight on the top, we jump back and Kick are already down a member. Unlucky having picked them up with the Mastiff, but Uchako and Oirain are holding strong. Nice slide in from Uchako as Kick fight it out for the top spot. Kraber in the hands of Blast is nothing in the face of Kick, and they manage to res Yarka and now run Big Mod.
They are on the top of this POI, and that is absolutely crucial for the endgame. But I can't stress that Big Mod still does exist in its own source of play regarding this kind of mid-tier level where you see teams like Totem who have just eliminated 4Gang. Nemesis below, we've talked about it just a moment ago. Horizon eliminated our final 4 squads, and finally the drops from inside Big Mod are coming through here. That's Scars!
Last game of the day, Nemesis start pushing out into the double bubble. Scars lose one, may very well lose a second, but Taishin picks up some kills, and right up into the waiting arms of Kick you fly. Oirein still healing up. This should be a Kick game. Take it away, Zephyr.
Over here, Oirein might be low, but Haraka's gonna drop with the bubble almost immediately from behind. Uchako finding the cracks necessary to take them to flesh. He's gonna have to peek a little bit into zone, being the last member remaining, but a wingman will do the job. And Kick pick up a win here in the final game of Winners Round 2.
That's the Kick we know and love.
That's
this
it, baby.
is the roster that took away first place in the first round. Kick end up going off to send us out on a win, pushing themselves into tomorrow with a convincing game. Impressive to see after what was a difficult first couple games for them on Storm Point.
Yeah, rough pacing for Kick here. They definitely put themselves among that top 10 when we talk about Storm Point there, but we were left unsatisfied, Dia. We both know going into any lobby with Kick that they usually, with the source of that aggressive identity, can pick out a win here. And in Game 6, they did just that. And what's more impressive is they went up against one of the other most aggressive teams in the lobby, right into the face of Mutarium. They're taking them down at 7th. And the reason I bring that up, Dia, because it is absolutely crucial. Remember, before we got into this, Mutarium sitting 11th with 23 points, tied with 4Gang at 23 points. And we know for a fact that 4Gang lasted just a little bit longer, baby.
Oh,
it's going to be tight.
I mean, if we've got the points available, I would love to see them because it could really go either way. Oh, they both made it! They both made it! That was the twist I wasn't expecting. I thought it was going to be one or the other, but both Mutarium and 4Gang will be going into the finals tomorrow, joined by Zeta Division, Phoenix Legacy, High Society, Solo Q Goats, Scars, Reply Totem, Kick, and of course, your #1 squad, Rebel.
Oh my gosh, an absolutely insane finish. And you're going to have to give me just a moment here for me to kind of figure out who particularly fell out of the competition. Kick and Rebel still looking good. High Society, Scars as well. It looks like Vexed Gaming, they're the ones to flip position here with Mutarium. Everyone else who is outside of that top 10 still remain to be outside of the top 10 kind of going into the final moments of the game. It was only those two who traded. The positions obviously saw some shifting across the board here. In terms of general team structure, that's what came through.
Make no mistake, though, this ain't permanent. These guys are going to be going down to the losers bracket round 2. And speaking of, let's take a look at who from the losers bracket is going to be continuing. These bottom 10 are going to be facing off against 100-point Guild Esports. What are they going to do?
What?
What do you even do against that?
Oh man, I know we have to follow the journey of our winners here, but there's something in me that just wishes we would have broadcasted losers round 1.
Yeah, right?
Guild
what was going on there?
Nowhere. I mean, 108 points, easily leading the pack, securing their place surefire into losers round 2 here, alongside Outplayed, Congarna, Cool Gaming from Last Chance Qualifier, playing for content as well, Rats Pro League, SNK, Last Chance Qualifier, Big Band, Second Portayat, TTD, all LCQ. It is with a heavy heart, though, that we look at our first 10 teams eliminated here from the competition, and I am legitimately sad for a lot of these rosters because some of them, even to me, personal friends.
Yeah, I'm pretty broken up about watching these guys' journeys end because I think you can look at almost all these. I am looking at all these squads and going, man, I remember when you did incredible, cool play. I mean, you can start at Morning Stars, and I remember their survey camp plays from a long time ago. Drain Gang impressed us today. Yeah, it was crazy. Like, all these guys have told their stories throughout Challenger Circuit 1, throughout Challenger Circuit 2, but now their year of Apex comes to a close, and they're gonna have to watch champs but from the sidelines. It's with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to them, but wish them all the best in the upcoming ALGS year.
Well, with all that being said, you'll see what is this top 10 compete off against the bottom 10 of the lobby we just competed tomorrow here before we actually approach the finals here. I believe we'll be starting at 12 p.m. BST, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I'm gonna. Yes.
Thank you.
Because our call time's
I'm a professional, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
okay.
This makes sense.
With that being said, we want to give some thank yous before we head out here, of course, towards our sponsors, Medify. If you're looking to take your skill level to the next